Senhoras e senhores, sejam bem-vindos à Conferência Internacional Um Novo Quadro Estratégico de Política Industrial para Portugal. Agradecemos desde já a vossa presença e desejamos a todos um excelente evento. Em nome das entidades organizadoras, damos as boas-vindas a todos e lembramos que este evento está a ser gravado. Neste evento vamos ter a oportunidade de conhecer e discutir as propostas de prestigiados especialistas em política industrial e competitividade a nível global. Para abrir a conferência, temos a honra de contar com a presença do Sr. Ministro da Economia, Pedro Reis. Sr. Ministro, por favor.
Muito bom dia a todos. Particular cumprimento. Deixem-me começar pelo Dr. Carlos Tavares, que vi aí, não sei onde está, mas começar pelo que muito respeito e acompanho, mas obviamente às presidências e direções da PlanAPP, do GEE, do GPEARI e do IAPMEI, porque acredito que é mesmo importante em Portugal pensar-se e pensar-se com profundidade e depois executar. Eu vou dar as minhas notas mais do que sobre o estudo, mais do que sobre este trabalho que vai sendo desenvolvido, acima de tudo, sobre o ponto de vista do Ministério da Economia, sobre o que é que está em causa quando falamos em reindustrialização. E, obviamente, um cumprimento especial aos professores Ha-Joon Chang e António Leitão pelo trabalho que estão a fazer. Portanto, o meu foco e as minhas breves notas são justamente sobre esta matéria da reindustrialização, ou, se quiserem chamar, de uma política industrial, e porque é que eu, ponto 1, acho que estamos perante uma das duas magnas, ou das poucas magnas questões que se colocam à Europa, a Portugal, já para não dizer ao mundo, por duas razões. Por uma questão estratégica e por uma questão de oportunidade. Estratégica porque é pela industrialização, não tenho dúvidas nenhumas sobre essa matéria, muito para além já agora das contabilidades que fazem quando somam as medidas do programa acelerar e os setores e quanto é que falta. Era fácil, se fosse assim, criar oportunidades, bastava ir ao glossário das medidas e contabilizávamos, indicávamos prioridades e fazíamos acontecer. É bom que se vá com mais profundidade na discussão pública, mas cá estaremos para ajudar nesse desidrato. Entre a industrialização, a reindustrialização nacional, para não falar da Europa, mas a ela me referirei, é mesmo algo de profundamente estratégico. Toca no âmago da independência e da soberania dos blocos económicos, desenha o DNA de uma economia, assegura a desmultiplicação noutras frentes e noutras derivadas. Portanto, eu sou, desde sempre, um profundo defensor de que não há economias sustentáveis, não há crescimentos robustos, não há integração de conhecimento sem indústria. Não vejo outra maneira. Eu coloco isto quase no mesmo patamar que não acredito que haja crescimento económico sem dar espaço de fomentar e respirar e oxigenar e vitalizar o setor privado. Acho mesmo, não encontro outros modelos que funcionem para além disto. E como não tenho uma leitura e uma visão dirigista, acredito profundamente que é preciso criar, acima de tudo, as condições para a indústria se afirmar e os investimentos, nomeadamente de caráter privado, acelerarem. Portanto, é muito por isso, e já desenvolverei porque é que eu considero que estamos perante uma das magnas questões de uma geração, de um momento e do mundo em mudança. Segundo, e aproveitando isso, é justamente uma questão de oportunidade. Quer dizer, com mais ou menos intensidade, o mundo está a viver um ciclo de algum decoupling. E isso recoloca na agenda europeia e dá uma nova centralidade a Portugal em termos de friendshoring, de onshoring, de nearshoring. Tudo isso tem que ser incorporado na nossa estratégia, a meu ver. Também é uma oportunidade em termos de transição climática e de transição digital. Portanto, seja por uma questão estratégica, seja por uma questão de oportunidade, a reindustrialização do país será sempre, desde o primeiro momento, uma prioridade absolutamente crítica do Ministério da Economia. O meu ponto de vista é que nós temos que, não vale a pena também pensarmos sem antes entender e alinhar com as prioridades europeias. Quer dizer, visões quixotescas, visões muito autónomas, visões isoladas, visões desconectadas da realidade europeia, não acredito que tenham tração. Portanto, era importante, quando caminharmos para essas matérias, estarmos alinhados com os setores críticos europeus, da política industrial europeia. E acho que a Europa tem desafios nesta matéria nos próximos anos. Desde logo tem um desafio de conceber e desenhar o que é que quer da sua política industrial transversal. Ou seja, vamos ter um olhar, como eu costumo dizer, integrado, de puzzle, de clusterização, é a tese que eu acredito, ou vai ser basicamente cada um por si? Tenho dificuldades de perceber como é que é possível a Europa diversificar clusters se não se articular. Ou seja, nós não podemos, por um lado, dizer que isto é a competição da escala, da ambição, da capitalização, da inovação, dos global players, e depois não ter uma visão europeia. E já agora, não sei se terei tempo hoje de discutir isso, ou pelo menos de deixar algumas notas, e se conseguir ser claro, e se não for a responsabilidade é minha, mas eu acho que há uma enorme confusão entre ter-se um pensamento económico, ter-se uma visão em termos de política económica, ter-se uma ideia das prioridades, saber ser seletivo nas políticas e nos recursos e dirigismo. Acho mesmo que e valia a pena discutir isso no país. Aliás, vejo aqui quem discute com racionalidade, que também gosto de ouvir às terças-feiras, essas matérias, e é mesmo importante, com as várias sensibilidades, mas acima de tudo trazer-se racionalidade e suporte e fundamentação às discussões. E acho que essa é das discussões que é importante colocar na praça pública. Isso também é serviço cívico, o que nós vemos estes debates televisivos e os artigos que se escrevem. Depois, outro desafio da Europa, a meu ver, é como é que vai conciliar competitividade com sustentabilidade. Não me parece que esteja já suficientemente clara essa matéria. É óbvio que a sustentabilidade é um valor supremo do planeta. Aliás, acho que era bom que a humanidade acordasse. Não sei quantos mais avisos nós precisamos climáticos para perceber que estamos num caminho demasiado perigoso, certamente. Espero que não ainda sem retorno, mas vamos começar a estar lá muito perto. E, portanto, felizmente, já apanhamos um ciclo, uma fase, um momento em que já não se põe em causa a sustentabilidade. Como é que se assegura que há espaço também para a competitividade e já agora como é que isso é assegurado, o level playing field a nível internacional, é uma questão quase não só de pragmatismo, mas como de responsabilidade. O terceiro aspecto, desafio, ainda a nível europeu, e tudo isso acaba por declinar, imagino eu, em políticas industriais, é entre regulação e escala. Ou seja, e que bate já agora na dimensão anterior. Como é que, onde é que está o ponto ótimo da regulação, que assegura princípios quase civilizacionais, e isso a Europa dá cartas, mas, por outro lado, que não asfixia o crescimento. O terceiro aspecto, ou quarto desafio, e vamos ter uma Comissão Europeia renovada, é um bom momento de se pensar, muito para além dos excelentes relatórios que vão saindo, como é o caso do relatório de Draghi, é o tema da concorrência / investimento. Talvez seja importante um exercício de humildade de perceber porque é que há muito investimento que não se estabiliza na Europa ou nem sequer escolhe a Europa para arrancar. E, por fim, o quinto e a última dimensão, mais macro, que é como é que se concilia a inovação com capitalização. Ou seja, o músculo de funding a nível de equity e de financiamento e de políticas de bancos promocionais, o contributo transformacional decisivo para os casos de sucesso da inovação, eu não tenho a certeza que essa correlação esteja bem levantada, quanto mais alinhada. Portanto, estes são 5 aspectos de base. Em relação à política industrial, que eu acho que de uma vez por todas, e daí ser importante discuti-la, Portugal, e espero bem que nas próximas semanas tenho dito isto, consigamos ultrapassar a agenda política para aterrar na agenda económica, para termos mais espaço de discussão, como captar investimento, como aumentar os níveis de salários na nossa economia, como procurar um paradigma atualizado de internacionalização do nosso tecido empresarial. Isso são temas estruturais que fazem a diferença mesmo na vida das pessoas e das empresas e que ainda têm que lutar pelo seu espaço de discussão pública. Talvez, acredito que algumas reformas em execução, os acordos que venham a ter que ser feitos, espero que seja o caso, que se dê espaço para depois todos olharmos para o país e acordar e dizer agora o que falta? O que falta é pôr a economia a crescer. Sem o que nada do resto adianta ou é suficiente. E anseio por esse dia do ponto de vista da agenda do crescimento económico e do Ministério da Economia. E aí teremos que discutir em profundidade, logo para começar, justamente qual é o posicionamento e o modelo da economia portuguesa e quais são as prioridades, que não é necessariamente o tema, lá está esse subcapítulo. Discutir prioridades pode ser feito sem necessariamente ir muito na terceira derivada da especialização produtiva, nomeadamente escolhendo empresas. Eu isso acho que é algo que me fere a minha sensibilidade em termos de transversalidade, transparência e neutralidade. Coisa diferente é sabermos em que setores é que queremos afirmar a economia portuguesa. E coisa muito diferente é visões absolutamente liberais que dizem é deixar andar, é só tratar de um ou outro custo-contexto e depois o mercado respira. Também não acredito nisto, estou à vontade para dizer, porque às vezes acho que tenho essa fama, portanto acho que é muito importante encontrar aqui, nomeadamente num país com a dimensão e com as ainda fragilidades da economia portuguesa e com a dimensão dos desafios externos, o país e a política económica não pode faltar. E também por isso, por exemplo, sou um defensor da existência do Banco de Fomento. Porque as características, a espessura da nossa economia, a autonomia do setor privado, precisa de um alinhamento também da parte pública. E teremos que definir quais são os clusters, quais são as prioridades que queremos apostar nos próximos anos. Ou seja, tem mais a ver com substituição de importações? Tem mais a ver com fecho de cadeias de valor? Ou falhas de mercado? tem mais a ver com posicionarmos para as competências críticas e as indústrias escaláveis que claramente a Europa e o mundo vão precisar e onde há o tal movimento tectónico. Nós temos de ter respostas claras para essa matéria. Parece-me evidente que temos que ter uma estratégia de clusterização. O jogo das escalas, já agora, não é um jogo de dimensão só de criar, embora eu seja favorável e acredito nisso, nós precisamos que as empresas vão crescendo, ou que o crescimento não seja um limite, e ter mais grupos económicos e mais grandes empresas. Mas, quando eu falo em escala, acredito muito em termos de funcionamento em rede. E já agora, acredito profundamente na verticalização também. Há setores em que só se vai extrair o valor total e se assegura a competitividade total, havendo um mínimo de verticalização, mesmo que sejam em projetos autónomos. E já agora também uma terceira dimensão, que é como é que funciona o chamado cross-fertilization. Até porque, e a última vertente, que é a articulação com o setor dos serviços, que é outra fronteira. Nós, em Portugal, simplificamos muito, não é? O plano de acelerar e as prioridades deste Ministério da Economia, quantas medidas tem o turismo? Bom, só gostam de turismo, não estão a pensar na indústria. Não vimos nada lá para a descarbonização, estão completamente ultrapassados. Se fosse assim tão simples, era fácil desenhar um índice e contentar a todos. É muito mais profundo que isto. Mas já agora, nestas temáticas da clusterização, da verticalização, do cross-fertilization, da articulação com serviços, é bom não criarmos fronteiras conceptuais, académicas, teóricas, administrativas, que não resistem ao teste do terreno, não é? Quer dizer, eu ouço falar em indústria e ouço falar em IoTs, em robóticas, em automações, em analytics, em edge computing e podia continuar por aqui fora. Onde é que acaba os serviços e começa a indústria? Não interessa, a meu ver, são temáticas muito mais integradas. Também é fundamental definir essas tais prioridades da política industrial, por exemplo, para alinhar incentivos em termos de captação de investimento externo, em termos de ativação da diplomacia económica e já agora o desafio que eu acho também aí é europeu, e daí a nossa batalha pela temática e a bandeira dos small and mid caps, que é alguma coisa aqui perversa, é um termo um bocadinho forte, mas quando, à medida, nós dizemos que a Europa tem um problema de escala para competir, e à medida que as empresas vão ganhando escala, vão tendo que fazer o opt-out dos incentivos. Não bate certo, do meu ponto de vista. Era bom que o discutíssemos. Portanto, em termos de política industrial, eu sou muito favorável, além de algum cuidado na verticalização, acima de tudo, uma aposta muito na horizontalidade dos incentivos e das políticas. E parece-me que há um certo nirvana na captação de investimento, é um pouco o equivalente no setor financeiro, na nossa abordagem com o setor financeiro, que é a pré-aprovação do crédito, não é? Eu acredito e gostaria de ver um país em que o investidor que manifesta a intenção de vir para Portugal tenha à cabeça uma ideia muito aproximada, primeiro em termos da fiscalidade. Ou seja, nos seus vários aspectos. A fiscalidade para o seu projeto, a fiscalidade que vai incidir no seu projeto. A geral e a agregada, não é? Ou seja, a discussão séria vai muito para além do IRC, não é? Vai às tributações autónomas, vai às derramas e por aí fora. Quer dizer, ler isso. E, obviamente, depois integra o regime contratual e negocial e específico de cada setor. Ou seja, ver a taxa real e a taxa oficial, vamos chamar assim. E a fiscalidade, em termos de previsibilidade, está muito gasta a palavra, mas o objetivo não está atingido, de competitividade e já agora de músculo. Quer dizer, vale a pena ver, e bem, há países como os Estados Unidos que têm programas fortíssimos de incentivo, há países europeus que conseguem fazer o deployment de incentivos de centenas de milhões de euros por projeto, qual é o músculo que Portugal consegue e quer ter nessa matéria. Porque isso tem muito a ver com o que nós temos para oferecer na prática para captar investimento. Vamos ter que tomar decisões sobre isso. Isto em termos de fiscalidade. Depois é toda a temática do licenciamento. Ou seja, para os investidores, eles ainda têm algum receio de investir em Portugal pela falta de visibilidade nessa matéria. Ou seja, a articulação do setor público, dos seus organismos, algum receio da administração pública em tomar decisões, em emitir pareceres. Eu acho que é preciso ter a consciência, quase que verbalizar isto na nossa realidade e na nossa agenda de captação de investimento. Há de haver um ponto e há de haver um outro equilíbrio, quando comparo com o benchmark internacional, em que, cumprindo todas as regras, obviamente, fora de causa, de transparência, de imunização, de não interferência, de compliance, ao mais alto nível. Aí acho que não há meio termo. Mas dito isto, assegurado isto, há um espaço que eu acho que ainda está por cumprir na captação de investimento. Os investidores ainda andam em um labirinto muito longo e com prazos muito estendidos e com zonas nebulosas e ângulos mortos em relação à previsibilidade do que é que podem esperar das fases, das decisões, das articulações. Portanto, isto tem que se olhar para isso, tem que se dar força às QPAIs e às RECAIs e por aí fora, sentar à mesa e acelerar e agilizar sempre com o valor soberano e máximo da transparência. O terceiro aspecto, porque eu acho que mesmo assegurar isto é fazer política industrial na prática. O terceiro aspecto eu tenho também dito isto de uma maneira simplista, mas eu acho que eu gosto de modelos simplistas, que não há economia sem energia. Não vale a pena ter ilusões. O que os investidores querem é também saber como é que vão ter a puxada energética que é o elétrico ao seu projeto. E, afinal, quais são as decisões de fundo que se tem que tomar no país, nas redes de alta tensão, de média tensão, de baixa tensão. Temos situações de projetos que estão interessados, que se fazem um off-taking, nem sequer uma penalização em cima do consumidor, mas que ainda não têm visibilidade para de saberem que se instalarem naquele determinado modelo, realidade, destino, dimensão, que podem avançar com o investimento, que vão contar com a ligação, a infraestruturação energética e o abastecimento. Obviamente o quarto, e isso dá todo um outro tema, é o da atração de talento. Mas eu volto a dizer isto, eu sonho com um país e com uma economia que possa colocar a priori, que se possa mandar com conforto, com ambição, com energia, com munições para atrair investimento, para, cara a cara com os investidores, saber dizer qual é o nosso pacote de incentivos em termos de fiscalidade, como é que isto funciona e previsibilidade em termos de licenciamento, o que é que podem contar em termos de abastecimento energético e que capacidade de atração de talento, já agora, que eu acho também que é um ónus que tem que vir para os investidores. O tema do talento, o tema da habitação, o tema do transporte, não é só uma responsabilidade do Estado. Eu acho que, crescentemente, numa partilha de responsabilidade, que é o que se é chamado nas sociedades modernas a termos, deve ser um aspecto que deve estar dentro do caderno de encargos também dos grandes investidores. Porque se eles sabem que vão chegar a uma zona que mexe com os equilíbrios das comunidades, também devem estar envolvidos nas soluções. Volto a dizer, no mínimo, por exemplo, também de habitação e de comunicação. Portanto, eu quando ouço os investidores externos falarem dos custos de contexto, eu há 10 anos fui presidente da ICEP, não são muito diferentes. Isso deixa-nos alguma perplexidade. Quer dizer, eu já há 10 anos ouvia e hoje continuo a ouvir falar na simplificação de procedimentos, como falei aqui, na articulação entre organismos públicos, na justiça económica, na desburocratização e no tal desalinhamento de incentivos. Ao menos temos claro o que é que precisamos fazer, e acho que falar de política industrial, aqui terão ao longo do dia a conceptualização mais académica. Eu sou o que sou. Eu vejo o Ministério da Economia como o Ministério das Empresas, em que tem que se ter claro uma política e depois tem que se remover custos de contexto. E se eu puder, libertar-me ao máximo para fazer captação de investimento. Humildemente, modestamente. Porque acho que mesmo que é aí que se pode fazer a diferença. E vejo, já agora, porque isso desemboca na política industrial também, vejo, uma das maneiras é ver para onde é que olham as manifestações de interesse de investimento industrial em Portugal. Olham para o cluster verde por inteiro, e é isso que... Essa é a nova economia. A descarbonização. A descarbonização, como sabem melhor que eu, toca a indústria, troca consumo e toca equipamentos. E temos uma boa oferta de valor em Portugal, proposta de valor. Toca o setor da economia circular, da mobilidade, das renováveis. Aliás, cluster verde que é alinhado de mãos dadas e felizmente com o cluster azul, que é outro aspecto. Há dois ativos que em Portugal nós enchemos a boca e faltam acontecer, não é? Costumo dizer, um é a diáspora e outro é o mar. Não há ciclo, não há governante, não há debate nem conferência que não se fale disto. Então já agora fazer acontecer. E, portanto, vejo muito este binómio verde-azul, em que o azul estou a colocar, que vai tudo, não é? Vai da bioeconomia azul, portanto, até a indústria. Há espaço, a meu ver, para aumentar a densificação do shipping em Portugal. Há espaço, eu vi ainda agora, disse isso publicamente, porque foi lá dito, quando estive no Qatar, investidores com interesses nos nossos portos, nas nossas infraestruturas. Portanto, acho que temos muito a trabalhar aí. E o outro cluster europeu, lá está, voltando ao ponto inicial, que é, já devia ter terminado, já agora, mas pronto, que é entender o que é que a Europa, para onde a Europa vai e onde é que a Europa vai apostar. Claramente, a Europa está-nos a dizer, e nós devemos acompanhar, a meu ver, que vai haver um investimento, um reforço no cluster da defesa. E já agora que é um cluster que desmultiplica, pelas más razões, mas é o que é. Aqui cabe-nos a gestão da política económica. Que é um cluster que é um acelerador e um catalisador brutal na inovação, historicamente. Sabemos isso. E temos muitas indústrias que têm tangentes com esta matéria. Portanto, nós temos que ter uma política clusterizada para essa matéria, a meu ver, que toca na aeronáutica, toca no aeroespacial, toca no automóvel, toca nos moldes, toca nos têxteis, nomeadamente os têxteis técnicos onde damos cartas, toca no calçado, mas também podia estar a falar do tema da saúde, que não é, que vai muito para além dos serviços. Ou já agora, ouço muitas multinacionais, e nesta semana estive com algumas, que me disseram, é muito curioso, que são multinacionais, algumas até instaladas em Portugal há muito tempo, que vieram para cá na indústria, a certa altura fizeram, digamos, o seu reinvenção e começaram a captar centros de competência de serviços partilhados, puramente de serviços e engenharia, e agora já estão numa terceira geração, que é, conseguem lutar por centros de competência industriais, novamente, para Portugal, e uma das razões é porque acoplam engenharia e serviços. Portanto, que é uma terceira, já um terceiro encarnação. Para mim está muito claro, não é? O que é que, seja qual for o clusters e as fileiras, o que é que nos estão a dizer? E eu acredito nisso. Interessa-nos indústrias que tenham valor acrescentado nacional. Mas o professor Carlos Tavares diz isso há muitos anos e eu acompanho. Valor acrescentado nacional, esse é um ingrediente-chave, não é? Com muito respeito pela atividade do trading, mas não é, o trading não é a marca d'água de uma política industrial. Segundo, claramente, a diferença faz, a tal independência, soberania estratégica de uma economia faz, em cima dos transacionáveis. É um facto. Tem um footprint muito mais longo. Terceiro, avaliar e apostar em todos os setores que tenham intensidade tecnológica, não é? Aliás, nós temos cartas a dar, como sabem, nas novas tecnologias de materiais. Quarto, já agora, avaliar se tem potencial, o que eu costumo dizer, de investimento produtivo e de escalabilidade. E último, volto ao tal ponto, mas eu não quero ser original, se acertar já me dou por contente, que é o tema da verticalização das cadeias de valor. E termino justamente a dizer, o programa a acelerar, que aliás nasce muito de ouvir os stakeholders, ouvir as empresas e as associações, pelo menos a parte boa, assumindo nós a responsabilidade do que falta, mas o programa a acelerar não quis ser exaustivo, mas quis começar a fazer o deployment de instrumentos, de políticas importantes que não é aplicável a todos, nem os instrumentos ou as medidas beneficiam no mesmo momento cada empresa. Tem a ver com o ciclo de desenvolvimento dessas empresas. E, mal ou bem, é curioso que nós, reparem, identificamos a inovação, a capitalização, a consolidação, o talento, a sustentabilidade, a internacionalização, a escala. Gostei de ver muito destas prioridades no relatório Draghi. Estão lá. Eu lá já desafiei no Ministério da Economia a fazermos esse contraste, não é? O que é que detectámos com muito, e agradeço às associações inúmeras e às empresas e às startups e aos empreendedores e às diásporas que ajudaram-nos a desenhar esta primeira vaga do programa Acelerar. E depois é bom de ver que estamos alinhados com o que veio a ser também desenhado no plano Draghi. Últimas, e portanto não vou aqui, eu tinha aqui as medidas que acho que tocam na industrialização, apesar de estar focado na execução. O que é que acho que é o grande desafio, e estando aqui, o ecossistema, tanto se fala do ecossistema, do Ministério da Economia, primeiro, ser posto ao serviço das empresas. Não virado para dentro, mas virado para fora. Nós estamos cá para servir o país, para servir os cidadãos, para servir os contribuintes, para servir as empresas. Esse é um mindset que eu acho que é fundamental. E, portanto, acho que, e acredito, e também é isso, que se sonho com um país capaz de captar investimento, se estiver alinhado os tais temas, fiscalidade, licenciamento, energia, talento. Também sonho com um ecossistema do Ministério da Economia e de outras tutelas, e a APMEIs, a ICEPs, Turismo de Portugal, a ANIS, bancos de fomento, que tenham clara a sua proposta de valor e tenham presente o quanto é importante guiarmos por KPIs como níveis de serviço, transparência, prazos de execução, corresponsabilização, accountability, e vejo isso a acontecer. Portanto, espero que tenha ficado minimamente claro como é que nós pensamos e já agora que em Portugal se debata, se discuta, se estude, que não nos deixemos, nós, economia, vamos chamar assim, infantilizar por agendas ou temáticas ou dimensões que têm as suas arenas, mas que não é isso que mexe o ponteiro, sinceramente. E termino mesmo com uma mensagem que se Portugal souber posicionar-se nestas matérias, tem aqui uma oportunidade de ouro nos próximos anos. Eu acho que muito das cadeias de valor, das competências, do investimento internacional e nacional, e sente-se isso, sente-se o pulsar por trás do ruído mediático, que está em movimento, está em definição, em espaço de definição, e não vai durar muito mais tempo esta janela de oportunidade. Eu diria, se tivesse que apostar, diria que são o decisivo entre 3, 4 anos, não mais que isso. E muitos no próximo ano, ainda daqui a 2 anos e por aí fora. Nós não temos muito tempo. mas temos enormes oportunidades. Assim nos entendamos, pelo menos sobre o essencial, e nos foquemos na execução, e é isso que nós procuramos fazer no Ministério da Economia. Portanto, parabéns pelo trabalho e boa sorte. Obrigado.
Seguidamente, daremos início à primeira mesa redonda, intitulada O Novo Cenário da Política Industrial, Perspectivas Globais. Esta sessão será moderada por António Brás Costa, diretor do CITEV e administrador executivo do CENTI.
Muito bom dia a todos. Espero que já estejam secos. Geralmente, secar a roupa no corpo traz maus resultados, mas eu espero que o calor da discussão ajude a secar as roupas. Eu vou fazer aqui um breve enquadramento em português e depois, se me permitem, uma vez que os nossos convidados expressar-se-ão em inglês, farei a mudança para inglês. Bom, depois desta apresentação que o Sr. Ministro nos faz, enfim, não só fez aqui uma súmula do que é importante discutirmos, como nos deu já o entusiasmo de que as soluções estão a caminho. Contudo, acho que a organização fez muito bem em começar esta parte de debate com vamos lá ver o que é que se anda a fazer por aí. Vamos lá ver o que é que o mundo anda a fazer, que experiências é que há, quais são os resultados que tem tido, porque a verdade é que podemos e devemos ter ideias originais, mas talvez, depois de conhecer o que se faz lá fora, algumas já não sejam originais e possamos perceber se elas são mais ou menos adequadas. Bom, eu insisto muito nesta ideia de que a política industrial é um must. Toda a gente... Bom, bastava ter vivido o tempo da pandemia para perceber que a política industrial e o impulso à atividade industrial é fundamental para a geração de riqueza. Acho que isso já não é para discutir. O que falta aqui discutir é como é que o vamos fazer. E tivemos aqui, de facto, já um conjunto de ideias muito bem pensadas, muito bem estruturadas da parte do Sr. Ministro. Mas vamos fomentar ainda mais esta discussão. Bom, e para discutir isto, nada como chamar gente que sabe, gente que tem experiência internacional. Eu penso que um dos convidados estará connosco por via online. Eu gostaria que me confirmassem que assim é, pelo menos ontem assim era, é assim que é. Trata-se de Frank van der Meeren, que é um Senior Economist da DG do Mercado Interno, Indústria, Empreendedorismo e Pequenas e Médias Empresas da Comissão Europeia. O Guy Lalana, que é o Head of Division da Produtividade, Inovação e Empreendedorismo na OCDE. Isto, ler em inglês e falar em português depois tem estas coisas, não é? E Fouad Azanov, que é um Senior Economist do IMF, no Fundo Monetário Internacional. E, portanto, eu aos que estão presentes agradecia que me acompanhassem para a mesa. Da seguinte forma, vamos dar alguns minutos a cada um deles para fazerem uma primeira apresentação e depois disso vamos promover então o debate. Talvez aguardar pela primeira apresentação do Frank van der Meeren, que eu penso que entrará online as soon as possible. Vamos então assistir a uns primeiros minutos, 5 a 10 minutos, de cada um destes nossos convidados e depois voltamos ao debate. Frank?
Yes, hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We don't see you, but we are listening.
My video should be on.
Sorry, 10 more seconds. I think that the technical staff is trying to put your image. Entretanto, o desafio que foi colocado ao Frank foi exatamente para nos dar uma ideia sobre estas novas famílias de políticas industriais que estão a ser desenvolvidas na Europa, de forma a entendermos também na nossa discussão interna. Ok, so Frank, please go forward.
Okay. I hope you can see me now. What is the route that we want to take on our road trip. And we know that the Chinese are taking a certain route. We know that the Americans are taking a route. Probably none of these routes are good for us, or although we can learn perhaps from them, but it's really about finding our European route towards our destination. So let me start with the first question that I think we should look at is what is the landscape of our road trip of industrial policy in Europe? And I don't think I will be the only one saying this today, but I think it's clear that this landscape over the past years has become considerably more complex, right? The world has changed, and we've learned a number of important lessons over the past years. And just to mention a few. Supply chains, we have learned that, yes, they are usually very efficient. Yes, they are a source of productivity growth for industry in Europe, but they can also fail. And when they fail, this can have important consequences. Secondly, there is a real war on our doorstep, on Europe's doorstep. And I would say that while this is first and foremost a real tragedy for Ukraine and for its people, it is, after the pandemic, another reason for Europe to ask itself a number of important questions. Are we autonomously enough when it comes to defense? Are we resilient enough when it comes to energy? Is it not a bad idea to rely on a concentrated source for critical products or technologies, in particular when that source is an unreliable partner? And there's another war ongoing. Not a real war, you could say, but a trade and technology war between the United States and China. And while Europe is not the main, I would say, protagonist in this war, it is 100% affected by it. You know? risks of supply chain disruptions are higher, and you have two economic blocks, China and the United States, who are going faster and faster and faster in science, technology, and innovation, all in the name of national security. And whether we want it or not, the EU will need to find a way to keep up with these two actors. So I would say, to finish the first point about the landscape is a complicated one, right? There are rocky roads, many hills that go up and down. The weather is uncertain. There may be thunderstorms. So this is the scene a bit in which we need to do our road trip. So let's then move to the second point. Where do we want to go? We are somewhere today, but we want our industrial policy to take us to a place where we think we will be in better shape. I started working in the Commission in 2010, and I don't know if it was because I was 15 years younger, but I had the feeling that life was easier and simpler at the time. You will remember the Juncker Commission, which had one very clear headline target, which was jobs and growth, period. Today, things are more complicated. I would say that industrial policy in Europe today has at least four really important objectives that we need to work towards. First, decarbonization. Second, economic security. Third, very importantly, more and more important, competitiveness. And fourth, I would say also social well-being and fairness. So I would say for policymakers, and I think this is really central to the discussion today, if you have to meet four objectives with your industrial policy, or more even, but four essential ones instead of one, this of course increases complexity. Yeah? And certainly because some say that there may be frictions and there may be trade-offs between these objectives. And I'm sure that will be also discussed heavily today. But I think this is really the crucial question for industrial policy today. Can we be successful on all four pillars? Can we meet all four objectives? We know that we are a world leader in decarbonizations and we're really leading in those efforts. But can we also be competitive? Can we also be more economically secure? And I think Mario Draghi highlighted very clearly in his report that without action, notably on competitiveness, our good performance on green or social will be really at risk. You cannot be successful all in the long term on one or two objectives. You need to really work on all of them. So let's then move to the third part. We know the landscape, we know where we want to land. What is the state of our car? And again, here I think I can refer to the report by Mr. Draghi, which I think made a very convincing, I would say, analysis of the state of European industry and the things that we need to fix in our car if we want to make our road trip a successful one. I will not go through the entire list, but mention a few. There's, of course, the innovation gap. China has caught up and in many ways overtaken us when it comes to science, R&D, and innovation. We lack big technology companies in the EU. They have difficulty scaling up because of a fragmented single market and insufficiently integrated capital markets. We face structurally higher energy prices in the EU. We have a persisting investment gap, and we have seen that we have important strategic dependencies on third countries for several critical raw materials, products, and technologies. However, I want to make one very important point here, and that's the point that we also have strengths in Europe. And for example, in advanced manufacturing, we are still a global, very important player with not only innovation strengths, but also production strengths. And I say this not only because I want to avoid that we all fall into a collective depression at the start of this conference, but I also say this because industrial strategy, it's a mistake to think about it as something that is only meant to address weaknesses. It is very much also about protecting and building on our strengths. Because we are in a bad situation if we depend on somebody for something that we really need, but we will be in a much worse situation if those others do not depend on us like they do today. So that brings me to the final part. We know the landscape, we know where we want to go, we know our point of departure. What is the route that we want to follow? How do we define the right industrial policy in this context? So I could talk, for a very long time about this, but let me simply mention that I think open strategic autonomy, that notion is really critical and important in the way that Europe has been approaching this so far. But what does it really mean, open strategic autonomy? I would say, first of all, the openness means that industrial strategy, although it is often portrayed like this, is not about protectionism. On the contrary, I would say, I think we all realize that if you are dependent on a certain country, the easiest, the cheapest, and the fastest way to solve that dependency is to diversify your imports. And we are doing this in a very intensive pace. For example, in the area of raw materials, we have signed 13 raw material partnerships since June 2021. But yes, strategic autonomy, open strategic autonomy is also about acting autonomously. The Executive Vice President Dombrovskis said it very clearly. He said, yes, we want to work with others as much as we can, but wherever we must, we need to act autonomously. And this is why Europe has put into law that we want to boost European supply chains in areas like chips, clean tech, and raw materials. And I think this is really where economic security and competitiveness, they really come together. If we want businesses to come to Europe or to invest in Europe in building, deploying, and scaling up activities in areas that are critical to our economic security, we need to ensure that we present them with a competitiveness single market, and a single market where they really find a business case for them to invest. And this means addressing the many challenges that we have already talked about. It is addressing our disadvantages in energy cost. It is ensuring access to finance for scaling up. It's addressing emerging problems like the Chinese overcapacities that are increasingly spilling over into our markets. And very importantly, and raised with a lot of attention by President von der Leyen, we need to address the red tape that our companies keep on telling us that is holding us back in terms of reindustrializing Europe. Finally, and I will end on this, European policy doesn't only take place at the level of the EU. A very important part obviously takes place at the level of member states. And I think this is why this conference today is so useful. Because if Portugal invests in strengthening their electricity grids, or like the minister said, in simplifying their licensing procedure, this is first of all good for Portugal, but it's really also about contributing to a more attractive single market, and a single market where businesses find a good place to invest. And I will end with this. I think, so the road trip that I've described is a complex one. The landscape is complex, the destination and the departure point are also complex. So it is really important that we choose the right route to take. And I would say that route is one of targeted, well-defined, but also well-coordinated industrial policies among the EU and among its member states. When we get this right, there is nothing that we cannot achieve, as we have shown, for example, in the scaling up of the vaccines or the decoupling from Russia, which the EU did in a record time. So I will leave it there, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to take those as well, and I pass back to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, an applause. Thank you very much. Quickly, we go forward. Guy Lalanne, Head of Division of Productivity, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, OECD. Please tell us what is new and new waves in industrial policies across OECD that can inspire us. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to be here and excited to share with you this international perspective along with my colleagues Frank and Fuad. I will today speak about the learnings and the experience we had at the OECD working with several of our member countries and non-member economies on measuring, designing, implementing industrial policy. Today, the main message I would like to convey is that industrial policies, even if they've always been there, are currently undergoing significant and structural changes. This means that many countries are now implementing new industrial policies urged by the global challenges we've heard already, without clear possibilities to rely on sound evidence on the effectiveness and the design and the best design of such industrial policies. So this calls for also a massive investment in further building the evidence base to ensure that we learn from the past and the current experiences, both the failures and the successes. So let me perhaps start briefly with explaining what are these main changes in industrial policy. First, the industrial policy narrative is making a powerful comeback. And I say on purpose industrial policy narrative and not industrial policy, because even if they were taboo or put under the bushel for the last decades, most countries have always supported businesses and often chosen specific types of businesses or types of activities. Call it industrial policy or not, this is related. That being said, of course, the challenges are new. Countries need to support the green transition and speed up emissions reduction. They need to ensure the resilience of their supply chain, reduce their dependencies, ensure the inclusiveness of economic growth. We've heard that already. And this calls for new types of industrial policies. And at the same time, we know for a long time the pitfalls of industrial policy, but even if they are still relevant, they do not scare policymakers off anymore or less than before. Take, for instance, the potential negative impact of industrial policies on competition. Well, many studies, including recent OECD work, points to evidence of decreasing competition both in Europe and in the US. Industrial policy are also supposed to focus on incumbents at the expense of new companies. Well, business dynamism is low, too low in Europe, and is decreasing as well. Choosing sectors, choosing technologies is prone to errors. Many would argue that the strategic sectors are dictated by the global challenges we are facing, be it economic security or decarbonization. So I'm not saying that these challenges are not valid anymore. Quite the contrary, they are probably more relevant than ever, but it's probably that the risk of inaction or the opportunity cost of inaction is now perceived as lower than the risk of action or the opportunity cost of action. So in short, even if governments have always implemented industrial policies, they now do it much more openly, and given the recent challenges, the structure and the nature of industrial policies are also changing. Let me now explain what the data tell us about this new wave and these changes in industrial policies. Starting with a short disclaimer, data on industrial policies are very difficult to gather, suffer from a number of limitations and issues linked to definitions, concepts, measures. I will present tomorrow in the technical workshop on a quantifying industrial strategy project that we are undertaking at the OECD, and the numbers I will mention now are from this project. Let me just mention one of the main limitations, because I think it's one which is really important. That I'm going to talk about industrial policy expenditures in the next 5 minutes, but of course, industrial policy is not only about expenditures. Many industrial policies do not entail direct expenditures. So let me focus on some of the important messages of this data collection exercise. First, I should say that industrial policy expenditures are sizable. Industrial policy grants and tax expenditures represent on average 1.4% of GDP in 2021 across the countries we cover in quiz, And on top of that, you should add 0.7% for financial instruments such as loans, guarantees, venture capital, with of course a lot of heterogeneity across countries in terms of the amount spent and the composition of the expenditures. Second important finding, overall we do not find a significant trend in terms of spendings in the period we cover between 2019 and 2022. That being said, we do observe trends in the composition of industrial policies. First, green industrial policies are growing. Second, when we look at the share of what we call non-technology neutral interventions, which means that you make a specific bet on a given technology, well, even if these policies start from a low level, around 1/10 of industrial policy expenditures, they are growing rapidly. We observe a more than 30% growth over the last 3 years of our data. And this is to a large extent driven by the green policy expenditures, because when you have to design policies to support the green transition, you need specific instruments to support green hydrogen, to support carbon capture and storage. Even in renewables, often you have different schemes to support solar or offshore wind. So this raises a number of questions. Large countries, for instance, or the European Union can bet on a portfolio of technologies and hedge against the risk of putting all the eggs in the same basket. But the trade-offs and choices are more difficult for smaller countries. This is not new, but this is made more prominent by the need to decarbonize our economies. Another important thing on green industrial policies, they focus to a large extent on the energy sector, and manufacturing is often forgotten. This is the case in our quiz data covering until 2022, but it's also the case in a recent scan we did of the COVID recovery packages. And these packages contain expenditures until 2030. So this forgotten manufacturing sector effect is likely to remain over the next few years as well. So far I stressed the changes in the composition of industrial policies, but as critics of industrial policies have always warned, there is a lot also of inertia in industrial policies. This means that the majority of our industrial policy spendings can be considered legacy or old industrial policies. A typical example of this is the subsidies to the use of fossil fuels in the transport or the manufacturing sector. Let me take another example. In a country I won't name, they've recently started a new green tax, a new tax allowance on green investment. But they realized that the uptake of this green allowance was very low, for the simple reason that they have also an old general tax allowance, even if slightly less generous, as more generous carry-forward provisions. Just to in fact, this old allowance was cannibalizing the new one. So just to explain that legacy industrial policies can not only be ineffective, but they can also affect the effectiveness of the new industrial policy measures. I took a different example, but of course this is similar to the contradiction between, at the same time, subsidizing green investments and subsidizing fossil fuels. This means that a thorough review is needed, and implementing new industrial policies does not necessarily mean spending more, but it also means spending better. So I haven't spoken yet about industrial policies targeting resilience of supply chains, strategic autonomy, diversification. This is because this represents for the time being a limited amount of spendings in Europe, but of course this might grow in the very near future. I was yesterday in London in an event on semiconductors, and many countries are have in the pipeline important projects in this respect, be it, of course, Germany, but also Spain, Austria, Latin American countries. There is a new wave coming in this respect. Of course, the picture is different in the US with the IRA and the Chips and Science Act. So obviously it's too early to learn from this new wave of industrial policies, and you should organize the same gathering in 2 to 5 years to take stock of this new wave. But this means that a massive investment in the institutional capacities to govern these new policies is required now. And this means evaluation, but not only. Because at this stage, the debate is not on whether to do industrial policy or not, but rather how to design and implement effective industrial policies while limiting their distortions on trade, competition, innovation, business dynamism, and so on. And even if we do have some ideas on what works and what doesn't, this is going to be a heuristic process where governments, international organizations as well, should work to ensure that we are learning by doing, and also that countries are learning from their peers. I will conclude this intervention by just outlining 3 areas where we should collectively focus our efforts in this respect. First, we need to better understand supply chains and the spillovers, negative or positive, channeling through these supply chains. This is absolutely key, not only to understand the weak links in our domestic and global value chains, but also to ensure that our industrial policies target the right companies and do have positive spillovers to other companies and to the rest of the economy. I wanted to mention this here in Lisbon today because Portugal is well placed to analyze these effects, thanks to the excellent data that is gathered on intercompany transactions based on value-added tax records. This is an underestimated and underused resource for industrial policy making. Second, we need to perform more comparative evaluations. Most countries rely on the same toolkit of industrial policy instruments: R&D tax credits, support to renewables, loan programs, venture capital. Let's leverage this diversity of experience to understand in detail what are the specific provisions making these instruments successful or not. And third, we need to learn how to design and implement industrial strategies. So we do have some evidence, even if probably insufficient, on the effectiveness of individual industrial policy instruments. But nowadays, the question is not whether you should implement an R&D tax credit or a grant, whether you should make your tax credit refundable or not. The question is also how you ensure that you put together a strategy of coherent and complementary policy instruments. So it's understanding what are the complementarity and how, from an institutional point of view, you govern this strategy and articulate the interventions of different ministries and government agencies. Last sentence. So we know that industrial policies have long been a taboo. And one of the consequences is that research, but also practice on these topics have been relatively unattractive. So we need now to bridge this knowledge gap and significantly invest at a time where our governments are relying more and more on industrial policies.
We are fighting against the time, but thank you very much for your sharp. Next speaker, Fuad Asanov, a senior economist from IMF, and I would listen from you the perspective of international organizations like yours or WTO on the trendy industrial policies. We are looking implications for global trade as well, and the link between macroeconomic and industrial policy. Please.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. Appreciate the invitation. Of course, these are my own views rather than the views of the IMF, but I'll try to give you also a perspective of where the IMF and other IFIs are in this field. To kind of put it in perspective, industrial policy, of course, is part of kind of big overall idea of how to grow economies, kind of growth narratives. And, you know, these have evolved over time. And we wrote a piece a while ago, kind of crouching beliefs and, you know, hidden biases, using IMF reports as kind of the laboratory to understand how economists think about growth and different ideas. And this, you know, from like early 80s up to the pandemic time, 2019, you get the view that, you know, there was this focus on manufacturing services early on, and then kind of the structural reforms, Washington consensus about privatization, liberalization, and then, you know, what we call kind of the rise of the Washington constellation. You have kind of a myriad of distinct terms, you know, you have productivity, you have inequality, you have a lot of things, you know, competitiveness, all these phrases that are appearing in the discussion. But, you know, if you kind of look at it from the growth theory perspective, growth empirics, you know, when we think about productivity, you know, what drives productivity? Innovation is a big component of it, technology diffusion, export policy, right? These are not discussed as much, right? And with the comeback of industrial policy, maybe there is kind of the focus to focus on these important issues that kind of growth theories and empiricists been looking at for a while. So if we look at why now, I mean, industrial policy actually started, you know, probably dissatisfaction with the free market, you know, from the 2008 great financial crisis. Jobless recovery, the rise of inequality, at least in the US, you had kind of the Main Street versus the Wall Street. So all these issues kind of brought these big social and economic questions into the forefront. A lack of good jobs, right? And at the end, you know, it's not just in advanced countries, but also in many emerging markets, kind of the lack of convergence, importance of diversification of income, and hasn't been happening. So people and policymakers were worried, how do we kind of reignite growth, make growth more inclusive as well. Right? And recent challenges, you know, with the pandemic, you know, the supply chain resilience, and now with kind of geopolitical and economic security issues and left behind regions. So all these things are coming together, right? And this is the new industrial policy, supposedly, that will try to solve all of these problems. And of course, it's not going to be that easy. If you look at papers and reports, you know, from WTO and WEF and IMF, World Bank and others, Global Trade Alert, you look at some of these measures, you know, OECD of course too, you know, Guy and Chiara have been looking at it for quite some time. I think from January 2023, if you look at some of the recent work from the IMF, based on the database Global Trade Alert and others, 4,000 measures, you know, since across 70 countries, kind of new measures in industrial policies. Most objectives cited were kind of strategic competitiveness, climate change, national security, and supply chain resilience, something that we've heard just now. And sectors were kind of dual-use technologies, you know, kind of both civilian and military applications, and high-tech. Medical kind of started falling. It was important, I guess, during the pandemic, but medical goods have been declining in terms of focus sectors. So that's what we kind of see globally out there. Now, one issue, of course, as I mentioned, you know, and it's been brought up and probably will be discussed later on, how do you solve all these different objectives that are out there? And you want to think about not just industrial policy, but other policies, in a way aligned with the general objective of what the state, what the society try to achieve. Right? And kind of as a macroeconomist, you know, we look at macro policies, monetary, fiscal, trade-related issues, financial policies. And then the question is, of course, at the end of the day, what really matters is kind of growth and employment, right? These were kind of the beginnings of some of the quarrels and problems that many citizens faced after the 2008 financial crisis. So, if these were the problems, so how do we address those problems using the tools we have? So objectives become important. So industrial policy, overall, you look at the history, is really at the end of the day about growth policy, creating good jobs and sustaining that kind of growth, sustained growth, sustainable growth with climate change, and of course, inclusive growth, right? So these are important issues and have to be kept in mind, keeping in mind how do you bring macro policies with industrial policies together. But there will be conflicting objectives, and Frank just mentioned it as well. For example, how do you deal with competition and national security, right? Or protectionism and free trade. These are also important questions. There is no easy answer there. One issue, kind of thinking about beyond objectives, is also targeting of sectors. It's very important, part of industrial policy, but of course many economists don't like it. It's really about kind of creating a level playing field, and then you hope that the firms and the market will take care of the rest. And many policies might be relevant for the whole economy, but at the end of the day, not all sectors are alike, and some sectors have higher productivity gains than others. And also some sectors may not need much state support than others. And I'll come back to it in a second. And last thing is related to kind of macro and industrial policy is kind of tools. So exchange rate, right? I mean, may not be relevant much for Portugal here, still in terms of real exchange rate may matter, but for many countries, exchange rate, so in real terms also, is an important part. And there are even papers coming out on this. And, many countries in East Asia have done it, kind of keeping undervalued exchange rate to promote their trade and industries, because it's just one price to control rather than many. In other countries might be much harder, especially in the Eurozone. So the question becomes, which other tools do you have to do it? Capital flows, the same, you cannot constrain capital flows in the open financial account, but these are also important. Which capital flows do you prefer? I mean, all these are macro questions, but they also have implications on industrial policy. Trade, do you protect or not? Do you put tariffs or not? How big the tariffs should be? Is it a good idea? So, I mean, these are the questions that are coming back. And then, of course, big issues, fiscal and monetary policy, right? So what is the purpose of those? And there is a discussion of maybe there should be some kind of focus of what monetary policy does in terms of climate change and so on. And I think in Europe there is more discussion about it and kind of moving forward on these issues than, say, in the US. And fiscal is actually a big thing, especially in the monetary union. That's pretty much one of the biggest policy levers that countries have. But then a lot of this fiscal policy is constrained by a lot of rules and regulations, right? This SGP and Maastricht criteria and this all the new ones that are coming out. And the question becomes, what do you do? How do you deal with fiscal policy, but also support industrial policy? So on a global and kind of bring it to the global perspective. So some of these are national perspective issues, but also on a global level, how do IFIs and other institutions will come into place? So there is a lot of discussion of this, of course, in the IFIs. IMF included. Some recent papers came out earlier this year, IMF policy paper, looking at surveillance. How do you advise countries or how you respond? And I think there are two major issues there. One is how critical it is for macro, the industrial policy within the country, and then you should probably tackle it. And even more important, the cross-border spillovers, right? So how, even if it's a not a big thing in your own country, but may have huge implications on the rest or your neighbors. It has to be taken into account. So these are two of the issues, at least from the perspective of the IMF, how to look at the problem. And kind of keeping free trade. So that's WTO, that's IMF, World Bank, and the IFIs are there to, in a way, promote free trade. And, you know, if you think about the paper we did recently also that came out earlier this year on protectionism, kind of arguing that, well, there are big pitfalls to protectionism, and there are better ways to do industrial policy. Import substitution hasn't worked. It didn't work in the past, at least in Latin America and many other countries, but export promoting type of approach, export promotion does work. And although East Asia in the past did protect their industries while promoting exports, we argue that it's the export promotion part that created the success. So there are ways you can actually promote exports and do industrial policy within this context of open markets and free trade. Important issues to think if all these policies are implemented by different countries, especially in the European Union, you know, won't be there some sort of race to the bottom. But in many of these tech, if you focus on technologies, you know, climate change and green tech, well, maybe it should be a race to the top. So in a way, it might be even better. Economists love competition, and actually industrial policy, in terms of successful industrial policy, has a lot to do with competition. If you look at the successes of East Asia, kind of the paper we did a few years ago, at that time it was the return of the policy that shall not be named. Now it's actually the policy that must be named. So we thought of looking at East Asia, and of course we have experts on that in the audience, Ha-Joon and Antonio, and three kind of key principles, and I think it applies to all the countries, whether advanced or developing. It's really about sophisticated sectors. So the focus, the state support, should be on sophisticated sectors, whether it's electronics, I know, climate change, green tech, clean tech, you name it, you know, AI, industries of the future. You don't have to think it up. We already know what it is, right? So this should be the key support that the state should be providing for. It's not tourism and other stuff. This, leave it to the private sector. You provide public goods, and the rest is going to be done by the private sector. But all the other sectors, where private firms don't go to, where you have a lot of underinvestment, that's where the support is needed. So sophisticated sectors. Second is exports, because it creates competition globally. So it's not just the single market, it's global competition, right? So there's too much focus on the single market. I mean, that's my view. But global competition, at the end of the day, China is not looking at China. They're looking at the whole world. So it's the global competition that really matters. And then it's competition locally, because you don't know which firm will succeed. It's not picking firms, it's picking industries. And then you know that, you know, some firms make it, some firms don't, and then you end up with actually surviving industry, and that's really the key. And the support that you provide comes with strings attached. There is accountability, so it's not open-ended support. And I think at the end of the day, these are the principles that will create this kind of dynamic export sector, kind of fair and inclusive markets, and this is essentially, at the end of the day, technology and innovation policy, and that, or kind of true industrial policy, what we call. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have a big list of questions, but I will avoid all my questions because we are short in time, and I will give the opportunity to the audience to make questions to our three speakers. Please. Mr. Casado. Okay, there is a microphone? Yes. Frank is there.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very single question. Professor Olivier Bonchard and Jean Tirole published last year a very interesting book about what they say it should be the effective impact of digital and sustainability in industrial policy. and of course in the economy as a whole. What is your idea on that, on digital and sustainability in industrial policy?
So, okay, perfect. So I guess the question is, what we mean by digital, right? I mean, everyone talks about digital, and at the end of the day, it may not be clear what do we mean. At the end of the day, if you think about it, you go back to the 90s, it's like the ITC revolution in the US and how it spread, so creation of the new firms, Googles and Amazons and so on. So a lot of it was, kind of in digital sectors. They created a lot of new services and so on. But I think what was important at the time, so it was not just services, that they've created. Underneath that was a lot of investment in equipment and machinery and manufactured goods, right? To all the servers, all the switches, a lot of things, internet equipment, and so this investment that actually probably catapulted a lot of growth and productivity gains in the US in the 90s. We see kind of parallel to that now with AI, right? So I mean, it's a service. You have large language models, okay? It can spit out a summary of some of the PDFs you plug in or some picture that you haven't thought of, it will create for you. But at the end of the day, you want to think of what are the applications of it. And I think it will probably also create a lot of this investment, and it's already happening in cloud services and many other things. Right? So I think if one had to think about industrial policy within this context, is how do you support the manufacturing of it, the underlying equipment and machinery, and how you diffuse that technology to many firms to create productivity gains. And that's what will create growth and jobs.
Thank you. Another question, please present yourself.
Yeah, Ricardo Paz Mamed. We are in a curious situation in which some years ago, many countries wanted to implement policies to promote national industries, and the international institutions were actually trying to convince them not to. And now we are in a situation in which international institutions seem to endorse many industrial policy strategies, whereas many countries seems to be reluctant to do so because they still believe that industrial policy is a bad thing and you should not mess up with the market system. My question is if the institutions you belong to are now actually advising countries to adopt industrial policy measures.
Thank you for your question. So let me give you my personal interpretation of the situation. I'm not sure the international organizations, at least the OECD, endorses or encourages industrial policies and strategies. I would rather say that they are taking a pragmatic stance on at least two aspects. First, ensuring that industrial policies, which represent, as I mentioned during my intervention, a significant amount of taxpayers' money, are, as other types of policies, made effective to reach the objectives the countries are setting themselves. And second aspect is the question of international spillovers. And here, international organizations, as Fuad mentioned during his intervention, are, again, pragmatically willing to understand better what countries are doing and trying to maximize positive spillovers on, let's say, for instance, green technologies, and minimize negative spillovers and subsidy races.
I guess. Yeah, I guess to add to Guy's point, yes, I'm not sure there is kind of the endorsement. I don't think IFIs are at that stage, to endorse. I mean, that's what I see, and my view is, let's see, I mean, it may take time, many IFIs, they're like oil tankers, it takes time for them to change course, it takes a while. But at the same time, if you look at this IMF policy paper that came out in March, which is essentially, it's not institutional view, but it's essentially IMF staff view. Kind of went through a lot of reviews within the IMF and so on. And you see that there are actually points there when, it's fine for the state or for the government policymakers to intervene. And one point is kind of about market failures, right? So this is the device in terms of kind of how economists think about whether the free market is going to provide some sort of optimal or the best equilibrium, or where investment should be and everything else should be. And we know that there are a lot of market failures in the world. Coordination failures. Like say the creation of Airbus, right? The market by itself wouldn't have done it. So it's exactly there, which is fine for the states to intervene. And we knew about this for a long time, but now for some reason it's coming back. And to a large extent, it's driven by some of the issues I've mentioned.
Thank you very much. Sorry. I'm not allowed to have more time because every people is saying close. Profit from the coffee break time to be in contact with our speakers, please. Sorry for that. Thank you very much. A big applause to our speakers.
Agora convidamos todos para uma breve pausa de 10 minutos para café. Retomaremos os trabalhos com o primeiro painel. recomeçamos os trabalhos com o primeiro painel, intitulado Porquê uma nova política industrial para Portugal? A sessão será moderada por Pedro Saraiva, diretor do PlanAPP.
Okay, so good morning or almost good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to this event. It's a pleasure for me as the director of PlanAPP to share this session. I'll start just providing you a little bit of context for those of you that are not familiar with the ongoing project, the IPSA project. That's the acronym for Industrial Policy Strategic Assessment. It's an ongoing project, so it's not the end of the project. We'll still be doing work both in 2024 and 2025. It's a very interesting project also from the perspective of governance, because it's being coordinated at the core by 4 different entities coming from 3 different ministries. And I think we'll see more and more of that happening, and that's a little bit also the role of PlanAPP, making sure that we have public policies that include contributions from different areas of government. The project has 3 different work streams. They're described in this leaflet, so I'm not going into the details. So just for you to understand where we are at the end, almost at the end of the first stage, which brings a look into the architecture for industrial policy in Portugal, and that will soon lead to a report covering just the first work stream, but we asked the team to come up with the final version of the report after this conference so that the report can include some of the opinions and insights provided during the conference. I want to thank not only our partners, the 3 other entities, but all the public agencies that have been contributing, as well as to the teams that do the hard work on a daily basis, as well as to the steering committee. They will be doing additional work tomorrow, and we are delighted to have contributions from different players in Portugal that have been helping to guide us as we go through the project, as well as to all those that have participated in the field work. So the team has been visiting companies, has been talking with different leaders of opinion in Portugal. So I want to thank all those that were available to get interviewed. And that being said, let's move into the discussion of the case for a new industrial policy for Portugal, and I think that could not be a more appropriate time for doing so. For those of you that are old enough, maybe you still remember 30 years ago the Porter report. I was a very young academician at the time, just after completing my PhD in the United States at MIT, so I still remember how that was impactful. It's 30 days after I started my duties as director of PlanAPP, following Paulo Riazafeio. I'm very glad that he is here. Now he's enjoying life, so retired, and I'm actually the 26th is the 30th day, 1 month ahead of in charge of PlanAPP, and all countries are moving. So it's important that Portugal takes that into account. I think nobody mentioned yet the IRA initiative in the US. Lots of you mentioned the Draghi report. It's worthwhile reading. But on top of that, if you look into the composition of the new coming European Commission, there is a vice president in charge of industrial policies and industrial strategy. So that means something as what we can expect also from Brussels, not to mention China. They have the Made in China 2025 guidelines, but they're moving into another approach for the coming decades, which is not any longer just about Made in China, it's about designed and branded by China. So that's a very clear strategic change coming from Asia, and we cannot forget that when we think about industrial policy and the future of industrial policy in Portugal. So thank you so much for all that have been involved, but special thanks to Professor Ha-Joon Chang, I hope I said it right, originally from Korea, but he has been in the UK for many, many years now, and Antonio Andreoni, both of them are professors at the University of London and very well-known international experts in this field. So Professor Chang will be making the presentation, and then he will be followed, and I could not think about a better person to follow you, by Professor Carlos Tavares, who I guess all of us know and respect. He's an economist, a great thinker, and in the past he was the Minister of Economics, as well as in charge of CMVM, and now he is also observing what is happening, writing a lot of very interesting materials, helping SEDS as well, as someone who has lots of experience to give us advice. So I think we have a great speaker, a great discussant, and I hope a not so bad chair. So Professor Chang, the floor is yours.
Yeah, can I control the PowerPoint? Oh, yeah, here, yeah. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone, for coming to this. I, Antonio, and also John Silva, as a team, have been working on this initiative for the last several months, and yeah, we plan to present to you 3 reports. So this is only the first one. Yeah? So this is about the vision, the strategy, the theoretical underpinnings, and so on. And then the next one will be about evaluation and monitoring. And the third report will be on the governance. So this is just the first part. Yeah? Okay, but you know, we named this the first section of the report, if not now, when? Yeah? Named after this famous novel by the Italian writer Primo Levi. Because this is a time when there's a great need for industrial policy, but also great opportunities for it. Yeah? So people have already talked about this earlier, challenges of climate change, digitalization, both of which are leading to deep industrial restructuring. Yeah? This is not just kind of a little bit more of this, a little bit more of that. We are talking about fundamental reorganization of the energy system, huge amount of technological fusion. You know, already 10 years ago, I have a close friend who works for the South Korean car manufacturer Hyundai. And already 10 years ago, he said, I'm not actually sure in what sector our company is anymore. Yeah? Because we used to think of ourselves as a mechanical company. Now more than half of what we do is electronics. Yeah? So are we the electronics company or the mechanical company? And now they are doing a lot of electric cars. So even the engine businesses are now gone more or less. Yeah? So you know, we are living in an age of great technological fusion that forces us to rethink our economy, come up with a new strategy. And yeah, I mean, the commentators have already talked about it, the rise of China, the geopolitical tensions, and you know, the tension with Russia, you know, and the global economy is being reorganized. I mean, of course, this is going to be a long and complicated process. Yeah? We have built this global supply chains over the last 4 decades. Yeah? You cannot change it overnight. Yeah? And still, I mean, at least in the case of the US, the evidence is still patchy, but there is still more offshoring than onshoring. Yeah? So, you know, we don't want to exaggerate the scale of this, but it's definitely changing the global competitive landscape, and small economies like Portugal have to adjust to that. Yeah? But these are not just kind of pressures to change, because all of these changes and other things are opening up the new opportunities. Yeah? So just think about things like technological fusion. These are creating new sectors. Yeah? Think about the energy transition. We are creating a huge amount of the new energy technologies and energy sectors. Yeah? The boundary between manufacturing and services are blurring. Yeah? And some sectors which you thought were kind of dead are now becoming exciting and more relevant. In the Portuguese case, we could talk about the textiles, yeah, which are now incorporating a lot of advanced technologies. You know, agricultural sector. I don't know about the kind of particular products here, but in many agriculture industries, you are now combining this high-tech elements, yeah, computer control feeding and drones and the sensors and, you know. And in the case of Portugal, also the blue economy, the ocean-related sectors is becoming very important because now we realize that we have to draw more resources from the ocean if we are going to make our planet more sustainable. So these are creating all these new sectors, new opportunities, which means that, I mean, especially for the countries like Portugal, which are kind of relatively lower down in the global technological hierarchy, there are new possibilities of moving up, yeah? Going through new windows of opportunity. Yeah? So this is, in a way, quite an exciting time, as well as a difficult time because of all these pressures of energy transition and whatnot. And because of these changes in the global competitive landscapes, if you like, now countries, especially countries like Portugal, have more kind of the possibilities of doing new types of industrial policy, huh? Because I mean, as Guy and others have already pointed out, you know, industrial policy have been always around. I mean, it's not like we invented it in 2009, yeah. But you know, now there's more open discussion. There's more the honesty about what we are doing and not doing. So that opens up more, if you like, a policy space. But more importantly for Portugal, in the EU context, you know, now there's far more funding for industrial policy. The EU has relaxed some of the rules on state aid and other restrictions on the types of industrial policy that you can use. So you have now a lot more money, you know, through all these schemes, you know, Repower Europe, you know, next generation, the EU funds and so on. A lot more money, and not a lot more, but a bit more flexibility in the choice of your policy measures. Yeah? So this is really the time to think about the industrial policy again. Yeah? If not now, when? Yeah? There's never been an occasion that is more suited to rethinking this. Yeah? So we want to present a new framework for industrial policy that is, well, we hope strategic, pragmatic, ambitious, and holistic. Yeah? So let's see how we are conceptualizing this. So before we go into the kind of the details, we have a section clearing up some misunderstandings about the industrial policy. Already, you know, the Fuad, Guy, I mean, even tangentially, the minister have mentioned some of this, so I'm not going to go through all of them. But, you know, the industrial policy is so controversial that we don't even know what it is, yeah? Because if you are talking about monetary policy, you know what you are debating about. Yeah? But industrial policy, some people say, oh, anything that affects the industry should be called industrial policy, which makes the concept meaningless. Others try to define it only in terms of targeting and selective intervention, which is also problematic. So that we need to be clear about what we are discussing. And then the second item is, the industrial policy has always been there. I mean, not just since the end of the Second World War. I mean, more or less since the beginning of capitalism. And yeah, this the idea that industrial policy at least didn't exist in the last few decades of neoliberalism is also completely wrong. Yeah, I used to joke that the Americans, the best industrial policy of the United States is to tell other people that it doesn't have industrial policy. Huh? No, because it has huge industrial policy, only that is called federal research funding, yeah? Through which they have created so many new industries, so many new technological possibilities, and established the country as a leader. But then it tells other countries, oh, we don't have industrial policy, and other countries say, oh yeah, the Americans don't have this, we should also abolish ours. Yeah? No, actually, South Korea did a bit of that in the 1990s, yeah? And then they realized that it's not like that, so they have come back a bit, but Anyway, so these myths need to be cleared up, but I want to talk about a few of these that are a bit more relevant to the current situation in Portugal. This widespread belief that industrial policy is a left-wing policy that is intended to undermine the market system. But I think this is a total misconception, yeah? Because throughout the history, most industrial policies were conducted by right-wing governments, yeah? Including my own South Korean government. Yeah? You try to promote industrial policy in South Korea, some left-wing people will call you a fascist. Yeah? Because it's what the military dictators did. Yeah? Anyway, so I think this, the preconception about this being left-wing or right-wing, I think it's very unproductive. Basically, you have to realize that all policies, including industrial policy, are based on certain type of political coalition. Yeah? Sometimes it's explicit, sometimes it's implicit, but you basically have to ask yourself, what kind of country do we want? What kind of political leaning do we want to have? And yeah, industrial policy can be used for some purposes, but not others. And so we need this kind of open attitude. Also, widespread this view is that industrial policy should be horizontal. I mean, this used to be a very strong position of the European Union, but I think this is rather kind of illusory, because in a world with scarce resources, if you are choosing one policy, however horizontal it may look like, it has that discriminatory effect. Yeah? So people say, oh yeah, R&D policy is a horizontal policy because it supports firms as far as they do R&D. But is it really? Yeah? Because some sectors naturally do more R&D, like pharmaceutical and so on, others don't. Yeah? Even if they are actually quite high-tech, like machine tools. Yeah? Because their technology progresses through incremental innovation, through production experience, rather than, I don't know, some researcher in the lab coming up with some magic ingredient. Yeah? Infrastructure, once you provide, say, the railway system for, I don't know, agriculture exporters or the mineral exporters, you cannot then say, oh, actually the demand for these things are falling, so let's remold this railway into an airport. and move it to another region so that these semiconductor producers can export this more easily. No, you cannot do that. Yeah. So basically, the point that I'm trying to make is that, okay, some policies are more horizontal than others, but there is no such thing as completely horizontal policy other than, I don't know, primary education, I would say. Yeah. So you have to basically be more strategic about where you want to be more horizontal, where you want to be more vertical, and so on. Yeah? Yeah, and then actually I don't have a slide for this because I had to make some choice about what to present. But this thing about anti-competitive nature of industrial policy. Yes, industrial policy very often involves restrictions on competition, but we need to be very sophisticated about this, because competition happens in different ways. Yeah? You can compete with prices or technological innovation, the difference between neoclassical competition and Schumpeterian competition. Yeah? You can think of competition in the short term and in the long term. Yeah? So for example, in Japan, in the 1960s and 70s, the government would actually restrict competition during recession so that companies don't go bankrupt. Yeah? So that when the economy recovers, there are more firms left to compete with each other. Yeah? So you can have a different time horizon. Also, you can have different geographical scope. Yeah? I mean, Airbus is a great example. I mean, in order to create Airbus, the Europeans used a lot of anti-competitive measures. But because of that, we have two companies making these aircraft, not just one company. Yeah? When South Korea was trying to develop its automobile industry, it banned the import of foreign cars for about 20 years and provided huge subsidies to the automobile manufacturers. But in the end, it made the global auto industry more competitive. Yeah? So I'm not saying that one perspective is necessarily better than the other, but we need to think in this multidimensional way. And yeah, finally, this idea that we now live in the post-industrial knowledge economy and manufacturing doesn't matter. This is very, very wrong idea. The services look like they are growing, not entirely, but mainly because it has the lower productivity growth rate than the manufacturing. Yeah? So actually, we are consuming the same or even more manufactured goods. But since their prices have fallen in relative terms much more than the prices of services, we think that we are now living in a non-material way, which is not true. Yeah? And anyway, at the global level, the share of manufacturing, both in terms of output and employment, have been more or less constant since the 1970s. Yeah? So what has been going on is like redistribution of manufacturing activities. Yeah? The importance of manufacturing itself hasn't diminished. And yeah, I mean, another important point is that most high-value services mainly sell to the manufacturing sector. They don't sell to retail customers, and they cannot prosper as a result without a strong manufacturing base. Yeah? Anyway, so we then talk about global mega trends, which we have already talked about. Climate change, digitalization, and deep industrial restructuring, globalization and deglobalization. So I'm going to skip this largely, but yeah, in talking about this, I think we need to pay more attention to the so-called difficult to abate sectors. Yeah? Because if you want to decarbonize the economy, it's not enough to introduce renewable energy. Huh? There are industries where fossil fuels are used for raw materials. Yeah? And without changing these technologies, in the steel industry, chemical industry, fertilizer, cement, the rubber, plastic, other types of metals, you are not going to decarbonize the economy to the extent that you need to. Yeah, I mean, the best example is Germany. It has a very, very high ratio of reliance on renewable energy when it comes to energy generation, but it hasn't decarbonized very much if you look at the whole economy, because it has very high specialization in these difficult to obey sectors. Anyway, yeah, so, rise of China, is becoming the global hub for, especially digital products. And in this context, we are now seeing the attempts by the US and the EU to kind of reduce this the interaction with China, but it's not going to be easy. I mean, China is the major trading partner and investor in with the US and the EU, and this restructuring is happening, but it's not going to happen that quickly. So, for an economy like Portugal, you need to be careful not to assume that now that we don't have anything to do with China, because it's the reality is that is still very, very important. And then, yeah, the changing industrial policy, the landscape, the competition in terms of industrial policy, especially between the US and China, but also with EU. And there's a huge amount of investment made in this battle. But it's not just quantitative, it's, yeah, so this is the Chinese catching up and really overtaking in some areas shown graphically. And there have been also dramatic qualitative changes in industrial policy making. It's not just that they have more money behind the traditional policy schemes. Now there are new schemes emerging and rapidly developing, so that the small open economy like Portugal need to really monitor this trend and adjust to it quickly. And yeah, in the EU context, so much has been happening on the industrial policy front. Yeah, this is just the last 5 years. Yeah, just look at this. I mean, one after another. Yeah, I mean, all these different schemes are involving really the kind of huge amounts of money. Yeah, so I mean, Portugal really needs to understand the changing possibilities, both in terms of resource availability and policy space, and adjust this industrial policy to this. Yeah? And in the last part of my presentation, I'm going to talk about kind of the strategic principles for effective industrial policy that we are going to use in the second and the third part of this report to make a more kind of concrete recommendation about Portugal. Yeah? So this part is divided into two, the why of industrial policy and the how of industrial policy. So the why section basically reviews main arguments behind industrial policy and try to talk about their relevance in the current Portuguese context. Some principles have become less relevant with changes in the international environment and Portugal's internal economy. Others have suddenly become far more relevant than before. So I'm just going to show you this. Don't have time to go through them, and many of them are quite well known. But the how section is, I think, our more original contribution, because people have discussed a lot about, why we need to do industrial policy, but there has been relatively little discussion on how we do it. Yeah? How can we do it better? How can we do it with less resources? Yeah? What do we need in order to do this better, and so on? Yeah? So we talk about the principles of policy design and implementation. So first, we need to discuss the how to target. Yeah. So I already talked about the inevitability of targeting, but we need to discuss how to target. First of all, you need to choose the level of targeting, yeah? Because when you talk about the targeting, you mainly talk in terms of industry or sector. Yeah? So high-tech industries or electronic sector or whatever. Yeah? But if you look at the practices of industrial policy, you see that targeting has been done at many different levels. Yeah? Sometimes it was targeting a certain technology, yeah? Or certain firm even. Yeah? These days, value chains, yeah? Which cannot be neatly fit into this sectoral classification. Yeah? Once you have chosen that, you need to choose which entity to target. So if you say, okay, for this purpose, we need to target firms, yeah? Then how do you choose which firms to support, which firms to close down or whatever? And yeah, there have been quite a lot of methods developed in the last decade or so on, complexity measures and many other things to guide people through this process of choice. But our view is that there's no single correct method. Yeah? I mean, what is correct partly depends on who you are, what you want, and so on. And we suggest that we need to look at different methods together. I mean, this will feed into our second report. Yeah? And most importantly, whatever selection methods you use, they should not be rigidly adhered to. Yeah? Because a truly intelligent selection method cannot be algorithmic. Yeah? Actually, if you when you think about it, I mean, if too many countries use the same selection method, there's a danger of what philosophers call fallacy of composition. Yeah? If everyone chooses the same industries, actually they'll spoil the market. Yeah? So a truly smart industrial policy maker should think, okay, everyone's using this, I'm going to use something else. Yeah? And then this crucial question of designing conditionalities, we will kind of elaborate on this in the third part, but basically we need to design your conditionalities from systemic and long-term points of view, because there are some conditions that might produce quick results, but might actually in the long run undermine the productivity and competitiveness of the economy, because it kind of encourages that quick result, which can be very easily gotten without by not investing, especially in long-term things with long-term return like R&D and training. Yeah? And it has to be system-oriented, because industrial policy, if it's well done, has never been about promoting a particular sector for its own merit. Yeah? I mean, the good industrial policy makers have always situated particular sectors in a bigger strategy. Yeah? So, for example, in the 1980s, South Korea when they were making huge progress in the more advanced industries like shipbuilding and electronics and semiconductors and so on, had a program to promote the textile industry by subsidizing the purchase of advanced machines. Because the industry, even though it was slowly declining, was still the largest owner of foreign exchanges. And for a developing country like South Korea then, without foreign exchanges, you do not develop. Because you need to import more advanced machines and technologies. How do you do that? You need to generate export earning. So even though the sector itself didn't have, by that time, huge merit, the policymakers said we need to, at least for the next decade, support this industry, because without this industry earning more foreign exchange, we cannot develop better industries. So you need that kind of systemic thinking, and also different dimensions of conditionalities need to be considered together, because this conditionality related to eligibility. I mean, who do you have to be eligible for these subsidies? There are conditionalities regarding what the recipient of state support should do, like do research and development, or use the money to buy the physical equipment. And then there are also questions about what it shouldn't do. So, for example, in the IRA in the US, it's not as was not as strongly included as it was originally suggested, but there's a provision that you cannot do the stock buybacks with the subsidies related to IRA, because the companies would get this subsidy and use it to do the stock buybacks. So that we need to consider all these different dimensions, and then we discuss how to match instruments to goals. Usually there are multiple instruments to serve a given goal, so you need to choose which instrument is the best given your circumstances. But then you have to also be innovative about coming up with the functional equivalence. Because the instrument that is theoretically the best may not be politically feasible, may not be feasible because of lack of certain capabilities. And then how do you simulate the effect by coming up with some combination of other instruments that will at least partly compensate for it. And finally, the minister said a few things about this. Fuad made a very strong point about this, but basically we need alignment between different policies so that their effects could be magnified. There are sometimes occasions where you have overlapping policies, different policies trying to do the same things, and then you need to look at them together and say, well, they are all trying to do this. Why are we spreading the effort? Why are we spending more money? We need to streamline this. Some other times these overlapping policies might be actually working at cross purposes. So one industrial policy scheme might be trying to do scale up the promising companies, while there are schemes that encourage the companies to remain small to get more subsidies. So we need to think about this, and then finally we need to work for, if you like, super additionalities. We want the policy instruments not just to add to each other's effect, but create positive synergies. So we need to think about this kind of systemic dimensions. We can look at individual policies and say that yes, this works, this has produced results, but put together are these policies working together to create a positive synergy, or are they like canceling out each other, or even creating some kind of negative feedback loop that actually defeats the whole purpose? Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Chang. And now I'll invite Professor Carlos Tavares to provide his own comments and opinions, taking into account what I'll just share with all of you.
Muito bom dia. Deixem-me fazer uma pequena introdução em português, já passo para o inglês. Primeiro, para agradecer o convite para estar aqui e transmitir algumas das minhas ideias sobre estes temas. Segundo, para saudar esta iniciativa, que eu reputo muito importante, porque temos visto muito debate sobre o curto prazo e muito pouco sobre o médio e longo prazo, e eu espero que esta iniciativa contribua para reposicionar o debate que é tão importante acerca da estrutura da economia portuguesa. E a terceira nota é para saudar a presença do professor Pedro Saraiva como responsável pelo PlanAPP. Os nossos caminhos cruzaram-se há 10 anos atrás, quando eu era presidente da CMVM e ele era um brilhante deputado e foi responsável por uma das mais difíceis tarefas que eu vi, que foi o relatório sobre a comissão de inquérito relativamente a um banco cuja sede era do outro lado da rua, e que foi um relatório muito rigoroso e muito equilibrado, e por isso é com prazer que eu vejo nestas funções, que estou seguro ele desempenhará bem. Now let me skip into English. First, I must say that I have a broad agreement with what the Minister of Economy said here today, and I may say that I will say in poor English what he said in good Portuguese. And I have not also strong disagreements with what Professor Chang just said, so this will not be an argument, but rather some comments trying to follow the advice of Professor Chang on a pragmatic way, on an ambitious way as well, regarding the case of Portugal mostly, and how we can translate this to the Portuguese case. I'll start with a provocative quote, of Charles Schulz, who was former chairman of the White House Council of Economic Advisors, who wrote actually, one thing that most democratic political systems, and especially the American one, cannot do well at all is to make critical choices among firms, municipalities, or regions, determining cold-bloodedly which shall prosper and which shall not. This was written in '83, so we had 40 years after this, and in the meanwhile, much have changed all over the world. Some things for better, others not that much. But also in Europe, for instance, industrial policy has been evolving significantly over the past decade, driven by various global trends such as globalization, climate change, technological shifts, and geopolitical challenges. These factors have shaped the approach European countries take towards strengthening their industrial base and fostering sustainable economic growth. 20 years ago, I used to say by accident, Minister of Economy, and at the time I actually made active industrial policy. For instance, and I picked up a couple of cases, I promoted, or the government promoted, energy sector restructuring, for instance, forcing the unbundling of the networks of transport and distribution of gas, for instance, which was a substantive change in our energy sector. We privatized the pulp and paper company, we fully privatized, in which the most important criteria was not the price, but rather the industrial project that was presented to us by the bidders. And it was probably, sorry for my lack of modesty, one of the most successful privatization cases in Portugal, because it shaped the company and it reshaped the sector as well. And today Portugal is a leader in pulp and paper with a very successful, or several very successful companies. We created the Portuguese investment agency, whose mission was to search and negotiate strong investment projects, preferably in the tradable goods area. So there was an orientation for the investment search. We supported the acquisition of a footwear commercial network in France by a group of Portuguese manufacturing companies. And we have the association, the collaboration between companies that was behind this project. And this morning, Brás Carlos reminded me that the government where I was supported the creation of the nanotechnology, I think it's like this we say in English, nanotechnology center for the textile industry, which is a case of success, I believe, and that also contribute to reshape the competitiveness of the textiles, the traditional sectors in Portugal. So I think instead of debating whether industrial policy is good or bad, or what it is, what it really means, and in Portuguese, I may say that is even more difficult definition, because politically industrial in Portuguese sometimes is confused with manufacturing policy, which is still more puzzling. Instead of debating this, I would prefer to look at it as a subset of the microeconomic policies, because these microeconomic policies are the only ones that the country that belongs to the EMU, to the monetary union, has in its hands. We have not the monetary policy, we have not exchange rate policy, and so on. And as Professor Chang mentioned, every policy action, however horizontal it may look, has discriminatory effects across countries, across sectors and activities that amount to targeting in the end. Given that this is a project for Portugal, as I mentioned, I think we should, following the Professor Chang's advice, a positive, a pragmatic, an ambitious, and an holistic approach. I think I'm quoting correctly what Professor Chang said. And first, the most important here, or the first step, is to agree on the departure point, where we are. This may seem easy, but it's not that easy. I hear some comments saying that, oh, there are a lot of diagnoses, everybody's in agreement with the diagnosis of what Portugal is and needs, and this is not true. There is no agreement on the diagnosis. If you look at every comment from several economists, parties, and so on, there are significant differences about how they look to the departure point. And this is quite important to know. There are some points that I think are not too debatable. That's why I chose them to mention here some issues that characterize what is the Portuguese economy today. In structural terms, first, we have a significant productivity and income gap towards the top countries in the, also with the average, but I think we should stop comparing ourselves with the average. I think we should compare with the best. Because if you compare with the average, you will never reach the top. So we cannot be happy just to be in, but unfortunately we are not even in the average. We have a productivity gap of around 20% or 25% regarding the average, but 40 or 50% regarding the top countries in the European Union. And this is something that we should take as an obsession, the productivity. Second, we have a country with that is characterized by the small size and financial weakness of most companies. That there are a significant percentage of Portuguese companies that are too small and that are too weak in financial terms. Third, we are a country that is not recognized as an innovator. We are very happy because our exports increased substantially, but the fact is that if you look, for instance, at the complexity index of exports by Harvard, we are in a very low position, and the percentage of high-tech exports is around 5 or 6% of our exports. Fourth, we have an overwhelming dominance of the non-tradable goods sectors and tourism in our economy. And this is strange for a small open economy, because, if you add the value added of non-tradable sectors to the tourism, to the value added of tourism, not the expenditure, the tourism expenditure, but the value added, the value added of these sectors represent 85% of the total, which means that the other tradables are just 15% of the total. We have insufficient levels of competition, although, and that was another of the decisions in the government I was part of, we created the competition authority and we had a new competition law, which was a significant step. But although we have a good regulatory system, I think the way it's enforced and the way the competition policy is carried on still needs to be improved. We have, and this is my final point in a high concentration of production, people, and wealth in coastal areas. We have more than 80% of production and population, more than 80% is concentrated in 25% of the territory. And this is a structural problem that we should address. Every government speaks about it, every government has affection towards the interior, but very little has been done actually about that. And this is an important issue for the topic of industrial policy as well. So, knowing the departure point, we should set the priority targets. I think that this diagnosis that I present is my own diagnosis, may allow us to select 3 or 4 targets, and we should not adopt too many targets, otherwise we will lose ourselves among them. First, increase the weight of tradable sectors, manufacturing, mining, services, non-tourism, and also increase the domestic value added and exports. Because we are very happy that exports are around 47% of GDP, and they increased almost 10 points in terms. But the fact that the evolution of value added was not just the same. The value added, the increase in value added of exports was about half of the increase in the volume of exports. And this is important because sometimes we discuss if we should increase exports or substitute imports. No, what we need is to be more efficient and produce more tradable goods, be them to export or be them to sell domestically, because our companies have also lost competitiveness in the domestic market. If you look at the penetration of imports in our market, it has increased very significantly, so which means that our companies are losing market share in their own market. And if they lose share in their own market, they cannot have ambition to gain market share in the other markets that usually are more difficult. Third, increase the scale and the equity. Foster innovation in its different forms. Innovation is not just R&D. It includes, for instance, management, governance, other forms of innovation that must be supported by national and foreign investment, not just for foreign investment, which is important, but national investment is important as well. Third, increase the scale and the equity base of the companies. The minister mentioned that we have companies with financial weakness, and they need to improve the scale and the equity base. And fourth, rebalance the territorial economy, which is strengthening the interior areas. The assumption of these targets should spare the energy of the debate about the direct state intervention in specific sectors and give way to the debate and formulation of coherent and persistent policies aimed at the fulfillment of these targets. So which policy instruments shall we use? For instance, when you take a target like switching the production and investment from the non-tradable to the tradable sector, we face immediately a difficulty because two classic instruments are not available just for us, the exchange rate and the tax discrimination. In the context of the European Monetary Union, these are simply not possible to adopt. Although, and I would like to underline this, the exchange rate may be used and should be used by the European Union as a whole, because the European Union has lost competitiveness by accepting the continuous appreciation of the euro towards the dollar, by keeping interest rates, in my view, too low. I know this is not very popular to say, but the truth is that higher interest rates would increase the European competitiveness and we would favor the good selection of investments. But what is in our hands? As I mentioned, the microeconomic policies. This is why the Minister of Economy, in our case, is the most important one. It's not a finance minister, not independently of the persons, of course, but the main policies that we have, economic policies, are in the hands of the Ministry of Economy. So what should be the instruments in my view? Improve competition and market regulation, particularly in the non-tradable sectors, because one of the reasons why the investments have shifted from the non-tradables, the tradables to the non-tradables, is because the non-tradables have been persistently more profitable. The markups are higher, the prices have risen more rapidly in those sectors, so the entrepreneurs are rational, so they prefer to invest in the non-tradable sector, and this has been seen for the last 25 years or so. Second, reform the tax policy. Of course, this is usually seen as a competence of the Ministry of Finance, but it's important for the companies to have a tax policy aiming at simplification, incentivizing companies' investment growth and capitalization. Support R&D in new sectors and technologies, in line with the EU strategy. Incentivize cooperation among companies, because companies have to grow, but they cannot grow from 1 year to the other. They have to, in the first phase, to associate between themselves in order to create the scale that each one by itself cannot achieve. Third, encourage the non-R&D innovation, I said, management, governance, commercial channels. Encourage FDI for the sake of bringing innovation from others. Of course, we need to innovate, but we cannot expect to be in the frontier of R&D in general. So we have to do what others have done also well, and import innovation through the foreign direct investment, for instance, which is probably the most direct way to do it. And finally, as the Minister said, reduce the cost of doing business in Portugal. This is an horizontal policy, but which favors the most efficient companies. If you reduce the cost of doing business, you will attract the best companies. And I will end by calling the attention for one thing. Don't forget the need for consistency of the policies. As Professor Chang mentioned again, we need that holistic approach because, and I have a few examples of inconsistent policy inconsistency. First, for instance, we keep saying that we need bigger companies, we need to have an increase in the size of companies, but at the same time, you have a progressive corporate tax, which means that if a company grows, they will pay a higher corporate tax than they will pay by keeping small. Second, all the incentives are designed to keep companies small. The structural funds, the financial regulation, for instance, for the sake of capital requirement by banks, if they loan to small and medium companies, they are better treated than if they loan to bigger companies. We keep saying that we need to have companies with a strong equity base, but at the same time, we favor, as most countries do, we favor in tax terms, we favor the indebtedness. The debt has still a privilege towards equity in terms of taxation. I mentioned the case of monetary and exchange rate policy and others, and Pedro is already signaling me that I'm running out of time. I would end by saying that the important thing is that these policies must be conducted with persistence in the medium and long term. You cannot have change in the policies from one year to the other, from one government to the other. Otherwise, from 10 years or 20 years from now, there will be someone here saying exactly the same things that I just said. And so I think it's not difficult to agree on the priorities and on the policy instruments. I think that we need just to agree on how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think we had a wonderful presentation followed by a very nice discussion. And we are competing against the clock. So maybe if you still have, I see you committed to the process. So if you allow us just to have one question, I will invite Professor Chang and Carlos Tavares to join the stage. And I'll do here a very quick auction. So the one that raises the hand the first is the one that will have a chance. Oh, now there was a tie. So we'll just have two questions, and then I'll ask our distinguished panel members to provide a single answer to both of the questions. And I kindly ask you to make short questions so that we have time for lunch. Please.
Okay, I'm Eugenia Pires from Colabor. I also saw as student. And I would like to ask Professor Chang a question. I think the elephant in the room, what is not mentioned about industrial policy, is about labor. We know that World Bank and IMF pedagogy, they always talk about the importance of the predictability of FDI, of suppress red tape, to increase the attraction for FDI. But what we have witnessing in the last 50 years was the flexi-capitalism or flexi-managerialism has led to a precarious labor market. to precarity, and we also have seen that the pseudo for industrial revolution, so the development of ICTs, of digitalization, has led to new business models that basically they rely on precarity. I'm talking about platform economy, or even at agriculture level, the renting. So somehow the capital has found ways to suppress the expenditure in fixed income. So my question basically is, how come we know, and if we are at shop floor level, if we talk with production directors, they tell us how relevant are the predictability of workers. They want workers committed with the production. They don't want to be subject to temporary change of workers. There are a learning process, but actually what we see is this contradiction. For on one hand, we want stable conditions to attract FDI, but on the other hand, we don't want to provide the same for labor markets for workers. So I would like your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll move to Joaquin. I think the microphone is on, I hope. Oh, there is another one coming on the back if needed. Okay, please.
I think it's okay. First, thank you so much, Professor Chang, for a very thoughtful presentation. There is one dimension that actually this morning and now was not kind of really tackled, is that all these industrial policy actions at the end will land somewhere, will be located somewhere, right? So there is a risk that this type of policy actions will have extremely asymmetric impacts in terms of space, geographies, territories. Actually, Dr. Carlos Sarvar sort of mentioned that in his comments. So, in some sense, in order to reap the benefits from these sectoral uniform policies, you need to have something else. For example, I know, just if you allow me a sort of an analogy, when you have a common currency, you need to have some form of compensatory fiscal transfers in order to have an optimal currency area. By the way, in Europe, we have an euro, and it's not really an optimal currency area. But still, so we would need, in terms of industrial policy, something like an optimal industrial policy area in Europe. Otherwise, we may risk introduce a lot of asymmetries, and you know that in Europe, a lot of this kind of political feedback in terms of the territorial disparities is already creating a lot of problems. So, do you see, how do you see this connection between industrial policy and regional policy? I think that's my kind of the bottom line of my question. Thank you.
So then I'll kindly ask each of you for a brief comment to one or the other or both of the questions.
Yeah, thank you for those questions. I think those two are, in a way, related because industrial policy, well, like most other policies, choose between firms, sectors, regions, even different types of workers, and the challenge is how we equitably share the benefits. Yeah? So yeah, there are already mechanisms. You mentioned fiscal transfers. I mean, I don't know what the figure is now at the moment, but I remember seeing this the back of the envelope calculation done by the American economist Barry Eichengreen in the late 90s, showing that if income falls in one of the 50 US states through various federal transfer mechanisms, they'll get back 49 cents. If the same thing happens in one of the EU member states, only 5 cents come back. So, lack of fiscal union is a challenge there. But, the welfare state is another way of sharing the benefits, because when workers choose their jobs, they don't necessarily predict the technological trends of the next 30, 40 years, and they might suddenly find that one's value skills are completely unwanted now, And then the society has to compensate for that worker taking risk because you know, the easiest option for the workers will be just to work as a delivery person. Yeah? I mean, that skill will always be there unless they develop massive robot delivery industry. But how do you encourage our workers to take up more specialized skills? Yeah? And then they need some kind of compensation for that. Regional policy, the EU cohesion fund, and so on. I mean, these are basically ways of sharing the benefits more equally. So yes, I mean, we need all those mechanisms. I mean, simply because yeah, in a way, this is the logic of trickle down. Yeah? I mean, you develop certain sectors, certain regions, certain industries, and then you have to share that. Yeah, I mean, of course, as in general trickle down, you need public policy action to actually share this more equally because there's no automatic trickle down. So you could think about the industrial policy in the same way. And going to the first question more specifically, yes, I think this the strategy of relying on low-quality, cheap workers never pays back. Yeah, in the long run. Yeah? Let me give you a very striking example. You know, if you look at the World Bank data set, you will find that at least according to one definition, the Philippines is the most high-tech economy in the world. Yeah? The share of high-tech products in manufacturing export in the Philippines is something like 65%. Singapore 30%, South Korea 25%, US 20%. You know, despite that, the Philippines has only $3,500 per capita income because what they have been doing is basically to offer this cheap labor to foreign investors, and then they come and they pay the minimum wage, and you know it never developed its own domestic capabilities. Yeah? In contrast, South Korea, even though it started with the worst of the cheap labor industries like toy stuffing, you know, making wigs, you know, making T-shirts in the 1960s, kept investing in the workers, equipped them with more skills, and now the foreign investors come for those skills rather than cheap labor. So, you know, once again, I mean, there's the short-term and long-term trade-off. Yeah? In the short term, it may look very attractive to just kind of offer cheap labor so that you get more investment, but then that way you will never get high-quality investment, so you need to think about that. Yeah?
Just a brief comment about the regional policy. I will start by a Lapalician statement. There are common policies and there are specific country policies. Of course, the country policies have to be framed by the global policies of the European Union. But my point is that the opposite should also be true. I mean, there should be a more strong intervention of member states in the design of the common policies, because most of those common policies have asymmetric effects in across the countries. The way the European Union has tried to compensate this is giving money. This is not probably the best way to do it, and we know what the effect was in some of our sectors, and as agriculture and fisheries and so on. So this interaction and this the formulation of policies with a stronger intervention of the member states in the design of the common policies to minimize those asymmetric effects from the start, and not to compensate them after they occurred. Unfortunately, our country has not many lessons to teach about regional policies, because we have not been able to balance the country in itself.
Okay, so I think this brings to an end the morning part of the conference. I hope you are enjoying it. This means you deserve having lunch as well. Thank you so much for being here. A special word of acknowledgement also for all the staff from PlanAPP and the other entities that helped to put the project together. So I acknowledge Susana, Pedro Gil, who is managing from our side the project, Manuel Esteves, and all the others, because they made this happen. More to come on the afternoon, and we are trying to restart at 2:15, if that's fine with everyone, so that to compensate a little bit for the delay. Sorry for the delay, but it's because of the enthusiasm the topics brought into discussion. So a big round of applause to the team and to the speakers.
Agradecemos as contribuições dos nossos oradores. Faremos agora uma pausa para almoço. Retomaremos às 14h15 com o segundo painel. Aconselhamos que desfrutem da Avenida da Liberdade e arredores, que contém diversas ofertas para esta hora de almoço. Até já! Boa tarde a todos. Damos início ao segundo painel, intitulado Avaliação Estratégica da Política e da Competitividade Industrial em Portugal. O painel será moderado por João Amador, diretor adjunto do Departamento de Estudos Económicos do Banco de Portugal.
Good afternoon, everyone. So after this lunch, now we have an interesting session ahead of us. We are with a slight delay, so we'll try to keep to the schedule for each intervenient now. So you know the title of this session, it's on the screen. And I'll start by just giving the floor to António and João for António will do the presentation. And then I will invite the members of the panel to sit, and then we have a broader discussion together, okay?
Thanks so much for the introduction, and it's my job is going to be much simpler because Mr. Tavares before already set the stage of what is the second part of our work, which is really, using his word, trying to understand and agree on what is the departure point, what is the assessment here. And this is going to be a bit of a double act between myself and João, partially because in setting up the work for this second part of our strategic assessment, we wanted to do two things at the same time. On the one hand, we wanted to be able to provide a new strategic assessment of the industrial competitiveness of Portugal, and we wanted to do that while at the same time trying to understand better what is the industrial policy or industrial policy instruments more broadly that have been used in Portugal, and we will try to assess if they account for an industrial policy in terms of an articulated, aligned set of instruments. In the first part, I will try to provide a bit of background of our competitiveness analysis, because in a sense, this project is very nicely timed with not only the previous attempt, 30 years ago, of the Porter report, but also with the current discussion in the EU and the Draghi report which just came out. And I will try also to bring a bit of set of parameters, diagnostics that we've used just to understand better where the problems are, where the opportunities also are. I will build a bit more also in the third part, if you want, on the opportunity dimension. But we want also to make sure that we reflect on the enormous amount of knowledge, expertise that exists across different stakeholders. We have been conducting over 50 interviews over the last few months, engaging with people in government, businesses, former minister, and so on, which really enriched our analysis and allow us to go beyond a simple quantitative assessment of the competitiveness. And João will continue really, as in the slide, building up towards a more granular understanding of what has been done in the country. Now, let me just say that as a background, this analysis, this strategic assessment, in a way, is really trying to engage with a vexed issue. Competitiveness has been an issue in Portugal over the last 30 years or more. And in a sense, the first assessment which came out through the Porter report pointed out that actually there were both micro and macro issues that were affecting industrial competitiveness. Now, we know that since then things have changed because, as the Draghi report clearly pointed out, what is competitiveness today is not what was 30 years ago. So we need to really reframe our understanding. Interestingly enough, the assessment of the Porter report went ahead few years later, trying to identify, also using several parameters of global competitiveness, typically those that were used in the World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Index, to say that actually Portugal was doing a number of good things on the macro side, but the microeconomics dimensions of competitiveness were, in a sense, those areas where the gaps or the problems were more significant. And when we use different indicators, we can see that over these last 20 years, if we use different indicators, Portugal has been struggling to remain competitive or to gain competitiveness in the international setting. Let me skip the details around the underlying set of indicators that gives us this composite picture around competitiveness, but let me just highlight that when we look at hard evidence on, and this is the chart on the left, on the industrial competitiveness, so the capacity of the country to produce medium high-tech product, increasing value addition, export these products, while there were a number of areas of success, the overall picture shows a quite problematic figure, which I will unpack in the next slide. Now, to understand this competitiveness from the global perspective to the Portuguese and, if you want, its closer neighbor, the OECD and the EU countries, we have tried to unpack what is happening in terms of its structure, the economic structure from the point of view of its sectors, but also the firms and the composition of these firms and their behavior. And also looking at the regional dimension that was mentioned before. Well, as the debate in the 90s said, well, competitiveness, another way to say productivity, is partially true, partially, I think, as you will see later, we believe that there is more than simply looking at productivity. Productivity, in a sense, is a necessary but not sufficient condition to be competitive. And Portugal, in this respect, has gone through a cycle where there was a clear decline, if we look at the average productivity growth for the overall economy, with a significant recovery in the last few years, which has not been necessarily driven or, if you want, similarly supported in the manufacturing sector. So what is behind this productivity gap that was mentioned also by the minister before? First of all, when we look at the sectoral composition and the structure, and we combined both manufacturing and industries, Portugal is below the EU average, and as it was mentioned before, if we look at the tradability of sector, this kind of sectoral composition has big implication in terms of productivity, scope for investment. When we look also at the manufacturing particular sector, and as Ha-Joon mentioned, our manufacturing system extend across several value chains that involve business services. Well, there we see that, again, Portugal is struggling in contributing as an aggregate medium high-tech activities, and also that there is a significant large part of the manufacturing working force that is concentrated in a relatively less productive sector. So around 40% of the workforce in manufacturing is actually working in the 5 lowest productivity sectors. Again, if we look at the businesses that are populating these sectors and activities, we have a clear picture here that will confirm that being small bias that was mentioned already. On the one hand, the fact that Portugal has lots of small, medium enterprises in itself is not the problem. The problem is when lots of these small, medium enterprises, in fact, are micro enterprises. And the problem is when you have very few medium enterprises and when you have even less large players. It's an ecosystem problem. So talking about smallness is not just a firm issue. It's an ecosystem problem. And as a result also of this composition, you have also that lots of these small, small enterprises have also a significant productivity gap when they're compared with other countries where these small, medium enterprises work within more developed industrial ecosystem. If we look at their way of creating value and capturing the value, and we use lots of the actually excellent OECD data on trade value added, the picture is also one where those sectors in which we see larger amount of domestic value addition are not necessarily those where, if you want, Portugal is performing the best. Those sectors in which there is an export value addition are also those where there is more dependence on foreign value addition, and also those in which there is more domestic value addition, that normally comes from larger foreign affiliates, not from necessarily Portuguese companies. Moreover, when we look at what these businesses are doing in terms of their effort towards, if you want, building up their productivity through investment in innovation and R&D, again, we see that Portugal is below the OECD average, and so is actually lagging behind in terms of the business R&D intensity, although it's performing better than other European countries, in particular Southern European countries. What we notice as a striking figure is that actually Portugal has a history of quite generous tax support for R&D. In fact, if you see on the chart on the left, clearly Portugal has been quite generous in terms of compensating or complementing, we have to see, the gap in terms of R&D expenditure. More critically, we have, I just mentioned how being small is a matter of not just firm size, but broader ecosystem. When we look at indicators that capture the extent to which players in the ecosystem are trying to overcome their being small by collaborating more across the ecosystem, again, here we see significant gaps. And these are important issues. All this chart shows you collaboration B2B between businesses, but also B2U, if you want, businesses to universities. Again, this kind of gaps in the articulation linkages in the ecosystem is something that, in fact, was already mentioned in the Porter report, but that consistently have continued persisting over the years. And if we look at few parameters, and in the report we have more analysis, I'm just trying to give you a snapshot of what we are trying to get to here. When we look at specific firms, and in particular their technological and managerial capabilities, again, we see that there is lots of scope for improvement in terms of both take-up of digital technologies, and on the other end, if you want, the broader managerial kind of capabilities that firms, businesses need in order to be competitive. Now, we wanted to also move beyond a picture which actually looks at Portugal as a country and look at also the regional ecosystems. What is happening across different regions in the country? And here we are now in a better position using also models that allow to extract information on export performance, for example, of different regions in the country. And you can see clearly that, first of all, when we look at gross value added by sector and region, Portugal has a quite concentrated industrial manufacturing capacity around a couple of regions, the north and the center. To a certain extent, one of these two regions has some degree of innovation competitiveness when it's compared with the broader EU. And also, these are also the few regions where, when we look at the export basket, are those where we can find significant capacity in medium high-tech, or depends on the classification, products. So the picture here is just to show you the enormous heterogeneity across the region, and when we are going to discuss later on what instruments to use, what kind of industrial policy, for what purposes, for what direction, we need to start really from understanding how industrial policy can, on the one hand, help in leveraging strengths where strengths are, on the other hand also, as the debate towards the end of the morning session suggested, what kind of optimal compensatory measures to put in place so that regions don't fall behind. Now, these kind of analysis, in a sense, get us to a good point in terms of understanding the departure point, but I think is not enough. And this is why we have spent time in really unpacking each one of these indicators and analysis to actually do a deep dive into what is happening specifically in Portugal. And here we have been looking at what we call gaps and traps, and I'll explain why we use this expression. We have done that by engaging different stakeholders, firms, talking with different clusters, business association, and also institutional policymakers and different type of experts. The reason why we wanted to do this analysis was because we wanted to be able to make a link between the current, if you want, industrial policy instruments that are in place and understand the extent to which these are appropriate to the gaps, the problems in competitiveness on the ground. And what we have done has been trying to build up a framework to try to see, in the specific context of Portugal, what are the key competitiveness dimensions that we should look at. Right? The Porter report started with a general idea of what competitiveness is about. And we wanted actually starting looking at what is happening in this country specifically and reconstruct and identify what are the dimensions that we should focus on. So the first thing that we found, that we emphasize, is of course that productivity is key, is central. Productivity and innovation is central for any type of increase in domestic value creation and value addition. But there is a gap between being able to create value and capture the value. Capture the value in the domestic and international market. You can have, and in fact Portugal has, and it's not just Portugal, I'm Italian, I work lots in Italian with Italian firms as well. There are a number of small, medium enterprises which are extremely innovative, which are doing very cutting-edge type of activities, but not necessarily these companies are capturing the value that they are generating. And this is an important dimension to consider. Why is that the case? Well, we identified 4 key dimensions of competitiveness that are really critical for understanding what is happening in Portugal. Some of them have been discussed already this morning, but let me emphasize what comes out from our analysis. First of all, 4 dimensions are related to scale, finance, capabilities, and linkages. For each of these dimensions, we have tried to gather information from the firm themselves and from the different stakeholders around what gaps exist in each of them. But more importantly, what we've been trying to do is to try to understand how gaps in each of these dimensions, when they are combined, create traps. What do I mean with that? If you have a small scale, it's not simply problematic in terms of your capturing economies of scale or being able to operate in specific type of markets or having larger investment in R&D. It's also problematic from the point of view of accessing more finance. And of course, accessing finance can have negative feedback loop on scale because, of course, the financial sector find more difficult to operate with players which are having performances in terms of their competitiveness which is lagging behind. There is also a link between, of course, the way in which finance and capabilities interact. Managerial capabilities, where you can have very sophisticated companies from an engineering point of view, but might not have the kind of business mindset that is required in order to operate in global markets and export, and also access more finance, and so on and so forth. Linkages are very important in terms of the engagement between firms in a B2B setting, but also linkages between firms and universities. And this kind of work, of course, also has identified a number of, if you want, more enabling factor, less related to the specific of the firms, that actually are cross-cutting across the economy, which we think would be important to take into consideration when we look at this translation of value creation and value capture. And here in particular, we've been looking at energy infrastructure, all the environment around IPR and broader issues around regulation and licensing and, if you want, broader business environment. This is basically the overarching framework we've built, and we fed this kind of framework with a number of cases, examples that really go to the core of some of these competitiveness gaps and trying to unpack what traps are emerging. João will continue with the second part on how the policies are or not addressing these gaps and traps.
Well, thank you very much. So I'll proceed, as Antonio said, to take a little bit of a look at this strategic assessment of industrial policy, and here he's in quotes, which is because you can have instruments, but if they might not translate into a coherent policy, okay? And we think that a landmark issue that we have to examine with regards to industrial policy in Portugal is the entrance in the EU. Because before we entered the EU, we had industrial policy, sometimes more coherent, sometimes less. For example, the famous Planos de Fomento during the dictatorship were plans which indicate some sort of intended design. But we've had, over the years, a transformation with the Carnation Revolution and so on, with new social issues emerging that took away attention from these industrial policy activities. We had this evolution, and as we entered the EU, we had these ambivalence that emerged. So, on the one hand, entering the EU allowed us to get access to much more financing and to access also important markets where we can sell our products. The other side of the coin is that by doing so, we sacrifice policy space. So our ability to engage into certain policies with regards to competition, to subsidies, and so on and so forth, are limited by the framework under which we operate. And I'm going to cite here Professor Mira Godinho, which many of you may know is one of our main industrial policy experts in Portugal, which notes exactly this issue with regards to the EU. And he says, in particularly, since the availability of EU cohesion policy funds since the late 1980s has fostered the development of several programs and support mechanisms which aimed at promoting upgrading of the productive fabric and improving productivity in Portuguese industry. So it was said here that we should aim to be the best, and in this case, we cannot say that Portugal has not been the best if you look at the rankings. This gives you the relevance of structural funds that have been absorbed by different countries. And if you look at it in not per capita terms, in terms of the share of the national economy, you realize that Portugal has been one of the main, if not the main recipient in many financial frameworks of structural funds. And when we look at the share of these funds that have been allocated to competitiveness, they have been extremely relevant. So arguably, we can say that maybe it has not been the lack of money that has been the cause of our lack of competitiveness, because when we look at the share of funds that have been allocated to these things, it has actually been very significant. And here we can see also how we keep on receiving this one. The previous image was for previous years, but here we can see how European funds keep on being very relevant for the Portuguese economy. So these programs over the years, they have been materialized in a variety of instruments, and it would be impossible to talk about the Portuguese economy without talking about PEDIP. Okay, which we had the privilege to interview Professor Mira Amaral, Engineer Mira Amaral, for this study, which was Ministry of Industry and Energy when this was taking place. And PEDIP was kind of the landmark program that started this variety of schemes which support various sets of instruments, right? So they include, for example, support schemes for investment, support schemes for quality improvement, support for technological centers, and so on. And when we look at some of these schemes, for example, the ones for productive innovation, we realize the remarkable stability that has existed over the years. So for 30 years now, Portuguese companies have been able to access a huge amount of funds to actually do productive innovations in terms of buying machinery, for example. And when you look at the assessments, the evaluations that have been done of these programs, one of the interesting things that you see is that actually the assessments have been generally quite positive. So if we have this issue of our competitiveness has not improved really a lot, we have all these programs to support innovation and competitiveness, they are positively assessed, we have to ask ourselves what has gone wrong. And this is what we intend to do and not only a little bit here, but also in the next parts of this program with regard to what are we really evaluating. So going back to the recent past, we have a huge amount of funds coming to Portugal with the RRP and the Portugal 2030, and this has been guided by this Strategy 2030, which has these core 4 agendas, which I'm not going to go into detail. But basically, when we look at the tremendous amount of funds that has entered Portugal, again, we are benefiting from very significant amounts of funds. And talking about alignment, what this graph shows you is how these funds, they are integrated with this strategy that Portugal has and how they aim to address different agendas. So now for the most relevant part, which is the instruments. Here we have a matrix that shows you how we position different industries in a matrix with regards both to the level of policy, the level of action that they are targeting, and also the industrial policy domain that they are targeting. For example, productive innovation, R&D, investment in machinery, and so on. And we decided to focus on this first part of the work in the more relevant instruments in terms of the quantum of funds. And here we can see this has been, for those who are in Portugal, all of you have heard about Inovação Produtiva, which has been at the core of productive innovation in Portugal, for example, for the purchase of machinery, and also some tax incentives, which have been quite important, the very famous CFID, but also RFIA, and which together count for the most of these support that we give in these instruments of industrial policy that we have in Portugal. And so, because I'm running short of time, I'm just going to talk about some principles that we examine with regards to these funds and the things that Dr. Chang presented in the first part of the presentation, with regards to conditionality, eligibility, and so on. And we see that there are various issues regarding these programs. For example, we see that delays are very common, and this has an impact in the way in which firms plan their investments. We also see that these programs tend to be overly generalistic and are quite easy to access, so there are very little, the eligibility criteria are quite weak. And in terms of performance, the performance they demand from companies, they are actually also quite weak. And so we see that this general idea of conditionality and on creating programs that try to make firms behave in a certain way, these probably are not the principles that have been followed in these specific instruments. But to go a little bit deeper into this, I'm just going to jump here to CFID, which is, as you know, to give you a more concrete example, which is, for those who don't know, the tax benefit for R&D. And one of the issues that you see with CFID is, for example, it gives you an extra benefit not if you produce results on R&D, but if you actually spend more on R&D. And this is not the exact thing that you want to target, right? If a company keeps over and over again investing on R&D and it doesn't produce anything, do we really want to keep on focusing on this firm? Or we want to focus on the firms that spending less on R&D actually create better results? And this is the kind of things that we have been addressing. I would love to, but the chair is looking at me terribly now. But like, I would love to go into detail into these different schemes, because we actually went into depth into all of these schemes. But I can't. But here is the core message. You know, we have a problem of conditionality, of lack of selection or in prioritization, and that's one of the things that we expect to address in this project. And to finalize, just a note on the agendas, because it's inevitable to actually look at these issues and not address the agendas, that from our preliminary assessment, and again, this is an assessment of principles, that the agendas have actually had, in some cases, a pioneering effect in generating these new collaborations between firms, which are essential in our country. As we know, we have very low levels of collaboration. At the same time, we also see the relevance of large firms within this landscape. Large firms within these agendas play an important role in being catalyzers of different activities. And another issue that we also address in the agenda is that they actually play a critical role in aggregating funds, because one of the things that you see in these schemes is often funds are very, spread, and this has an impact, has implications for the impact which they can have more broadly. And so this is my final slide. I leave you here with our thank you.
So thank you so much, Antonio and João, for this very interesting presentation. Now let's go for the second part of the session. I will ask the members of the panel to sit here with me. Vitor Abreu, CEO of Indutex, please. Then João Sergeira, colleague from Universidade do Minho, and Isabel Horta Correia from Catholic and former colleague of mine at the Bank of Portugal. So we have many things to discuss, probably much more than the time available. So I would suggest the following model. Each of the panelists would have 8 minutes to comment. If you are efficient and you don't use it, then we can take a second round. Maybe I'm being optimistic if interventions in the panel. But definitely then we need 15 minutes for questions from the audience. That's really important. So I will abstain from saying anything from my side, apart from, I mean, always this sense of difficulty when we deal with this so complex topic of competitiveness. And Antonio was always mentioning that it's hard to know what is the driver and what is basically the outcome of competitiveness. And if we basically have this foggy situation where we don't know what causes what, then we are always struggling. Okay, so this is something that we have been discussing a lot, so we will not find a solution for this problem here. So I will ask Vitor Abreu to start with its intervention. 8 minutes, please.
Hello, good afternoon. I am the CEO of Indutex. Indutex is an industrial group, a family group that started 54 years ago. We are in industrial textiles. More recently, we diversified into hotels and real estate, but I think my main role here is to talk about my experience with textiles. Industrial textiles and how it affects the industry, how it affects our day-to-day activity. I'm not going to talk about macroeconomics. People much more qualified than I have already done that. I'm just going to try to talk about my experience as the recipient, as the company itself, and how we feel affected, not so much by Portuguese industrial policy, but more about EC industrial policy. Because I think that is much more relevant in our day-to-day activities than, the specific Portuguese intervention. In the panel that this morning I saw, first the Minister of Economy made a comment that I was going to address in terms of large companies and the fear that we have that companies are large and how it affects, for me, the development of the industry. I think it's a big mistake to attack large companies, limiting their intervention. Of course, everyone must be controlled, but I think that is very important if large companies are treated at least as equal as anyone else. Second thing, I think it's very important as well that we recognize if we have done anything wrong. And I saw the commissioner or the representative of the European Commission talking about electrical cars and the dependency on the raw materials. And I fully agree with that, but it surprises me. And once I wanted to make a question to him, unfortunately it was too late and the time was limited, but I wanted to ask him if it is logical that we are discussing this now, if we should not have discussed it in advance, when we discuss about, you know, electrical transition, electrical cars, 2035 is the limit for internal combustion engines, if we should not put on the table as well, what were the implications, what were the consequences of that? You know, were we going to be self-sustainable in that respect? Were we going to be dependent on someone else? What kind of a dependency? And for me, it's exactly this kind of lack of analysis and lack of consequences that also affects my you know, textile industry. People throw all kinds of rules outside, you know, and most of the people that make these kind of rules and regulations, I don't think they understand their consequences. And, you know, no one talks about price competitiveness. And by price, I don't mean that we have to be the cheapest company in the world. Nothing to do with that. We can set our own rules, but at least we must have a level playing field. If we have special rules, we have to guarantee that our industries inside our, you know, geographical area can compete in the same terms as anyone wanting to sell in our own space. Otherwise, it's very difficult to compete. You know, we are not NVIDIA, we are not the makers of us and Peak. As much R&D, and the people that know us know that we do, as much R&D that we make, there is still a price discussion, there is still a price level, and people have to understand sometimes, you know, what does that mean in our competitiveness? A company that is not competitive will go bankrupt. I mean, and I don't think that sometimes we give enough care and attention to that respect. You know, for me, these electrical cars, and I drive an electrical car, a European brand, but the electrical cars, we have to understand as well, you know, what kind of dependence we are going to make. For me, it's almost like saying that, you know, the wine producers must start making bottle lids with bamboo instead of cork. I mean, what are the consequences of doing that? You know, for me, it's a very important aspect that I think it really affects us on day-to-day activities. You know, when I go from the office, from my home to the office, I see, you know, we are in a textile environment, and I see a lot of textile companies sending goods to Morocco to be made up, to be confectioned. Everyone knows that our labor costs are no longer, you know, competitive in some areas. But when the goods come back into Europe, do they pay any duties to come in? No. Why not? I mean, again, you know, it's macroeconomy and other things compensate on that. But how long it will take for the whole industry to relocate outside because of this lack of competitiveness or because of this lack of compensation schemes when we are competing in the industry? The final topic I would like to address is the lack of control that we do in our regulations, let's say. You know, people sometimes are more worried about controlling ourselves, our own industries, than controlling what comes into the country. You know, I have read, and I think a lot of you have read as well, Shein and Temu, I think was in Korea, that people made some kind of analysis on many products from Shein and Temu, and a lot of them did not respect the health standards that we implement. I would, you know, imagine that immediately someone in Europe would start doing the same thing. But no, I mean, I'm sure that if it was, maybe I'm being, you know, over dramatic on that, but maybe if it was an internal European company subject under that rumor or that news, immediately there would be an inspection, everything. Nothing happens. And for me, as a recipient and as an industrialist in Europe, That's my main criticism, is that I think we are more demanding on our own than on the imports that we have compete with our own industries.
Thank you very much. Now it's your turn, João.
So good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for the invitation to comment to this particular interesting issue. So I would like to stress 3 topics that I think are crucial for the success of industrial policy. So the first one, Joaquim Martins have talked in the morning previously, is that the place matters for industrial policy. So industrial policy is nothing, it can be done at just the macroeconomic level and waiting like a rain to spread around the territory. And the factors is that at the territorial level, we have some key production factors that are location specific. So the first ones are the hard ones, like transport infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, like in Portugal, still not covering a large part of the territory, mainly in inland. But then we have the intangible factors, like knowledge spillovers. We know that knowledge spillovers are located, particularly the tacit knowledge that's spread around firms that share the same type of technology. And this is particularly relevant when you look for the success of textile industry in Portugal, and this recovering of those industries that pass lots of crises during the last 40 years. But in every crisis, we saw in the news, textiles in Portugal will be dead in the next 5 years. And we do always observe, and Brás Costa is here laughing, is that we always observe a recovering for a higher level of quality and a high level in terms of value added. So, and one key here is that the local relationship between small and firms and the knowledge that is embedded not only in the entrepreneurs, but also in the human capital, in the workers that are there. And workers and labor is typical, well, it's somehow a mobile factor, but is the main located factor that is important also to attract the industries that we want to attract for. So this is the first thing. The role of agglomeration economies in Portugal are relevant. There are many studies on that show an increase in productivity due to agglomeration economies. The second thing is that also in terms of location, environment rules are more and more important, namely zoning for location of the particular industrial facilities. So rules and regulations are place-based, and that's why it could be important for some territories to attract some type of firms if they have at least the facilities to licensing new facilities and so on. And second, why place is important for labor. And it's important for labor in different aspects. The first is the role of amenities and the housing markets. So we have cities in Portugal that are much more competitive in terms of attracting talent and knowledge and high qualified human capital because they have amenities, and the housing market works much better than in other cities. One example is Braga, so where University of Minho is placed. So it's a city that changes the type of sectoral activities and industrial activities to a high-level activities, more focused in health products, in digital products, and one reason is that because it's a cheap city comparing to Lisbon or to Porto. So housing market is important. So what I put here an emphasis on local policies as well, not only at the regional level, but also the local policies. Then the second topic is the importance of human capital policies. So we saw some graphs here concerning the level of education of managers. We didn't saw any graph concerning the level of education of the general workforce in Portugal. And we know more or less 1/2 of the workforce in Portugal didn't achieve the minimum, which is the high school level. So we have huge drawback concerning this. So in terms of the supply side of labor market, so we have this problem of education and training, but also we have to connect industrial policy with policies to attract talent and now the emergent migrant policies. So we cannot dream to have very high-tech industries if we cannot attract engineers, if we cannot attract talent to those industries. So migration is important, not also, of course, not also for high-skilled individuals, but you are talking about industry for shop floor workers. And one of the problems particularly in textiles, in metal working as well, is the problem of finding the people for the shop floor, and then you need a migration policy that is connected, of course, with local policies. Now, and the second topic is how we can connect industrial policy with social policy. And social instruments at the production level are also relevant. When I'm talking about instruments that have connection with social policy, I mean labor regulations, wage regulations, so all the rules that affect workers' well-being and affect the production as well. So I just finished to read the last book by David Acemoglu, The Power of the Progress, and he makes a strong link between the type of progress and the type of social outcomes that you can achieve. And it's also dependent on the choices that we make. And this is an important issue, I guess, in order to have a positive circularity between the social outcomes, so for the people accept the policy, and to make the policy a national goal, not a goal for a specific sector or for a specific branch of people. So to be a national goal, to be adapted for the majority of population. So the fruits of the policy should be also transferred to a larger share of population. That can be made not only for the traditional redistributive policies, but also inside the firms. And yeah, this is the three topics that I would like to stress. Thank you.
Thank you, João. Perfect timing, many interesting ideas. Now, Isabel.
Okay, so thanks for the organizers to invite me. So I will be even broader than João just is, and let me use the discussion to talk about some issues that maybe are more related with this morning's session, but contaminate the one in today. And I think one very important question we should ask is why we want to do industrial policy. It should be very clear why we want it. So there's a strong consensus that there's an economic rationale to internalize externalities, whatever we mean by it. But this is not enough when we want to start designing a package like the one that is being proposed here. So we should be very clear about the objectives. What are the objectives? What we want to achieve? And in principle, people say, well, this is sustainable growth. This is a pleonasm in terms, because growth is always sustainable, should be. Or it's productivity, increases in productivity, as we already saw here discussed. But I guess that these days, we have to include more objectives to these ones. And usually people talk about inclusive growth, as we also saw. And we talk about environmental objectives to decarbonize the economy. So we have to join what are the objectives that we really want to aim with this particular package. And it should be very clear what we want. And I think that it's a bit unfortunate that when we use the word competitiveness, we start not being very clear about what we are talking about. So this term is still very much connected with the old zero-sum type of game, where we want to gain market share, we want to achieve surplus in the current account, we want to pick national champions. So this is not a national policy. So this is something that will be a good decision if you want to give an orientation to private investors. But I don't think this is what we aim when we talk about a national industrial policy. So I think that it should be very clear. And we want to start to be clear, then we also want to be clear about we want to use the qualificative of industrial in the policy. So it's natural to think that because modern growth it was very much driven by industrialization, that when we think about an economy that is promoting growth, inclusive growth, whatever we want to call it in addition, we want to talk about industrialization of some type. But we have to be careful in terms of the diagnosis of this type of growth. So we know that this development of the manufacturing sector was together with a strong concentration of industries that are capital, skill, and technology intensives. So this was the type of growth that we observe. Okay, and we also can see that this type of sectors and firms, together with this characterization of technologies, they are the ones that have a decline in the employment share in the sector or in the economy as a whole. So this globalization also play a role. I will not have time to talk about this today. So we have these two sides of the same coin, okay? So these labor-saving technologies, they drive growth, but they also have a huge impact in the amount of labor that was feasible to be absorbed in this type of firms. So they present in this last presentation something that is almost a tautology. So when you look to firms that have a low value added per worker, these are the firms that have a low intensity in capital and technology and skills, and they are the ones that have a larger share of the employment in the economy or in the sector. But this is by definition. This is like it has to be. So there's no other way. Okay? So it's very difficult to understand that if you want to defend growth and inclusive growth, we will continue to promote the intensification of this type of pattern. So I want to be a bit stronger in my opinion, saying that if you want to do something that is really effective in terms of growth and inclusive growth, we should look exactly to the other side of the economy. And we see that this has been true, and people are talking about this to developed countries, to developing, and Portugal is for sure one country where we can make this case. So what we have seen in the last decades is that it's very difficult to retain talent in Portugal, so we are not able to give jobs for them good enough. And it has not been possible to increase the average wage in the economy, meaning that we are not able to improve the qualification and the productivity of those that are in the very low value added of our economy. And if we want to do something to solve this, that seems to essential problems to grow and to grow in an inclusive way, we have to deviate in terms of what is the target, okay? So I see that if you start thinking about we should create good jobs, and good jobs, maybe we are not able to have good enough to retain the very skilled ones. Maybe this is a discussion that you have to take in our society. Maybe we have to give up this type of talent. Then we have to really redirect to those that have very low skills and to understand how a type of industrial policy with the same type of instruments that before were trying to improve those very technological intensive activities now can gain the productivity of these very low sectors. What are these sectors? In Portugal, the one that is always people will claim first is tourism. So every activity that is giving services to tourism, we know that the large majority is a very low-skilled type of activity. How can we really make that people that work in these sectors are becoming much more productive? Then it's everything that is related to, Portugal is getting an old country. So everything that is connected with long-term care, home care. So these are things that we don't observe now. We already start observing, but we know that will be the near future in Portugal. These are places where labor is very, very badly paid. Services are not very good. What will be the huge difference to the economy if you are able to improve with technological advances these type of sectors? This will have a huge improvement in terms of the growth in the economy and in terms of the inclusive growth of the economy. If you want to talk about regional, again, this will be the way to go. So we have to forget that we are talking about industrial policy that will be able to improve a particular share of the economy, a particular type of jobs and people, and then we have some fiscal policy that will redistribute. This is nonsense. So we know that these people are very mobile these days. We'll never be able to tax them after they gain the large share of the pie. So you really have to do policies that in the first impact, they are able to achieve growth, an inclusive growth, both in terms of inequality of across people, across regions, and across sectors. And I think that we really have to think broader when you talk about industrial policy.
Thank you very much, Isabel, for the nice ideas and for coming back with the conceptual aspects, which are key. So now we go for questions from the audience. So I suggest this. We should be collecting probably 3. I ask you to say your name and also to identify to whom is your question directed, okay? Either the presenters or and someone in the panel or all of us, okay? So let's collect 3 and then we go along, okay? 3 questions. I see you.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah, it works. Okay, my name is Diogo Machado, and my question is addressed to the authors. Maybe if you also want to comment, feel free. I wanted to make a couple of remarks regarding your diagnosis and ask a couple of questions. The first would be, we have seen that in the last decades, the instruments of industrial policy in Portugal have been focused mostly on supply side, giving companies funds, namely European funds, and also tax breaks. And I wanted to ask, in a country where there's a lack of managerial capabilities, technological take-up, as you've spoken, what is the role, in your opinion, of an approach that's more based on the learning, on passing knowledge to the companies, and what is the role of the public sector in doing that? Maybe that's an aspect that's been lacking in the industrial policy of Portugal, and I wanted to know what would be the role it had in your proposal. Then my second question was about state bureaucracy. So we know that in the East Asian experience, the cohesion and...
Sorry, maybe we should just, for one question each time, okay? Please, so that we have more people intervening and then we have a second round. You can take your second question.
Okay, can I just finish this question? Is it,
okay, no, just the second one, be very, very short.
Yeah, I'll be very short. So we know that in these countries where we had successful industrial policies, there was a very coherent state bureaucracy. That is not the case in Portugal. There's a lot of duplicated institutes, unclear responsibilities. So what would also be the role of this in your proposal? And I'll save the other questions for next round if it's possible.
Thank you, Diogo. Other questions just beside you?
My name is Diogo Duarte Silva. My question is directed to Professor João and Professor Andreoni. Given that in an historical context and given the history of industrial policy in countries like the East Asian experience, and even in European countries such as Norway, Germany, Finland, those countries used a lot of state-owned enterprises to kickstart a lot of industries, and they extensively use SOEs in their industrial policies. So my question would be, given that one of the problems that you mentioned was that Portugal has basically a microcosm of really small number of large firms, and is relying a lot on the economy mostly built around small and medium enterprises. What could be the role of state-owned enterprises, for example, for joint ventures or for infant industries? What role could a state-owned enterprise have as it has had in other experiences in industrial policy? Because we talked a lot, we've heard a lot about private companies today, but given the historical experience, shouldn't we also be talking about that?
Okay, thank you. Third question on the left side of the room, maybe? No? No other questions yet? So maybe you have already something.
Yeah, I can actually start.
And the others could keep on thinking about questions.
I think I'll start with the supply side, demand side. I think you have interestingly, two aspects of the demand, both the intermediate demand, B2B, and the broader demand. We know that, and you notice that in our mapping of policies, we'll discuss more later as well, we also have a demand side aspect. We know that procurement has a specific framework in the European Union, which has constrained to a certain extent certain type of strategic activities around developmental procurement. On the other end, there are also provisions in the procurement law that allows to have functional procurement and forms of procurement that are very much tailored towards, if you want, promoting innovation. For those who don't know, functional procurement is not procuring goods, but procuring solutions to specific problems. And normally, countries who have used these provisions are able to, if you want, to promote local firms and ecosystem because they are more in line. They are not simply providing a cheap product, right? They are competing more in understanding the specific context. They can better provide solution to the problem in the context. Of course, using this kind of provisions is more difficult. So this links with your second part of the question around state capacity, because very often the policy space has not been fully used because using some of these instruments is much more difficult from the state and the implementation or procurement agencies' point of view. So this problem of the demand side, it's very much central, and we will touch upon that later. On the supply side and the knowledge transfer, I try to emphasize this issue that when we look across Europe, successful industrial ecosystems are never made only of big firm or small firm or medium firm. Is the ecosystem, is the way in which they are articulated along value chains and along different interstices of value chains. Many of these firms, exactly because the boundaries between sectors are blurring, they might operate within specific verticals and providing specialist contracting services for firms in other sectors. I work a lot on medical device, who used to work with automotive and eventually move in other, advanced material and other sectors. So these are the ecosystems where knowledge, your knowledge transfer point is important. But this is something that has to develop in an organic way. So industrial policy is accompanying a process and steering a process and nudging a process that favor that kind of organic development of these capabilities and this kind of opportunity for innovative restructuring of these sector and activities. Joe, would you like to touch on the state-owned or the... I think on the state-owned side, I think this goes back to the problem of coordination, right? So the reason why I think clearly Ha-Joon emphasized in the first part that it's critical to have a strategy to anchor different decisions, and I completely share your point around locality, right? Ecosystems are not up in the air. They are very much anchored to specific companies, institutions, ways in which the history has created that, accumulated these capacities. Of course, in countries where you have lots of small firms, these small firms might actually be innovative by themselves, but might not be able to make these decisions that are strategic for the ecosystem. So normally rich ecosystems have companies who have quite strong relationship with a supply base, which is specialized, with whom they have a special relationship of transfer of technologies, transfer of skills development. In many cases, across Europe, small, medium enterprises, especially in the 80s and 90s, were created by large firms who were encouraging some of their workforce to actually build up these small, medium suppliers in the same locality. In a country where you don't have that, naturally, of course, you can try to see what kind of role other players with similar size, with similar characteristics, they can potentially play. And the problem is that lots of state-owned enterprises, ideally, if you have a successful, and we have across Europe, successful state-owned enterprises, the largest microelectronic companies, ST, is still controlled between the France and Italian state. There are big players where, big sectors where big players have emerged as state-owned enterprises, but many of them have operated in a global setting with we go back to the point of lots of competitive pressure, right? They managed to survive this competitive pressure and develop very specific capabilities. And the governments have been able to steer their relationship with the local ecosystem using different mechanisms. It's not necessarily the traditional ownership. As you know, there has been a revamp of use of golden shares and other type of instruments to exercise strategic control over these players and link their activities to actually nurturing the ecosystem and the local investment. I'll stop there. Yeah, please.
No, I have a quick comment to make on the issue of state capacity. First of all, it's something that you build. Yeah? I mean, it's not as if Japan, Korea, these countries had somehow miraculously inherited super bureaucracy and did it. Just to remind you, until the late 1960s, the World Bank was giving money to the South Korean government to send people to Pakistan and the Philippines to learn the economic policy. Yeah? So we started with a very low capacity. It was built. Yeah? And secondly, there's also learning by doing. Yeah? As you do these policies, you acquire capabilities. Yeah? So the usual recommendation, especially to developing countries, is you don't have capacity, just don't do it. Yeah? That way you will never develop. Yeah? Because you have to invest and then you have to learn. Yeah? So there's the kind of the answer based on the actual examples of Korea. Yeah?
Okay, so I was looking at the organizers. For the sake of keeping the schedule broadly under control, we probably stop here this session. We have a coffee break. We can all, of course, keep on discussing in the coffee break. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Thank you.
É tempo agora para uma pausa, para café. Retomaremos dentro de 10 minutos com o terceiro painel. Agradecemos uma vez mais a vossa presença e participação. Retomamos agora com o terceiro painel, um novo quadro estratégico de política industrial para Portugal. A moderação estará a cargo de Joana Almodóvar, diretora do GE.
Muito boa tarde, good afternoon. We are now entering the third and last panel directly related to the project we've been presenting today. There will still be a policy roundtable where my colleague José Azevedo Pereira will moderate the policy-making perspective. But this third panel, as I was saying, after looking at why having an industrial policy, the diagnosis of the industrial policy in Portugal, we are now having a forward-looking perspective and actually analyze a new strategic industrial policy framework in Portugal. For this panel, in the next 25 minutes, Ha-Joon and António will be presenting their ongoing work. I should say about this project and congratulate again all my colleagues that have been organizing this project and also the international experts. This is the first event where we're actually enlarging the discussion and opening to anyone who wants to participate. So our international experts and also João, as a local expert, have been interviewing individually people from academia, from companies, from industrial associations. But this moment today is very important for us to get an additional feedback and hopefully from this networking to get additional contacts for more detailed contributions. So this is important for us, in public administration, surely for the Portuguese government. And it's not a closed document. And as you see, there's no, physical document being shared today because we're discussing and we want to listen and get contributions. So as I was saying, Ha-Joon and António will present this next set of slides related to the strategic framework in Portugal. And then there will be a space for discussants. So our colleague Miguel Faria Castro, who is joining us online, will have some points to highlight. He's an economic advisor from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. And unfortunately, Armindo Monteiro, the president of the Business Confederation of Portugal, couldn't join us due to a last-minute event. So hopefully the good news is that we will have an additional time for Q&A with the audience. So without further ado, Ha-Joon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So having discussed various changes in the world that has made industrial policy more necessary and more feasible, and having discussed the principles that we are using in order to build a new policy framework, we looked at the current state of the Portuguese economy and have diagnosed some issues. So in this third part of the report, we are presenting a new strategic framework for industrial policy in Portugal. So in this session, we kind of started by saying, if not now, when? So now is if now, how? Yeah, because it's one thing to say that you need these things. It's another to say how you do it. So we are approaching this in 4 steps. So first of all, we need to change the mindset behind industrial policy in Portugal. We need to look at things differently, consider more kind of the points of view than what are usually discussed, and then do some deep dive to identify problems in new ways. And then we will build kind of a suite of measures that are, well, hopefully proactive, adaptive, and responsive, not kind of just the policy measures that are going top-down, or basically collating what the private sector enterprises want and just compiling them and publishing them. More proactive approach, but adaptive and responsive, because policymakers that are trying to design these things that do not necessarily keep up to date with changes in realities and the unexpected gaps and problems. And then we will discuss the issue of super additionality. I already discussed this. How do you create synergy between different elements of your industrial policy as well as other related policies like infrastructure policy, R&D policy, macro policy, and so on. And then finally, we'll have some suggestions as to what kind of things we need to choose. So, but I did say 4 steps, but it's really 5 steps, or more than 5 steps, because this process we see as an interactive process. Yeah? So it's not like you zoom down and choose sectors and then that's it. Yeah? Then you get feedback from the actual sectors, the holders of technologies, and the organizers of value chain to review how these policies are doing, and then we go back to the kind of conceptual framework eventually to revise it in order to fit the new reality. Okay, so in this session, I'm going to present section 1 of this, which is just actually on the half of the presentation. So probably I'm giving you 40%, Antonio will give you 60%, even though it looks like it's only 1 of 5. So how do you change the mindset? First of all, we argue that Portuguese industrial policy should be more ambitious. Currently, industrial policy measures target firms that are, if you like, good enough. Yeah? But the selection and implementation mechanisms should be changed to reward excellence. Yeah? So there are a lot of schemes where if you are decent, you will get support. Yeah? But we really think that you need to focus more on rewarding excellence. Yeah? Who are the best guys? How do you promote them? How do you make them internationalized? And how do you grow them? Yeah? And then there's number 2. So here we are basically saying that in order to reward excellence, industrial policy should be more selective. Yeah? At the moment, there is not enough selectivity. So we propose that eligibility criteria should be more made tougher, and policy measures should be more differentiated according to the needs, the capabilities, and the commitments of firms and industries. Yeah? Yeah, so for example, you need to kind of support the excellent firms in a more kind of focused and custom-made ways, because they might be at the stage of development in which you need a lot of targeted support. After they grow, maybe you can let them do more things on their own, but you need to identify what are really needed and clearly focus. Yeah? Selectivity is not just about eligibility. It should involve rewarding better performance and providing them with more powerful and more customized support. Yeah? as they make their journey towards excellence. Yeah? So that you have this kind of low intensity policies where you meet certain conditions, you get support. Yeah? But if you really want to make these firms excellent, internationally competitive and so on, you may actually need to do more. And as some firms prove to do better, then you give them even more support and work with them more closely to customize the support. Yeah? Also, industrial policy should become more flexible or dynamic depending on how you see it, in the sense that you should have a systematic way of helping successful firms grow bigger and become better. At the moment, a lot of people have pointed out that there's a tendency among small and medium-sized enterprises in Portugal to stay small, because becoming bigger is not attractive to them. Yeah? If you become bigger, you lose a lot of support, which are targeted at SMEs. Yeah? If you become bigger, you have to give up strategic control of the company, which a lot of entrepreneurs do not want to do. So how do you help them make that transition? Yeah? Policy conditionalities is the next issue. They need to be better designed, because currently these conditionalities are, first of all, limited in coverage, and secondly, not ambitious enough, and thirdly, pursue overly general goals without being anchored to a clear strategy. Yeah? So there are all kinds of schemes which, if you see them in isolation, are doing kind of some good things. Yeah? But because they are not part of a coherent strategy, their kind of the effect get diffused. Yeah? Sometimes, as we pointed out earlier, they work at cross purposes. Yeah? So that we need to change that. Yeah? And for EU member countries, what they can do, or what you may call their policy space, is not only but mostly defined by the EU rules. Yeah? And as mentioned earlier, there have been some important changes in EU rules that opens up some new possibilities. So Portugal's industrial policy should also change to take advantage of this new policy space opened up in the EU. Yeah? We believe that successful industrial policy requires a long-term perspective, as the accumulation of capabilities and the resulting structure upgrading requires long-term resource commitments. Yeah? This is a very important point, because we are talking about policies that should have a time horizon of 10 years, if not 20. Yeah? If you really want to make fundamental changes. Yeah? Also, we would suggest that industrial policy needs to be made more permanent. This is not the best way to describe it, but the problem we have in mind is, at the moment, incentive schemes are in operation at intervals, because you have these calls every 2 years or so. And this means that in between there is nothing. Yeah? So you need to introduce some kind of rolling mechanism to take care of the new opportunities and new needs in between. Yeah? We are not necessarily saying that the coal-based system should be abolished or anything, but this sporadic nature of intervention makes it difficult for firms to plan ahead. There are unnecessary gaps, and this needs to change. Yeah? And then, policies have to be developed and implemented by capable people, as we discussed earlier in the last session. So you need to invest in developing policy capacity in the area of industrial policy. Of course, all areas of policy required capacity, but this is especially important in the area of industrial policy because it needs a lot more kind of specific knowledge of sectors and firms and regions. You know, if you are doing social policy, I mean, the people are very similar across the different regions, different age groups and so on. But, you know, the thing about the industrial policy is that has to have a lot of detailed knowledge about the different technologies, different value chains, different sectors, different industries, different investors, different firms, and so on. So that this area of policy requires even more capability building. And yeah, the number 10, the last recommendation of the step 1, you need to promote collaboration between private sector firms by the government acting as a convener and broker. Yeah? Because at the moment there isn't sufficient what we call the B2B interactions. You know, the firms are not, you know, okay, I mean, at one level they are competing with each other, but at another level they need to collaborate. Yeah? You know, the best example is that, for example, when the Americans were trying to, I mean, in the previous technological cycle, trying to fight off the Japanese and the American, the Koreans in terms of semiconductor technology, the US government created this research consortium called Sematech, bringing together the 12 semiconductor firms, yeah? Because they realized that without them doing this collaborative research at the sort of pre-commercialization level, they cannot compete with the giants from Japan and Korea. Yeah? So there has to be things like that. You know, Italians, despite many problems, but the economy, at least in regions like Emilia-Romagna, have created these mechanisms where small and medium-sized enterprises could pool resources and share certain, provide certain basic inputs together. Yeah? Research and development, you know, export marketing, sometimes even sharing work when the particular companies have exceptionally high level of orders. So we don't see enough of that kind of collaboration in the Portuguese economy. And we think is one important thing that needs to be done. Okay, I'll hand over to Antonio.
Thanks, Ha-Joon. I think what Ha-Joon has done is really to go through the first step, which in a sense, it's critical in terms of building up the scaffolding around which more specific interventions needs to be embedded. And to a certain extent, let me make 2 caveats before I start. The first one is that changing this mindset also means not necessarily optimizing disbursement of funding, means being strategic about where the funding go, right? And as was mentioned this morning, industrial policy is not just about funding, it's about how strategically different types of services, institutions, resources are mobilized in a strategic way. And the second one, it's really that when we have conducted our assessment, to a certain extent, as Joao pointed out before, you could always say, well, there is a bit of everything here for all sorts of different areas. On the paper, actually, Portugal has lots of instruments. So the issue is not so much what is missing. There are some things, some gaps, but it's also how to redesign things that exist that eventually can have a much more impact if they are taught through this different type of mindset. Now, we use this expression to refer to the importance of thinking about specific appropriate instruments. So let me try to flesh out what are the things that we have in mind in this respect. Well, the first one is that we need to think about how to overcome financing gaps. And overcoming financing gaps means understanding how not just the commercial sector, but in particular the development bank can actually go beyond a sort of supply bias, which is thinking about delivery of funding from the point of view of the lender more than from the point of view of the demand side. So tailoring instruments towards that purpose. And this means much more specialized set of financial instruments and also hybrid instruments that combine different solutions. When we look at countries around the world who have developed these institutions, they have introduced, for example, lots of dynamic mechanisms that allow to graduate towards more sophisticated financial instruments. And one of these critical financial instruments, or financing instrument better, is actually trying to overcome the gap in terms of a particular type of finance that is critical in a small economy that needs to leverage the international demand to grow, which is export finance. And here we have plenty of cases and examples of how export finance actually work in many countries. And here, of course, there are some bits and pieces of these elements in the broader policy set of instruments, but this is an area where export finance needs to be complemented by a number of services that support firms in making use of export finance, but also internationalize. We discussed a lot about how there are a number of incentives that might actually discourage firms, and Ha-Joon talked about the principle of creating bridges, ways in which firms graduate. This is not if you want, a linear process. It's a process that requires steps, and requiring these steps to have instruments. Before, there were some references to potentially current incentive packages or regulations that discourage firms in going in this direction. Now, we also think there is a sense of need to promote corporate restructuring and, in some cases, consolidation. This consolidation, of course, they need to meet the purpose of consolidation, which is not asset stripping, is about creating the optimal scale to operate in a number of new sectors or in a number of new markets. We discuss a lot about managerial capabilities, and this goes back to the point of where the agency is. Ha-Joon emphasized how having lots of instruments that are sort of providing a more redistributive function more than a strategic function, it's very problematic when you have lots of small firms, they don't know exactly what to do with these resources. And in particular, resources that are targeting projects, not competitiveness of firms. And a project can be competitive, a firm might not be competitive with the same project. So this means really working through ways in which managerial capabilities can be developed, not just in the standard sense of training people, but providing the kind of extension services that are required, and also combined services that are required to, in particular, explore new routes to markets and new opportunities. I discussed a lot in the previous session how critical it is, especially in a country with the kind of specialization of Portugal, where lots of the firms who are providing, if you want, advanced technology services. We visited 4 companies who were doing excellent solution for the large foreign multinationals. These companies find very difficult to capture the value from what they're doing. In some cases, we're discussing with them, we said, well, your secret of success is also your damnation, because you are de-risking lots of activities from large players, you're doing lots of good stuff, but you are not capturing that. Lots of this innovation is in process more than product, and also means that it's very difficult to extract value from it and protect it. So the IPR policy really needs to sync with the specific type of innovation and innovative capabilities that exist across the economy. We have already discussed how important it is to develop ecosystem and develop B2B relationship and linkages. And here I think we have a variety of experiences across Europe where lots of the support, especially to the large firm, was conditional on actually pulling the supply chain, the local ecosystem. All countries use conditionalities of this type. And of course, again, the problem is how to design them in a way that doesn't simply ask firms to comply, to tick the box of having a number of local players involved in the value chain, but actually strategically thinking where are those businesses, local businesses, that have more chances to become the key supplier of one of these large players. This is important because, of course, again, by becoming supplier of a large player which operates globally, you create potentially new routes to the global market. Large players operate through global alliances where their supply chain is defined at the global level, and becoming part of that supply chain opens enormous opportunities in terms of scale. We had very interesting conversation around in relation to B2B, but also B2 university kind of engagement around how, while there has been an effort to try, for example, through the agendas and other instruments, to make this engagement more successful, there is an element of thinking carefully about the incentive structures. In countries where universities work very closely with businesses, it's not simply because universities receive a certain amount of funding if they collaborate. It's also about the career of the people that are involved. It's about models that allow universities that generate intellectual property to share some element of return from that kind of activity. So creating models that allow risk rewards between businesses and university to be shared. And ultimately, this institution can only work if the incentive of the players involved are aligned in the direction that we are looking at. And some of the conversation we had with the business sector pointed out that probably this is one of the reasons why, as we saw before, Portugal is lagging behind in terms of university-industry linkages. And when things actually work in Portugal, we have also seen cases of this type. I don't want to mention anything specific, but we have cases where some firms have developed very close collaboration. The secret of that collaboration was very much about this alignment. When we look at the work that Portugal has done, also in the context of a key element that was in our competitiveness analysis related to the energy sector and energy provision, Portugal actually figures quite well in the Draghi report as one of the countries in Europe that actually, in terms of the price of electricity, has a competitive advantage. And again, as Ha-Joon emphasized, many countries are betting on building up their industrial competitiveness through a green competitive advantage, creating that kind of access to renewable energy that can be used to feed into a number of key sectors, upstream industries, the difficult to abate industries Ha-Joon was referring to, but if we think about the digital economy, data centers, and other type of activities. We discussed about the importance of thinking about investment promotion, and in particular, we have discussed how difficult it is in some cases to have investment or foreign direct investment or national investment that required a coordination, a task force around them to make sure that the investment is supported, regulations are actually not obstructing, but actually are enabling investment, a good investment to be made in the country. And we realized that while there are experiences of using some of these task forces, often they do not have the kind of administrative power to actually bypass a number of bottlenecks in the process. So task forces around key strategic investment need to be developed in order to overcome these issues. Now, we have just gone through the more detailed set of steps around specific instruments that we think need to be developed further. And the issue, as we said in the beginning, is not just about fine-tuning existing instruments, is to look at how to make them work in a more aligned, more consistent, more coherent way. And here I think the main issue here is to really start identifying what are the critical overlaps. Because to a certain extent, industrial policy, as we have discussed all day, actually intersect many policies: energy policy, skills policies, labor policy, intellectual property, all sorts of different things. But what are those interfaces that are more critical? 11 years ago, I was working with the UK government. At that time, the discussion was, Vince Cable was very concerned about revamping, rebalancing the economy and investing in specific sector. And at the same time, the technology policy run by another department were going in two completely different directions. There were some specific targeting on sector, and the targeting on technology seemed to miss the opportunity of making that kind of intersection. And this is not a Portuguese problem, it's a general problem that we've been having in many European countries in terms of getting this kind of alignment and achieving that kind of super additionality that is combined effect of some of these instruments. This goes back to the point of, as an example of how to promote super-additionality by looking at the interface between supply and demand policy. I already mentioned before that actually there is space to use procurement in a much more strategic way. And in particular, there are instruments which are, and provisions which are present in the European legislation, which allows to support pre-commercial procurement, public procurement, and also functional procurement, which are normally very effective in creating markets in countries where there is supply capability, but there are limited markets to leverage. In many cases, achieving super-additionality is not an ex post exercise. It has to be thought through from the beginning. And the beginning of many of these instruments is about budgeting processes and thinking about how budgeting can be also innovated in order to favor better alignment between instruments and different institutions that are going to implement these instruments. And here I think there is quite a lot of new kind of approaches that have been introduced by a number of countries around specific challenges or missions or cross-sectoral, cross-department type of budgeting allocation. And ultimately, and this is really the core and the link between what we've been doing so far and what we are trying to do to the next step, is to embracing this idea that, as Ha-Joon emphasized before, industrial policy is about a process and is about learning in that process. And so this cumulative dynamic in which the strategic assessment feed into new metrics for agile and much more effective way of learning from the exercises and rethinking the delivery and the governance of the policy is really at the core of what we are suggesting here. Now, let me just conclude with a number of reflections around the last step that Ha-Joon was referring to, which is the making strategic choices. And we started the day saying this cannot be simply an algorithmic exercise. We can run all sorts of techniques around identification of specific type of sophistication of certain type of product or sector, relatedness between activities that should be leveraged in order to potentially identify opportunities. But fundamentally, it's a political decision. It's part of a strategic decision around what kind of economy and what kind of economic structure has to be promoted. And here we want to make three points to start. That it's critical to consider, and I think this was emphasized also in the morning, how to leverage Portugal's strengths. We have discussed lots of the problems that exist, but there are lots of strengths as well that can be better leveraged and that can be used in order to pivot towards more, if you want, value addition and competitiveness. There is a second dimension, which again we have emphasized around the fact that while all these existing sectors offer opportunities, the scope for productivity increase and innovation across sector is not homogeneous, is heterogeneous, which means that if there are significant gaps in the economic structure, that has to be filled by specific targeting of these new sectors and sectors of the future. And ultimately, as one of the discussants already emphasized before, these issues are, this sector, this promotion is not going to be up in the air, it's not going to be in a general setting, it's going to be in specific location, in specific industrial ecosystem across the country. So we have run a few analyses that actually complement lots of the current way in which sectors have been identified. And of course, as was stressed before, the current sectoral targeting in the European context has been partially driven by, if you want, an external set of priorities, the fact that Europe is facing a number of challenges and lagging behind in a number of critical industries, from the semiconductors to the electrical vehicles and so on and so forth. But lots of these analyses are also about how to leverage what Europe's strengths are about. And in looking at that, we have been trying to start looking at what the evidence suggests in terms of where Portugal has shown competitiveness and has shown strengths that could be leveraged, and how to also move from these strengths towards a more diversified economic structure. Interestingly enough, when we look at different type of, if you want, degrees of complexity of different sectors of the economy, Portugal has an interesting overlap. You see here the blue part is always Portugal in all these different charts, and the different color for each country is, in the first case, the violet for Austria, the green for Czech Republic, and so on. And we just presented a few of those benchmarks. And you can see that Portugal has, vis-a-vis these many countries, a number of areas where it's clearly showing, based on its current performances in the export basket in particular, some competitive advantage or some opportunity to be more competitive than other countries. Ha-Joon mentioned about the bioeconomy and the broader blue economy. We have discussed about textile, but also what textile we are talking about within textile. Textile is a broad church of lots of different things, as I'll show you in a bit. And of course, also we notice how, while there is capacity in sectors like machinery, the electronics part, it's actually much more lagging. And so in a sense, in areas where digitalization is moving, in particular advanced manufacturing system, that interface, the mechatronic interface, is very important in terms of digital system and machinery. The problem is not simply looking at what is the potential contribution of these different sectors and their strength, but also what is the systemic relevance of each of them. And when we look at input-output analysis, considering the contribution to the rest of the economy and considering an open economy with foreign supply and, of course, foreign demand pulling the capacity of the economy to generate products, and, of course, the supply of products, intermediate and final, that come into the economy, we can immediately see that there are very different profiles here. There might be sectors that, yes, are contributing significantly in terms of employment, but actually very few are able to perform a critical function of, in particular, intercepting the international demand, and so leveraging the foreign demand that exists, many of them connected around key complex manufacturing activities, and that the economy as a whole is, of course, dependent significantly also in these sectors from import of different technologies. So how to make sure that Portugal is able to leverage where it has strengths and how to leverage them in respect to their systemic relevance. And we can see that with different type of analysis that look at how much of the current supply domestically is actually capturing or is actually leveraging the domestic and the foreign supply, or vice versa, how much the demand is pulling. So there are different techniques that can be used to identify what is really happening here. But the bottom line of the story is that many of these sectors have potential, but can only be understood within a more systemic analysis of what is their role in the international market and what is their role in terms of their linkages in the rest of the economy domestically. It's interesting how, as soon as we try to unpack also these sectors in the traditional RCA analysis, real comparative advantage analysis, we see that Portugal has traditional strengths in a number of sectors. We discussed about textile and other, but effectively within the same sectors, you will have that there is a very mixed picture. So this is important to keep in mind, that it's not about simply targeting a sector. It's about targeting specific activities, specific products, specific markets, specific opportunities for technology development in each of them. If you look in this chart, textile is up there in RCA, higher than 1, which means that there is a real comparative advantage for Portugal, but RCA also appears in activities that are lower than 1, which means that within textile you have a very mixed bag of products, right? Products that are not really competing internationally and products that are actually doing quite well. And of course, this picture becomes even more complex when we move to the subnational level, and we look at how the performance of different regions in terms of their complexity, in terms of their export performance is developing. So the bottom line here is that we are putting together a number of metrics to see really what the evidence would point to, but ultimately the art and craft of industrial policy is to strategically think about, beyond algorithmic exercises, what are the kind of priorities and what is the vision of the structure of the economy in the future that has to be promoted. And of course, as we've discussed, this cannot be one that doesn't take into consideration the key differences in terms of scope for productivity, innovation, and technological development, because ultimately these sectors are also anchors to the rest of the economy in terms of their systemic relevance. I'll stop there.
So before moving on to and passing the floor to Miguel Faria Castro, I would like to highlight some key from such rich slides and presentations, some macro ideas about the industrial policy framework in Portugal, or this new framework we will be looking at. So the importance of the interactive package of measures, so we won't be looking at a single policy measure, but we should be looking at the combined nature and the consequences and the impacts of those measures. This idea of different dimensions, technologies, industries, activities, value chains, and also this regional dimension, which is really important. The idea that competitiveness is not just at project, but mainly at firm level. So when looking and designing the instruments, we should be looking at this so competitiveness is based on firms and not projects. The importance of having more performance indicators and also effective penalties to look at when there is no compliance of those requirements or indicators. A very important message also regarding the horizon. So to bear in mind the importance of a longer horizon for the industrial policy, not on a political cycle, but on a longer run. And then two key, and I'll stop here, two key dimensions: capacity, human resources, and also the role of technologies. And again, collaboration between firms and also with academia and other interface institutions. So I would now move on to Miguel. I think he's online with us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you going to put up my slides, or? Are my slides, can people see my slides? Can you see my slides?
Miguel, are you listening?
Yeah, can you see my slides?
No, I think they'll be operated from here, from Lisbon. So if you just give us a minute, please.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Sorry
Just
for
checking.
this. Não, enviou e nós enviamos ontem. Okay, Miguel, sorry for this. Can you then show us your slides, please? Project from your PC,
no problem.
please.
Let me just pull them up. Can you see my screen?
Yes, that's great.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Can I start? Okay, so I'm here to discuss the document that was shared with me, these new strategic industrial policy framework for Portugal. I'm a policy advisor at the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, and I have to say that everything that I'm going to be saying here is just my own opinion about the subject and does not reflect any official position of either the St. Louis Fed, the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, or the Federal Reserve System. I'm also going to apologize in advance in case I repeat something that people have said, people have talked about in the morning, because due to the time difference and family commitments, I could not attend the morning sessions. So just to give a brief summary of what the authors of the study just presented, they proposed 4 steps aimed at building a new industrial policy framework for Portugal. And these 4 steps, they include a lot of ideas that I say as an economist are quite attractive. Things like trying to, so as the authors have mentioned several times, there are a lot, the Portuguese government has a lot of tools to conduct industrial policy right now. The question is whether it's using those tools in the best way or not. And in particular, they highlight a bunch of issues with the existing tools, such as the fact that a lot of the programs that currently exist to support firms, they effectively generate perverse incentives that constrain growth. Like if you grow above a certain size, you lose access to funds that might be helpful for your activity. So you might not have incentives to grow in the first place, so that you can benefit from those. You can keep benefiting from those programs. And as we know, and the study also touches on that, we know that larger firms tend to be more productive. So we do want firms to get larger, obviously subject to taking into account other issues that come up that can arise with very large firms, such as competition, antitrust, etc. There's a lot of attractive ideas, as I mentioned, so the government should step in to fill in private financing gaps. I think one of the main issues that Portugal faces, not just Portugal, but Europe as a whole, and the recent Draghi report highlights that is the lack of depth of capital markets in Europe. There's basically the intermediation sector is not doing a great job in allocating savings to productive investment. And so it makes sense that the government should step in to try to fix that. But things like facilitating corporate restructuring is also something that I've talked about in the past. It's something that should be, a lot of European countries could benefit of policies like these in order to incentive some more risk-taking and investment by the private sector, and promote things like business to business and business to university linkages, which are obviously like great ideas. Also, the fact that a lot of policies that are in place kind of work against each other right now, and that's obviously terrible. Policies should be reinforcing each other. So this idea of super additionality that was mentioned by the authors, essentially exploit policy complementarities and generate these positive feedback loops. So a lot of things to like overall about what they say. These are some charts that are taken from a recent IMF report on industrial policy. They say that industrial policy is back. This chart is just plotting the number of industrial policy measures that were implemented through just in the year of 2023. And you see a large increase, both for advanced economies and also for emerging market and developing economies. So there's this idea that industrial policy is making a comeback. And if you look at the types of policies that are being implemented, a lot of them are subsidy-based. So essentially the government subsidizing certain activities targeted to certain sectors. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called industrial policy. But the IMF also says that the bar to get it right is high. And that's going to be kind of the core of my discussion. It's going to echo a lot of the points made by one of the previous panelists, Professor Isabel Decorreu. It's the fact that industrial policy has many potential benefits, as we just saw, but it also entails costs to different types of economic agents, consumers, taxpayers, etc. And as an economist, I think that measures should be undertaken and implemented if they pass a cost-benefit analysis. So when we talk about the benefits of industrial policy, we should try to quantify them, and we should also take into account that there are costs. And we should try to quantify those costs as well, look at costs versus benefits, and then make a decision on whether it's worth implementing industrial policy or not. And one issue with industrial policy, and this is like an issue in public finance in general, is that a lot of those costs and a lot of those benefits are actually very hard to quantify. So some examples of costs that are hard to quantify, and I'll talk a bit more about these costs, are the fact that industrial policy can generate misallocation. So the fact that by targeting certain sectors, the government might actually be allocating or helping allocate inputs and capital to sectors that are not as productive or as competitive. And as a result, the overall productivity of the economy falls. Other type of cost that I think is probably a lot of people are going to sympathize with the fact that this is likely an important cost in Portugal, is the fact that industrial policy promotes things like clientelism and corruption. It also has benefits that are very hard to quantify, and these are mostly related to the fact that industrial policy typically tries to tackle certain types of externalities and market failures. And these things, precisely because they're market failures, they're typically economic activities that are not properly valued by the market, which makes them very hard to quantify. The fact that a lot of industrial policy is concerned with climate change, and obviously the fact that climate change trying to mitigate climate change is something that has a lot of benefits for future generations. That's very hard to quantify, that benefit. Things like national security, this has been a major driver of industrial policy measures in the United States, for example. All the efforts towards reshoring and attracting the production of semiconductors and things like that. The public debate tends to highlight that these things have costs when it comes to efficiency, but they also have benefits that are hard to quantify. The fact that if a global conflict breaks out, or even like a new trade war begins, that supply chains are not going to be as affected as they were maybe in 2020, 2021. So in a recent paper written by Danny Roderick and some co-authors called The New Economics of Industrial Policy, the authors highlight two main costs of industrial policy. So, by the way, these authors, they tend to have a very benign view of industrial policy, so I'm here kind of cherry-picking a little bit, but they do concede that there are costs to industrial policy. And the two main costs that they highlight are these two that I have highlighted in bold. First, the fact that there are informational constraints. The government doesn't know about everything, and the government tends to be less efficient than market participants at collecting information about where capital would be better allocated. So these ends up resulting in inefficient targeting of industrial policy by the government. So the government ends up supporting sectors that maybe are not the best sectors to support. And also, this is related to the corruption point that I made before. Another big cost of industrial policy is the potential for political capture, through which self-interested actors steer governmental choices of which sectors to target. Basically, the sectors with a better lobbying and that have access to more resources to influence politicians, they're the ones who end up benefiting from industrial policy. And this massively distorts the allocation of capital and other inputs in the economy. There's other costs that they don't mention, but I think it's worth mentioning. The one that's obvious is that industrial policy has direct fiscal costs to taxpayers. So a lot of these industrial policies are based on subsidizing, either directly or indirectly, economic activity in certain sectors. This is more government expenditure, or offering tax breaks to certain sectors. This is foregone revenue. This is particularly, this might not be relevant for countries like the United States or even Japan that have or the UK that have plenty of fiscal space and fiscal capacity, but it's something that I think is more relevant for a country like Portugal, where debt to GDP ratios are extremely high. They've been falling thanks to relatively conservative fiscal policies in recent years. But it's still, the debt to GDP ratio in Portugal is still a little bit of a concern. So these type of costs become more important. Second, there are costs to consumers. So, for example, a lot of industrial policy, for example, in the United States and in other countries, manifests itself through protectionist measures, and these things obviously harm consumers. One big type of industrial policy is this idea of infant industry promotion. My understanding is that this is more common in developing economies than in developed countries, but some of these things could end up manifesting themselves as infant industry promotion in different ways, and all of this stuff tends to hurt consumers. So that's another cost of industrial policy. And finally, this one that I keep coming back to is the fact that industrial policy has the potential to misallocate inputs, especially capital. So capital allocation gets distorted towards these sectors that are targeted by industrial policy and away from untargeted ones. This effectively distorts market incentives and the allocation of inputs, and can result in lower productivity and lower economic growth, ultimately, if it's not well done. So just to see, as the authors mentioned, there's the Portuguese government right now has a lot of industrial policy instruments, and I think that it hasn't been using them very well, and one symptom of that is the fact that there are countless studies about how many zombie firms exist in Portugal, and by zombies, typically what people have in mind are firms that are fundamentally unproductive. but they are kept alive either by regulation or by incentives from, or by regulation or because of public policies, etc. Prevent these firms from exiting, and by preventing them from exiting, they prevent those inputs, those resources that are being used by those firms from being allocated to new, potentially more productive entrants. And this is just like one particular study, Carrera Teixeira Nieto Carrillo from 2022, and they find that regardless of what type of measure you use, if you measure by the percentage of total assets in the non-financial sector, percentage of debt, number of firms or employment, there's a relatively high number of firms that could be classified as zombies in Portugal. Now, you could argue, well, that's why we need to rethink industrial policy. My benign view of all of these is that this could be the reason for why we have to rethink industrial policy, because clearly what we've been doing in Portugal hasn't been working very well. So we have to rethink it. We have to rethink the way policies have been implemented. And then this goes also to this touches on this quote also by the same paper by Danny Roderick and co-authors, where there's a typo, this should be test, where they say at some point that the ultimate test and what I have in mind is the ultimate test to whether industrial policy can be successful or not is not whether governments can pick winners, but whether they have the ability to let losers go. And these related to the point on corporate restructuring that the authors have already mentioned, that maybe like facilitating some of these could help with reducing the amount of zombie firms in the Portuguese economy and help improve overall productivity. So the authors make a strong case for industrial policy in Portugal, but obviously a lot of these things are pretty vague, I would say. It's I mean, I look at the sets of slides that the authors presented, and I cannot like really disagree with anything. But the problem is like having observed the way things have been run and implemented in the Portuguese economy in the last few years, it seems that a lot of these measures are drawn up with very good intentions, but the implementation ends up being terrible. I think that as the point of my presentation was that we have to think about the fact that industrial policy entails costs. These costs should be weighed against benefits. And especially given now implementations of industrial policy in Portugal have been prone to being captured by special or political interests, and they tend to amplify misallocation by poorly targeting these public resources. Obviously, these two costs could be minimized by an independent and well-managed Banco de Fomento Português, which would also play an important role in terms of compensating for the lack of depth of capital markets. But if you ask me, do you personally believe that we're going to be able to have a Banco de Fomento that's independent from political power and from the special interests that try to capture how industrial policy is run? My answer is no. I don't think that this will happen in my lifetime. I wish it would, but I don't think it will. And I just want to end. I'm almost done. My last point is maybe like perhaps a broader question that came to my mind last week or a couple of weeks ago when I was like reading the Draghi report. Is should we think about member states running their own separate industrial policies, or should we rather think about industrial policy being run at the European Union level? And here, what I have in mind is obviously I'm in the United States, so I have a more like American-centric point of perspective on these. And what I see is that it's mostly the federal government these obviously the United States are not the same thing as the EU, because there's only very limited fiscal policy capacity at the state level here. So, and there's the federal government is the main fiscal policy actor. We don't have anything equivalent in the European Union, but it's mostly the federal government that runs industrial policy here. So it's when industrial policy is run, and regardless of whether it's well run or not, it's run at the union level. And sure, there are states do run some policies, but like very limited. Like there's some tax competition across states, but I wouldn't call that industrial policy. I would call that something else. So just one thing to bear in mind is, does it really make sense for member states to be running industrial policy on their own, or should we rather be thinking at the EU level? And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
So I would now call António and Ha-Joon again to the stage and have a last round of 3 questions on this panel. Please feel free.
Hello again, Ricardo Paz Mamed. Well, thank you for all the presentations. I have two questions. What Miguel Faria Castro brought us here is a 50-year-old argument against industrial policy based on two ideas. One is the idea of misallocation of resources, and the other is the risk of capture by private interests. We know these arguments for a long time now, and they haven't prevented many countries to engage in industrial policy in a successful way. My question to the authors would be, we know that these arguments have a grain of truth. We know that these risks actually exist. The problem is not so much the fact that they exist, it is how to overcome them. And therefore, I would ask you, from the experiences you know, which are a lot, what can Portugal learn about how to avoid these two problems? And my second question has to do with the final issue raised by Miguel, which is this tension between national and European level industrial policy. To what extent there is alignment in the interests of development between the national level and the EU level, or there is some tension in the sense that, put it simply, what is good for the EU as a whole might not be good for the individual countries, having also in mind that there are huge structural differences between European countries. Thank you.
Okay. Just one question about this issue of super additionality, because I think this is a very important point, but you didn't really tackle the issue of governance, because this complementarity across policies will not fall from the heaven. If you do policies one by one, most of the time you'll get trade-offs rather than complementarities, right? So the governance system, the main output of the governance system should be precisely to generate these complementarities. So there are several ways of doing this. For example, centers of government, or even I think the PlanAPP is one institution that could indeed provide this sort of coordination, right? And this is also important related to the issue of timing, because policies are often extremely non-linear. I mean, you do the policy and nothing happens. You continue to do the policy, nothing happens, and then there is often a sort of threshold, and then things start to materialize. But for that you need a sort of continuity, a thing that you also tackle a lot. And I think these institutions that are in charge of coordination also can provide this sort of continuity of policies. Thank you.
Last question over there, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a question for Professor Miguel Faria Castro. I wonder if in this framework of assessing costs and benefits of implementing industrial policies, shouldn't we also consider the costs of not implementing industrial policies?
Who wants to start?
Yeah, let me start with those two issues, misallocation and political capture. Well, misallocation, yeah, it depends on how you see it and what is your time frame. Yeah? Because this kind of misallocation happens all the time in the private sector. What is venture capital? Yeah? You are supporting a firm that is losing money for the first 10 years, yeah? In the hope that they'll make it big. You know, Nokia started out as a logging company. Yeah? And when they set up the electronics division in 1960, they lost money for 17 years. Yeah? It had to be cross-subsidized by other firms in the group, the paper mill company, the electric cable company. You know, Samsung semiconductor lost money for the first 10 years. Yeah? So, I mean, this is not just industrial policy, but something that happens in the private sector all the time. Yeah? So, if you want to talk about the misallocation, you need to have a more kind of dynamic framework to assess this. Of course, this makes it difficult, but that's how you become big, how you become international leaders. So, I mean, if you only do things that will never fail and never involve any cost, any misallocation, then you will never develop. You know? So, you know, as the Americans say, that if you are not failing, you are not trying hard enough. You know? So you have to be willing to push the boundary. Of course, you could argue that you know, using public money, government should be more conservative than the private sector investors. But if you go to the other extreme and say that government should never fail, then you are not really doing what you need to do. So that's the one on misallocation. Political capture, yes, I mean, it has happened. Sometimes it has been kind of very egregious. But, you know, there are ways to control these things, yeah? I mean, one, the way to control this thing is to be more transparent. Yeah? So that if you actually say that we have this industrial policy, this is how we are going to do it. If you publish a good, coherent plan, actually that becomes more difficult to abuse it. Yeah? This the political capture happens more often when you pretend that you are not doing it. And then there are all sorts of gray areas and the lack of clarity. That's where this capture happens. Yeah? So I think that actually doing it more explicitly is one way of reducing the danger of political capture. And then, of course, we are going to, in the third part of our project, address this issue of governance, you know, how to minimize the danger of political capture, how to build the policy structure in order to maximize the synergy and all these things they'll come in greater detail a bit later. But we have lots of examples of successful experiences, not just from the usual countries like South Korea and Japan, but you know, all over the world. You know, Chile, you know, Brazil. I mean, yeah. I mean, they didn't have the kind of similar the comprehensive success in industrial policy like Korea or Taiwan did. But you know, they had some very impressive sectoral successes. So there are actually lots of examples. You know, the trouble with this idea that you, and then this is an addressed issue that we are going to address in part 2 of our project, this idea that you need to have sufficient evidence to be able to implement the policy. I mean, yeah, at one level I agree with it, but you know, what counts as evidence is a problem. Yeah? Because if you insist on, say, doing randomized control trials with industrial policy measures before it can be implemented, you can only do little things. Yeah? So the most frequently cited example of this kind of RCT-based policies, this innovation voucher that the Dutch government used, which gave the vouchers to SMEs to hire, you know, internet the website designers and these things, and the average value of the voucher was like 4,000 euros. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can do experiment with those kind of policies, but if you want to kind of completely redesign your energy system, how can you do experiment with that? Because the experiment itself will be already a policy. Huh? if it's going to be meaningful. So we need to be kind of careful in kind of deciding what is the evidence, yeah, that we need before we can say we are going to try this policy. And in the end, I mean, you have to experiment and take the chances a little bit at least, yeah, because otherwise you are never going to do anything, yeah. I mean, if you need that kind of the RCT type of evidence, that seems to be considered the only legitimate type of evidence these days. There's no industrial policy that is going to make any difference that can be done on that basis, yeah? Because that by definition, significant policies cannot be experimented upon, yeah? So are you going to, I don't know, divide Portugal into 10 different areas and each of them have a different energy system, and then 20 years later you say, oh yeah, this one worked the best, let's adopt it. It's already too late, yeah? Anyway, I'll stop there.
Yeah, I'll be brief because I think we are running out of time. Just to re-emphasize the point that our emphasis on changing conditionalities, eligibility criteria, it goes exactly in the direction to overcome some of these issues. I think we have made very clear from the beginning that industrial policies suffer from lots of misrepresentation of what it is, right? We discussed about how actually it's pro-competition. Actually, pro-competitive also means that you need to be able to show that you are achieving more competitive outcome, not just on the paper. And this goes back to the governance aspect. Conditions are not just about conditions between government and private sector. It might mean that there are also conditionality across public institutions. And this is an important aspect why I was talking about the reforms in budgeting. Ultimately, if you do not start from a different type of budgeting process that reward across government institutions much more joined up solutions, you're never going to be able to achieve that kind of super additionality. And the governance problem we are discussing really boils down to, yes, the capacity of each individual institution to assess project, to support, provide all sorts of services, but ultimately it's the capacity among themselves to operate in a much more joined up way. I mean, in the case of the EU that was raised, I think this is the most fundamental problem. The most fundamental problem that we have is that when we look at, and in the report we show this point, when we look at the promise of the EU is a convergence. And this convergence has actually been happening in some areas, but when we look specifically at manufacturing industries, this has not happened. And this is not just a problem of countries like Portugal. When you look at NUTS 3 level, 2 level, the concentration of manufacturing across Europe has been shrinking. You have a manufacturing core and few islands of manufacturing productivity, and this has lots of correlation with all sorts of social distress, political crisis, situation of instability. So if Europe wants to remain a viable project, it needs to deliver on that fundamental issue. And I think not just the drug report, the letter report as well emphasize, and I think there is an increasing realization that there are tensions. The current discussion is not new effectively, because when the smart specialization and some of these measures were in place, there were also these kind of tensions. This morning we discussed about the fallacy of composition, of all regions trying to compete on becoming the leader in biotech or whatever. You know, if we do not start having a more joined up approach where there is a clear realization that all the countries need to have to participate in these value chains, European value chains, and capturing the value that they are generating, and not simply being plugged into this system in an unsustainable way, we are not going to be able to sustain the European project. And this also means the coordination aspect between national level and European level industrial policy. And I think here we actually have good experience where probably the national level now has become a sort of regional level, because the scale of the challenges we discussed this morning require each individual countries to actually step up in terms of their scale of policies, while we still have too much of, if you want, narrow approaches to these issues. and scale of individual countries, when you look at Portugal, you can probably better compare it with a large region in a large economy in Europe, right? So that's the scale at which we are operating and discussing. And finally, the point around the linearity, non-linearity, I'm very pleased that you mentioned that. This is a key issue if you want to understand differences between the impact of European industrial policy vis-a-vis the IRA and all of that. It's not the quantum of finance. The quantum of finance is pretty much similar. But the impact of the instrument, the functional form of the impact is very different. When you do a tax instrument, goes into the books of the firm straight away. Europe and lots of the instruments that Portugal has as a result of being part of the European Union has a very different type of way of digesting, if you want, the finance that come into the picture. One very last comment that I cannot resist not making. In 2019, Larry Summers made the point that in the US economy there was too much cash floating and that actually the stock market was giving out lots of stock buybacks because there were no investment opportunity. We had the COVID pandemic immediately after, where there has to be industrial policy in order to rebuild capacity in sector, where actually the US had lost competitiveness, and now there is going to be industrial policy, there's been industrial policy to make sure that actually the US can compete in electric vehicles in a number of these areas. So let's not make let's be concrete and look at facts. The facts is that misallocation can happen across the board. This is the big problem, and this is why we need to have different ways in which we actually steer the economy in different direction within the discussion we had.
Yeah, a very quick point on the functional forms. Functional forms that it also depends on the technology, it depends on the industry, because for some industries the effect will be more or less immediate. For others, you might have a long gestation period, but then you might have a huge leap. For others, the improvement might be more gradual. So,
and speaking of the US, Miguel, you'll now close the panel by answering the last question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all. Thanks for all the questions and the answers. It's I mean, in regard to the last question, I would say it's a minus and a minus are a plus. So the cost of not implementing industrial policy, I would see them as a benefit. And I think this is very clear. For example, when it comes to climate change, it's what are the costs of like not implementing policies that are aimed, and these like broader than industrial policy, I would say. What are the costs of not implementing policies that are aimed at mitigating climate change? Well, that should be a benefit. That should be counted as a benefit. But then obviously, like a lot of these things are subtle, and that's why I mentioned in my talk that a lot of these benefits and costs are relatively hard to quantify. Yeah, and if you let me just make one final point that's related to some of the discussion that's been happening here, and it is something that I did not emphasize as much in my discussion as I wanted to, is that I think that one big issue, not just in Portugal, but in the European Union as a whole, and again highlighted in the Draghi report, is really the lack of depth of capital markets and the fact that financial intermediation that doesn't work very well in like allocating private savings to private investment. So maybe this is one area where industrial policy could be important, is really in trying to improve the efficiency of financial intermediation and on the how can the market itself allocate private capital. And this is exactly what I think that if well run, an institution such as the Banco Português de Fomento could play a very important role in the Portuguese economy, if well run, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Agora daremos início à segunda e última mesa redonda dos planos à implementação, alinhamento e coordenação multinível de política industrial. Esta sessão será moderada por José Carlos Pereira, diretor do GPEARI.
Boa tarde a todos. Passando muito rapidamente para o professor Álvaro Santos Pereira, I'm passed directly for Álvaro Santos Pereira, Chief-Economist of OECD and former Minister of Economy I think he's online. Please go ahead.
Muito boa tarde, espero que me consigam ouvir bem.
Alva, just to mention, if possible, we are a little bit run off time. If possible, you can speak a little less than we spoke. Thank you.
You want me to speak in Portuguese or in English?
As you wish, because we have a translator here.
Eu vou falar em português, está
Ok,
bem?
ok.
Portanto, eu vou primeiro falar um pouco do que é o CDE com a nível de Industrial Policy, como é que nós estamos a ver a situação e qual é a investigação que estamos a fazer. Depois eu vou falar um bocadinho do caso português, nomeadamente aquilo da minha experiência pessoal, quando foi na altura de 2013, é que nós lançámos uma estratégia de desenvolvimento industrial e as lições que eu aprendi também sobre esse tema. Portanto, deixem-me só começar primeiro sobre o que é a política industrial. Eu acho que ainda estávamos a ver no último painel, um dos problemas que nós temos quando falamos em política industrial é que muitas vezes não temos consensos sobre o que é que isso quer dizer. No fundo, que apoio são apoios para os businesses, mas de qualquer maneira, às vezes há um bocado de dúvida do que é exatamente política industrial ou não. E principalmente porque existem muitas partes dessa política industrial que têm a ver com políticas de comércio, políticas de inovação, políticas ambientais. Portanto, às vezes é difícil de definir o que é política industrial. Quais são as vantagens da política industrial, pelo menos a favor da política industrial? Primeiro, obviamente, haver um gap menor entre os benefícios privados e sociais, não é? Ou públicos. Através de, por exemplo, de economias de escala, ou learning by doing, ou se houver algumas falhas de coordenação, ou se houver um subinvestimento a nível de bens públicos, nomeadamente a nível de investigação e inovação. E também se há, por exemplo, outras externalidades ambientais. De qualquer maneira, obviamente, uma das coisas que nós enfatizamos no CDE é que nem todas as falhas de mercado devem ser endereçadas por políticas industriais. Se nós olharmos para as políticas industriais anteriores, e nós tínhamos aí o professor Ha-Joon Chang, que é obviamente uma das pessoas que mais estudou esta questão e falou sobre a questão da Coreia e outros países também. Nós tivemos muitos países em que, através da reconstrução após a Segunda Guerra Mundial, fizeram política industrial bastante ativa. E depois também houve uma política industrial apoiada para tentar apoiar o desenvolvimento, nomeadamente na questão da substituição de importações na América Latina, que não resultou muito bem. Depois tivemos os casos de sucesso, como a Coreia, e outros também, obviamente, mas a Coreia é obviamente um caso muito importante. E tivemos a China, que eu voltarei à China um pouquinho mais tarde, mas tivemos a China também. E tivemos, obviamente, Portugal, ou seja, nos anos 60, Portugal teve um crescimento recorde, em parte por causa da política industrial, ou um grande crescimento através do chamado fomento industrial na altura, e a ideia era exatamente tentar apostar em alguns setores para um condicionamento industrial, que é a parte pior, mas para tentar, obviamente, termos bastante crescimento. E resultou na altura, embora por razões que podemos, se quiser, abordar num debate, mas por razões que talvez não sejam relacionadas, nomeadamente ao condicionamento industrial. Obviamente, nos últimos anos tem-se falado muito, somente nos últimos 5 anos, um regresso das políticas industriais, e isso deve-se por vários motivos. Primeiro, por existe uma insatisfação em relação a partes da globalização, ou pelo menos essa é a justificação de algumas pessoas para fazer política industrial. Outra, o que se passou depois do Covid e da guerra na Ucrânia, a nível de irrupções às cadeias de valor, ou então também por tensões geopolíticas, nomeadamente na questão dos semicondutores, e agora também a nível por causa da transição verde. E, obviamente, os objetivos principais destas novas políticas industriais têm a ver um pouco com objetivos ambientais, nomeadamente do clima, objetivos de segurança nacional, mas também para tentar aumentar a inclusão, nomeadamente de zonas que foram anteriormente industrializadas e que perderam a indústria entretanto. Que tipo de políticas temos industriais recentes? Temos nos Estados Unidos, já foi falado aqui, o CHIPS Act, no fundo é para os semicondutores, e em que se investiram 53 bilhões de dólares a 5 anos, com incentivos muito fortes para a construção de fábricas de semicondutores nos Estados Unidos, mas também o Inflation Reduction Act, que não tem muito a ver com Inflation Reduction, mas tem a ver muito com política industrial verde, não é? Nomeadamente através de créditos fiscais muito fortes ao investimento e à produção para a energia limpas e também para armazenamento de energias, e também créditos fiscais também bastante assinaláveis, de $7.500, pelo menos, para comprar, por exemplo, um carro, carros elétricos, e outros também, outros tipos de créditos fiscais. O que eles chamam ainda New Industrial Strategy for Europe. Temos também um European Chips Act, um Net Zero Industry Act e também um Critical Raw Materials Act. Este é importante porque, obviamente, também é importante, e não tinha falado entretanto, porque nós sabemos que para as novas tecnologias, principalmente as verdes, existe muita necessidade de haver alguns materiais ou matérias-primas críticas que estão, muitas delas estão principalmente na China, mas que também temos, por exemplo, em Portugal, nomeadamente no caso do lítio e outros materiais. A China, por outro lado, tem, através dos seus planos quinquenais, não só estabelece as diretivas para esse tipo de políticas, mas claramente a partir nos últimos 15, 20 anos, eles têm feito uma política industrial muito ativa, quer na construção, por exemplo, de barcos, de shipyards, e também, ultimamente, mais ainda na parte de desenvolvimento das novas tecnologias, nomeadamente os painéis solares e os carros elétricos, etc. Eu já vou falar um bocadinho mais sobre a China também um bocadinho mais à frente, por causa dos subsídios e dos apoios que há. Quais são os problemas que nós temos quando tentamos falar de política industrial? Em parte tem a ver um bocado com a quantificação de como vamos medir esta política industrial. Há muito poucos dados dados comparáveis entre os diversos países sobre política industrial, em parte porque às vezes a definição da própria política industrial, como eu disse, não é clara, e também muitas vezes os países não querem eles mesmos dar os dados. Se forem ao OCDE, a OCDE tem alguns papers agora que escreveu há pouco tempo. Temos uma nova database que se chama OECD Quantifying Industrial Strategies, que é o Quasi Project, que temos dados para 9 países e vemos exatamente o tipo de subsídios, de créditos fiscais e outros tipos de apoios que nós damos, que os países dão, que esses 9 países dão às indústrias. Os países são o Canadá, a Dinamarca, a França, a Irlanda, Israel, Itália, a Holanda, a Suíça e o Reino Unido. E, portanto, temos, por exemplo, na política industrial, neste tipo de apoios, nós temos os principais apoios são para a área da energia, claramente, bem à frente de todos os outros, a área do transporte, a área industrial também, mais dura, e a parte de tecnologia de informação. E, nomeadamente, a nível de setores industriais, existe um aumento, desproporcionalmente apoio às áreas dos solares e fotovoltaicas, também a área do alumínio, a área dos semicondutores, do cimento, das telecoms e dos vidros e cerâmica. Ora, estes dados, isto são os dados para estes 9 países, mas nós temos outros dados que vão ser publicados dentro de pouco tempo, em que nós comparamos exatamente a China com os Estados Unidos, com a Europa. E aí vemos que a China, principalmente nas novas tecnologias, na parte industrial, a China tem um apoio, quer ao nível de apoio de dar empréstimos abaixo de níveis de mercado, quer outro tipo de subsídios diretos, que são apoios muito superiores aos países, a maior parte dos países da OCDE. E portanto, isso tem consequências geopolíticas também. Eu poderia falar um bocadinho mais sobre benefícios e custos sobre políticas industriais, mas também que eu não quero estar a demorar demasiado sobre este tempo, mas sobre este tema, porque senão acho que estamos um bocado com pouco tempo. Eu queria falar sobre o caso português. Mas também é importante dizer que uma das coisas que eu acho que é fundamental para a política industrial, quer seja em Portugal, quer seja no outro lado, tem a ver um pouco com a avaliação de políticas industriais. E há muito pouca avaliação de políticas industriais, quer ex ante, quer ex post, um pouco, no fundo, ex ante devido à incerteza sobre os desenvolvimentos futuros dos setores que são atingidos, mas também a avaliação ex post, existe falta de dados, existem às vezes diferentes objetivos e diferentes medidas de quantificar a política industrial. Portanto, há muito pouca avaliação, infelizmente, da política industrial. Nós estamos a tentar fazer um pouco mais, mas isso é uma das áreas que claramente nós temos que melhorar nos próximos tempos. Como é que os países devem maximizar os benefícios e minimizar os custos? Primeiro, nós pensamos que é importante que a política industrial seja bem identificada e que haja objetivos bem identificados dessa política industrial. Nomeadamente, pode-se combinar, obviamente, a política industrial com outro tipo de políticas orçamentais, políticas governamentais, mas de qualquer maneira é importante que se trabalhe com os diferentes atores envolvidos para aumentar a transparência da política industrial. Mas é importante que essa política industrial não restrinja a concorrência, se possível, minimizar os spillovers negativos nos mercados internacionais. Pensamos que também é importante que essa política industrial deve ser limitada no tempo e no tamanho da política industrial, na dimensão, mas também a garantir que existe previsibilidade sobre o que é que suficientemente que poderá acontecer no futuro, mas também que seja transparente, uma questão que seja transparente e que claramente, como eu disse, deve haver avaliação dessa política industrial. Eu gostaria agora de falar um pouco da questão portuguesa. Se tiver tempo nas 5 minutos, queria falar um bocadinho sobre a questão portuguesa, porque eu acho que é fundamental. Nós, como estávamos a ouvir já no outro painel também, uma das razões que as pessoas estão a falar mais em política industrial neste momento tem a ver com políticas estratégicas, mas também um pouco com a desindustrialização que aconteceu nas últimas décadas, principalmente na Europa, mas também nos Estados Unidos e outras partes do mundo, e que levou, nomeadamente, a possivelmente uma baixa de produtividade, ou pelo menos teve um impacto na produtividade, podemos explicar sobre isso um pouquinho mais tarde, mas também na questão da mão de obra. E foi exatamente por a questão da desindustrialização que em 2013 nós lançámos uma estratégia de fomento industrial que não chegou a ser implementada, mas que nós lançámos e que foi construída de uma forma que eu acho que é importante ser feita, que é, primeiro, antes de nós desenharmos a política industrial, ou essas medidas de fomento industrial, nós falámos com vários setores durante meses a fio. E, portanto, tentámos perceber o que é que esses setores estava a correr bem, o que é que estava a correr mal, o que é que eles podiam fazer para se desenvolver ainda mais, o que é que eles precisavam para se internacionalizar mais, o que é que eles precisavam para ser mais competitivos. E nessa estratégia de fomento industrial nós destacámos 7 fatores, 7 pilares, se quiserem falar sobre isso, que nós achámos que era importante desenvolver numa política industrial. Primeiro, a nível de qualificação, quer ao nível de educação, quer de formação. Segundo, diversificar e aumentar as fontes de financiamento das empresas. Terceiro, a consolidação e revitalização do tecido empresarial. Quarta, como é que podemos promover o investimento e a competitividade fiscal. A quinta, a de internacionalização. A sexta, a inovação e empreendedorismo. E a sétima, infraestruturas logísticas também e digitais, obviamente. A nível de qualificação e educação, nós, como estamos atrás da Europa em muitos indicadores, nós achamos que era importante trabalharmos juntamente com o Ministério da Educação e com outros para melhorar as qualificações, nomeadamente, nós achamos que, e continuo a achar que para mim devia ser um dos desígnios nacionais, era introduzir em Portugal um verdadeiro sistema dual e de aprendizagem, onde o Ministério do Trabalho, que neste momento tem a parte mais dual, e o Ministério da Educação, que tem a parte mais vocacional do sistema de educação, os sistemas se fundissem. Eu propus isso uma vez num discurso para o IFP, eu tutelava o IFP na altura, e lembro-me que quando falei sobre essa questão de haver fusão dos dois sistemas, especialmente porque havia fundos comunitários envolvidos, a sala gelou. Mas eu acho que é isso que deve ser feito. É construirmos um sistema dual e de aprendizagem forte para as nossas empresas terem pessoas qualificadas para trabalharem numa política industrial e para trabalhar na indústria como devemos. Segundo, ao nível de financiamento, acho que estávamos a falar, acho que era anteriormente estávamos a ouvir exatamente a questão de utilizar o banco de fomento para exatamente diversificar as fontes de financiamento, para ajudar as empresas a terem melhores fontes de financiamento, mas eu acho também importante trabalharmos numa bolsa para as PMEs, e nomeadamente eu acho que a nível internacional, certamente em Portugal também, mas a nível europeu, nós precisamos de um venture market para as empresas, para as PMEs mais dinâmicas, conseguirem se financiar com regras mais simples e com menos burocracia, mas também com mais financiamento avançado. E, portanto, acho que quer uma bolsa para as PMEs, venture markets, quer o Banco de Fomento, é fundamental, mas também é importante, obviamente, utilizar esses fundos europeus para termos mais financiamento para as nossas indústrias. Sobre a consolidação empresarial, a ideia é fundamentar as fusões e aquisições entre empresas, nomeadamente através de incentivos fiscais muito fortes para isso acontecer.
1 minute.
Está bem, já estou quase a acabar. E a nível de competitividade fiscal, obviamente, nós olhamos para os gráficos da OCDE, Portugal é o segundo país que continua a ter a taxa de IRC mais alta da OCDE. E, portanto, é óbvio que se queremos atrair mais investimento, temos que trabalhar nessa área. E na internacionalização, acho que é uma questão que vocês estão a falar, portanto não vale a pena estar a falar um bocadinho sobre isso, mas especialmente a parte final era reduzir os custos de contexto. A última questão que eu gostava de abordar portanto, se vocês pensarem o que é que foi feito na altura, no fundo nós estamos a trabalhar no que se chama em inglês o framework conditions, ou seja, criar as condições para Portugal ser competitivo de uma forma geral, principalmente na indústria, mas não só. Portanto, a grande questão é, será que vale a pena ir a uma segunda fase e dizer, ok, vamos tornar Portugal dos mais competitivos da Europa e a seguir vamos apostar em alguns setores? Possivelmente, talvez possamos ir por esse caminho, mas é importante, como eu estava a dizer, desde que sigamos os princípios que eu disse anteriormente. Acima de tudo, eu acho que a primeira ideia com uma boa política industrial é garantir que o país é competitivo nestas áreas que eu mencionei, e para aumentar a escala e para depois a seguir podemos ter, obviamente, a aposta em novos setores onde nós temos vantagens comparativas. E ficaria por aqui.
Thank you. Muitíssimo obrigado, Álvaro, e queremos oportunamente ter a oportunidade de trocar também algumas questões sobre o próprio relatório. Thank you very much. I pass directly to Luciano Coutinho, former President of Banco Nacional de Desenvolvimento Econômico from Brazil. Thank you. Luciano, I think he's on board. Pedro, sabes? Pedro, sabes alguma coisa do Luciano? Sorry for this. Álvaro, just before Luciano take on board, I just to add what you just mentioned, and I speak in Portuguese too. Sorry for that. A razão principal de nós termos começado a pensar neste projeto foi um bocado o que o Álvaro também referiu, que eu estou há 24 anos no Ministério das Finanças, e enquanto o meu queridíssimo amigo Pedro Reis emagrecia, eu engordava. E a razão principal foi que nestes 24 anos passamos por dezenas de crises. A crise de 2003, a crise de 2008, a crise de 2011, a crise de 2015, a crise de 2020, e pensaram assim, não, isto não pode ser assim, Portugal tem que ter uma estabilidade que viva para além da espuma dos dias. Tem que ter uma política que construa e consiga sobreviver à quantidade de incapacidade e ineficiência do país. Esse foi o pensamento passado 30 ou 40 anos num projeto Porta que criava uns clusters ou uma ideia de política ou de economia que trouxesse alguma esperança ou uma capacidade de produção ao país. Foi esse o mainstream deste projeto. E a pensar como é que podíamos fazer isto. A ideia foi, neste projeto, juntar a economia, juntar o planeamento e a seguir, nesta fase seguinte, e depois do apoio científico e académico que estamos a ter, poder passar à fase seguinte, que o poder político, neste caso, através dos senhores secretários de Estado, quem estimo e que gosto que estejam presentes. De manhã tivemos o Sr. Ministro da Economia e agora vamos ter depois, no final, a encerrar o Sr. Ministro da Presidência, que também ganha este ownership deste projeto. Porque a verdade é mesmo esta, o projeto não é nosso, o projeto é para que o país se desenvolva. E é nesse sentido que nós gostaríamos de interagir e estarmos aqui disponíveis para isto. Não sei se não? Então, se calhar, passaremos diretamente para para o Sr. Secretário de Estado, para os Srs. Secretários de Estado, e se calhar começaria para a mesa redonda. Por circunstância, iremos continuar a falar em português. Falamos muito de fundos estruturais e da capacidade de desenvolvimento regional, e passaria já aqui diretamente ao professor Pedro Reis, secretário de Estado do Planeamento e Desenvolvimento Regional, penso eu.
Muito bem, muito obrigado. Antes de me pronunciar sobre o tema que aqui me traz, queria dizer que, na verdade, o professor José Carlos é exatamente aquilo que costumamos dizer, as gorduras do Estado. E, portanto, quando nós queremos cortar nas gorduras do Estado, também provavelmente importantes para podermos alocar mais recursos à política industrial, temos que começar por emagrecer aqui o José Carlos, porque, na verdade, essa vida foi um bocadinho de trocas, exatamente. Eu dei-te tudo e não me deste nada. Muito bem. Relativamente, queria também congratular o trabalho que aqui nos foi apresentado, congratular os autores, congratular um conjunto de pessoas que estão na sala e que também, enfim, não estando aqui a falar, sei que ao longo da vida têm contribuído e trabalhado para que, enfim, quer queiramos, quer não, hoje o nosso país está melhor. É claro que poderia sempre estar melhor, é claro que estamos aqui a procurar isso e queria também, na verdade, congratular todas essas pessoas. É verdade que o trabalho que está aqui é um exemplo daquilo que é hoje, na gíria, a rede. Temos, por um lado, o GPEARI, do Ministério das Finanças, a Economia, representada pelo GEE e pelo IAPMEI, e também depois, enfim, uma parte relevante do Governo, representado pela PlanAPP, pelo Pedro, que está aqui connosco. E, na verdade, isso é, e depois, enfim, ao qual se associa também a academia, associações empresariais, empresas, centros tecnológicos, que, na verdade, é aquilo que nós precisamos para poder, em conjunto, ir resolvendo um conjunto de problemas que vamos tendo. Relativamente àquilo que me foi colocado, e falámos aqui, várias vezes falou aqui nos fundos europeus, apenas 2 ou 3 reflexões sobre isso. É claro que, ao longo destes anos, e também sei que, embora eu, infelizmente, não pudesse assistir a tudo aquilo que aqui foi dito hoje, foram-me chegando os slides, e reparei que, na verdade, houve uns slides, um colega que falou bastante sobre fundos europeus, PRR, e, na verdade, tudo isso é algo que é relevante no nosso contexto. Ainda assim, o que para trás foi, creio que a realidade nos mostra e a evidência empírica nos prova, valeu a pena. Os fundos europeus deram um contributo significativo para tudo aquilo que nós estamos aqui a falar. É claro que haverá sempre opiniões que poderia ter sido feito de outra forma, mas foi a que foi, e não vale a pena olharmos para isso, há que olhar para a frente e construirmos algo de melhor. E aí permitam-me só 3 ou 4 reflexões relativamente a fundos europeus, primeiro, e no final relativamente a coesão e desenvolvimento regional, que na verdade são as áreas que agora aqui me trazem. Relativamente aos fundos europeus, temos vários desafios pela frente. Neste momento, temos um desafio grande em Portugal, pelo facto de termos simultaneamente, por um lado, o encerramento do PT 2020, o arranque do PT 2030, ao que se adiciona o PRR. E, portanto, temos que pôr em prática, andar, e, naturalmente, uma parte relevante dos dinheiros de que aqui falamos, em particular PT 2030, dado que o PT 2020 está a terminar, e do PRR, diz respeito exatamente àquilo que é também a promoção do desenvolvimento industrial, seja diretamente por apoio a empresas, seja indiretamente por aquilo que o professor Alva Santos Pereira nos acabou de dizer naquelas 7 reflexões que nos trouxe e que, na verdade, na maior parte dos casos, estes fundos europeus, e em particular o PRR, na verdade, acaba por ser, de algum modo, transversal a isso, com um grande enfoque naquilo que é a qualificação das pessoas, e aí partilho também de que, de facto, deve ser o primeiro ponto a elencar quando estamos a falar destas matérias. Contudo, é verdade, também já aqui foi referido, já foi falado o relatório Letta, já foi falado o relatório Draghi, é verdade que a Europa está a repensar também a política industrial europeia e, na verdade, temos que aliar e conciliar aquilo que é a estratégia do nosso país neste contexto europeu e, portanto, significa que, naquilo que aos fundos europeus diz respeito, essa matéria não deixa de ser relevante. O outro ponto tem a ver com os fundos em si, com as verbas, com o montante. Esses montantes, enfim, a Europa também sobre isso se há de pronunciar a breve prazo. Enfim, estamos agora com o arranque de um programa, mas a breve prazo começa a pensar noutro. E o que sabemos é que hoje a Europa, por um conjunto de vicissitudes que surgiram, em particular conflitos geopolíticos, com guerras à porta da Europa e outros problemas, vai provavelmente alocar uma parcela do seu orçamento àquilo que é, enfim, a área da defesa e, como tal, deixarmos de ter recursos, ou tantos recursos como aqueles que tínhamos, para estas políticas de coesão. É verdade que, também a nível europeu, estamos agora a constituir comissários europeus e depois, enfim, aí se saberá qual é o caminho que se vai seguir. E, portanto, diria que temos, por um lado, a questão da alocação do orçamento da União Europeia a uma parcela que é a defesa, que até aqui tinha sido menos cuidada, e, por outro lado, a própria possibilidade e forte probabilidade do alargamento da União Europeia. E, portanto, tudo isso significa que, para Portugal, poderemos ter um nível de fundos inferior àquele que temos tido até aqui. E, portanto, significa que menos fundos significa que temos que repensar bem como é que maximizamos o euro que nós vamos receber. Onde é que o nós devemos aplicar? Devemos dá-lo diretamente a uma empresa sob a forma de investimento, numa lógica PT 2030, devemos canalizá-lo para a formação das pessoas, o que é que traz mais retorno na política industrial para o nosso país e onde é que ele deve ser aplicado. E aqui um ponto relevante que o professor Álvaro Santos Pereira referiu, que tem a ver com a avaliação das políticas públicas. Sabemos da dificuldade que é avaliar políticas públicas, naturalmente a política industrial não é a minha área de trabalho, mas precisamos muito de que, e aí, enfim, a PlanAPP com certeza trabalhará nesses desafios, que é avaliarmos aquilo que vai sendo feito para também corrigirmos, não termos receio de avançar, não termos receio de corrigir aquilo que fizemos menos bem, porque o vamos fazer, com certeza, mas temos que, na verdade, maximizar o retorno de cada euro que nós vamos aplicar, porque o valor marginal de cada euro passa a ser maior porque temos menos e, portanto, significa que precisamos exatamente de o fazer nesse sentido. E, portanto, este é um ponto relevante no mundo dos fundos europeus. O outro ponto relevante no mundo dos fundos europeus é uma discussão que, na verdade, também creio que mais enfoque no relatório Draghi, tem a ver com a metodologia de aplicação de fundos europeus. E nós temos aqui duas vivências diferentes em conjunto. Temos, por um lado, um mundo que tem a ver com a lógica PT 2030, enfim, as empresas concorrem, ganham, recebem contra-fatura, e depois temos um mundo PRR, em que aí, enfim, a lógica de financiamento é completamente diferente. O que interessa são resultados e não tanto o dinheiro que se gasta. Tive a oportunidade ontem ir visitar uma das agendas mobilizadoras relacionada com as bicicletas. Na verdade, fiquei fascinado com o que vi e impressionado pela positiva. E, portanto, aí o que temos, na verdade, é um PRR a ajudar, mas a exigir o cumprimento de um conjunto de metas que, na verdade, estas empresas vão ter que cumprir e, portanto, diria que esse é o outro ponto que me parece, de facto, relevante e que, na verdade, a Europa também irá decidir se o mundo ou se o modelo de fundos europeus vai mais numa lógica PT 2030 ou se vai mais numa lógica de PRR. É claro que estão ali os senhores da Agência para o Desenvolvimento e Coesão, sabem muito mais disto que eu e provavelmente até têm uma resposta. Eu não tenho e eu não sei, mas pronto, logo à tarde já me podem ensinar. Depois temos também, ainda no mundo dos fundos europeus, aquilo que... ajuda-me, Zé Carlos, havia aqui uma outra ideia que entretanto se passou. É que eu também estou a correr e não estou a olhar para os papéis e, portanto, acabo por me perder um bocadinho nessa lógica daquilo que estava a dizer. Mas, enfim, eu queria... a coesão era o ponto final que eu queria referir. Havia aqui um ponto ainda sobre fundos europeus que eu queria transmitir, mas, enfim, daqui a bocado lembrar-me disso. O outro tem exatamente a ver com aquilo que é as assimetrias regionais que o nosso país tem. Quando nós falamos em coesão, quando nós falamos em desenvolvimento regional, naturalmente estamos preocupados com aquilo que é também a distribuição deste tecido industrial pelo nosso país. E a assimetria é grande, como bem sabemos, e é verdade que devemos repensar se efetivamente um euro de fundos europeus aplicado numa região do país traz para o país um maior retorno do que se aplicado numa outra região qualquer. E como é que nós podemos, se é que devemos, pensar na política industrial nesta lógica? Eu não sei a resposta, mas se devemos ou não pensar também naquilo que é a promoção da política industrial numa lógica regional, para que de algum modo possa ela própria também contribuir para a redução das assimetrias. É verdade que com frequência e nos últimos tempos com muita frequência temos ouvido que há uma fuga de talentos do nosso país. Mas, na verdade, nós também temos fugas de talento dentro das regiões do nosso país. E, portanto, na verdade, o que temos é pessoas que saem do interior para o litoral e por lá ficam, porque é lá que têm os seus empregos, é lá que as empresas geram maior valor acrescentado e o retorno salarial é maior. E, portanto, devemos repensar se devemos ou não, de algum modo, alocar aquilo que é a política industrial numa lógica mais regional. Isto leva-me a um outro ponto, que é, já falámos aqui, ou tem-se falado, na verdade nós temos várias dimensões de governo. Temos dimensão central, digamos assim, temos dimensão regional e temos dimensão local. A questão é se não valeria a pena também envolver aquilo que é a dimensão mais local na formulação das políticas, em particular, por exemplo, as próprias CCDRs e aquilo que elas têm de visão relativamente ao possível desenvolvimento que possam ter na respectiva região e, com isso, ajudar-nos também a desenhar as políticas industriais para essas várias regiões. É claro que, mais uma vez, a avaliação é extremamente importante e a pergunta é sempre onde é que nós devemos aplicar o euro, quando falamos em fundos europeus ou quando falamos em subsídios do Estado ou redução de impostos, enfim, qualquer unidade monetária que tenha a ver com fundos públicos, o que se espera é, na verdade, maximizar o bem-estar da população e alocá-lo de forma a que isso seja conseguido. E diria que, por agora, ficavam estas reflexões, pode ser que me lembre da outra e depois eu volto ao ataque. Muito obrigado pela atenção.
Muito obrigada. Antes de passar diretamente ao Sr. Secretário de Estado Adjunto da Presidência, a dizer que apenas exatamente o objetivo do segundo e terceiro item deste projeto é não só perceber a questão da avaliação e a questão da governança. E isso é tremendamente importante neste projeto sozinho terá efeito. Muito obrigado.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Eu queria felicitar os autores do estudo, os organizadores do evento e dizer-vos que para mim é muito especial falar da política industrial. Não porque seja um especialista na matéria, mas porque venho do berço da industrialização portuguesa, que é o Val do Ave. O Val do Ave, que desde o final do século XIX acabou por ser um bocadinho o espelho daquilo que foi a evolução e os ciclos económicos porque este país passou até ao dia de hoje. E hoje já tivemos a oportunidade de ouvir pessoas que de lá vêm e, pegando no exemplo da minha região, eu permito-me arriscar aqui algumas ideias e aquilo que também passa o nosso pensamento. Não vou à questão concreta da política industrial, muito menos do setor têxtil, tem aqui quem desse setor esteja muito mais habilitado que eu, que era um mero agente até vir para o governo, era nisso que eu trabalhava, estava numa agenda mobilizadora. Conheço-as bem, mas dizer o seguinte, dizer que não faz sentido, na nossa visão, pensar a política industrial de Portugal nos dias de hoje desgarrada de uma política industrial de âmbito europeu. Isto é, já foi dito aqui, que a escala dos países e o grau de interligação da União obriga a que qualquer política industrial que surja no nosso país esteja dentro daquele que é o enquadramento da política industrial europeia. Assim sendo, as políticas horizontais que nós devemos ser capazes de implementar no nosso país, em primeira análise, devem ser capazes ou devem permitir que se desobstaculize o ganho de escala que todos falaram aqui. Não houve ninguém que tenha passado aqui que não diga: nós temos os incentivos desalinhados, nós incentivamos a que as empresas não cresçam. Então este está identificado. O Secretário de Estado da Economia falará a seguir a mim, também não lhe quero roubar o palco, mas isso está identificado, inclusivamente no programa Acelerar a Economia. Ter os incentivos alinhados para o ganho de escala das nossas empresas. Durante muito tempo premiou-se o perpetuar do ser pequeno ou do ser médio e penalizava-se o facto de passar a ser maior. Ora, num mundo globalizado, num ambiente competitivo de escala europeia, é impensável que a nossa redução e polvilhar de agentes económicos que multiplicam ineficiências pela múltipla reprodução de estruturas industriais e até estruturas de apoio às estruturas industriais de forma exageradamente diminuta, as permita competir numa escala internacional. Assim como temos vindo a falar de retirar a burocracia nos licenciamentos, a capacidade de fazer acelerar a chegada ao mercado da tecnologia que as empresas conseguem ter ao seu serviço. Mostrar às empresas, muitas delas que são de algumas regiões como a minha, a diferença entre valor acrescentado e margem. Perceberem claramente que muitas vezes estamos a perseguir margem e não valor acrescentado. E o nosso foco deve estar no valor acrescentado, pela ciência, pela ligação à academia, ao sistema científico e tecnológico nacional e catapultar skills que algumas delas têm e que são de indústrias tradicionais, mas fazer com que essa tradição que elas tenham faça com que elas sejam as mais inovadoras de todas, porque uma indústria tradicional que ainda hoje se mantém é porque consegue ser a mais inovadora de todas, senão não sobreviveria. Mas olhar para o país, conhecê-lo bem e perceber, região a região, quais são as competências que cada uma destas regiões tem. Nós vimos ali, naquele mapa que nos foi mostrado, que alguns de nós, em algumas regiões, somos campeões em determinadas áreas. Mas se calhar essas áreas não perseguem o valor acrescentado que já poderiam perseguir. Então, para existir essa conversão, nós temos que ter a capacidade de olhar para aquilo que temos e perceber quais são os skills comuns que temos nesta indústria que podem, até com a capacidade de vender o país e atrair capital, fazer com que a transição económica para modelos de valor acrescentados tenha o menor custo social possível. Depois, devemos também nós, numa capacidade de política horizontal, garantir estabilidade fiscal, flexibilização do mercado laboral, uma infraestrutura que funcione e que apoie as nossas economias e não escolher quem serão os campeões, mas permitir que eles possam sobressair e mais tarde, dentro do enquadramento europeu, permitir que eles ganhem escala e sejam campeões europeus e campeões mundiais. Esta, na minha perspectiva, deverá ser uma visão do futuro, horizontal no que toca à política industrial nacional, sempre enquadrada naquilo que é a política industrial europeia. A nós, Governo, a nós, Estado, compete-nos garantir as condições do ambiente económico mais favorável possível, que atenda a estas dificuldades que são muito conhecidas. Hoje tivemos aqui alguém que era da economia real e dizia exatamente a mesma coisa que disse o professor Álvaro Santos Pereira. Dizia assim: não se pensou nas consequências antes de implementar a política. Claro que isto, e o Sr. Professor vai-me permitir, em economês, que é a nossa língua, não há avaliação ex ante. É exatamente a mesma coisa que está a ser dita por quem está no dia-a-dia do trabalho e por quem também está a estudar. Temos que o fazer. E fazer depois avaliações não muito finais, mas também sistemáticas para ir corrigindo o tiro, para que não seja tarde demais na altura de avaliar aquilo que efetivamente aconteceu. Sobre Porter, dizer uma coisa: eu tinha 9 anos, a última vez que saiu esse grande relatório, foi em 92, salvo erro, tinha 9 anos nessa altura. No nosso Val do Ave, Julgo que Porter foi a palavra, na altura não havia Google, se existisse Google era a palavra mais procurada, porque não se falava de outra coisa que não Porter. Que sirva de inspiração para nós pensarmos o país, não naquela forma do cluster, que era muito mais de silos, mas em Portugal, na minha visão, de uma forma mais horizontal, mas que nos permita, a breve trecho, perceber que temos um país com muito que pode ser alavancado e transformar-nos nos campeões europeus, porque o nosso sonho não é ser receptores de fundos comunitários, Sr. Secretário de Estado, é sermos contribuintes líquidos da União Europeia. Isso sim é o nosso sonho. Muito obrigado.
Não sei se tem sido aqui, mas passo diretamente para o Sr. Secretário de Estado da Economia, que muito amavelmente disponibilizou-se estar online após a reunião da competitividade e estando no aeroporto. Não sei se...
Muito bem.
Muito obrigado.
A todos, espero que me estejam a ouvir. É totalmente verdade, estou em pleno aeroporto nesta... Mas não queria deixar de poder estar presente e desde já agradecer o convite. Felicitar todos os que trabalharam neste estudo, ou que estão a trabalhar, porque na verdade é um estudo ainda em fase de trabalho e terá novos capítulos, pelo que eu vi e pelo que sei, mas cumprimentar também todos os que estiveram nos diferentes painéis, todos os que estão na sala, que certamente muitos conheço muito bem, e cumprimentar também de uma forma muito especial os dois colegas e amigos, um com quem ontem visitei numa parte do dia uma agenda mobilizadora e com quem é sempre um prazer trabalhar, e o outro que também temos trabalhado muito em conjunto, e também um sinal de que as políticas públicas são não em silos, mas uma visão horizontal e transversal de todo o governo. Aliás, foi notório na intervenção do professor Álvaro Santos Pereira a importância que há nas políticas públicas e na política industrial em áreas que nem sempre são diretamente da economia, mas onde a economia claramente tem que ser o embaixador dessas medidas e o facilitador de promover o diálogo sobre essas medidas. E Secretário de Estado Adjunto e da Presidência, com quem não vou disputar qual dos berços é que era o que estava mais na indústria, porque também nasci no meio da indústria, numa outra região, mas onde faz de facto parte da minha essência, de toda a minha formação, de toda a minha vida. E hoje foi curioso, até na competitividade, quando estávamos a discutir temas como a definição de SMEs e a nova definição de Small Mid Caps, bem, eu falava e dizia, eu nasci dentro e no meio de uma PME. Enfim, já foi muito dito. Os fatores decisivos e a política industrial é algo de facto que ultrapassa muitas vezes aquilo que pensamos apenas no sentido fechado daquilo que é a própria indústria, porque para desenvolvermos uma política industrial competitiva há diversos fatores que vão desde a qualificação e da retenção de talento à questão e estou só a repetir aqueles que foram temas já falados, na questão das infraestruturas, na questão dos fundos, mas destacaria alguns dos temas que hoje foram discutidos e que estão na ordem do dia e que ainda não foram aqui tocados, ou pelo menos com alguma intensidade. Um deles, e tem muito ligado com aquilo que são as principais conclusões do relatório da Draghi, e que é um fator decisivo na discussão nos diferentes Estados-membros, tem a ver com a questão da energia. A questão energética é um fator completamente decisivo na política da reindustrialização europeia, e há de facto um trajeto e uma busca por energia limpa, segura, preços competitivos, e nesta matéria Portugal parte aqui com alguma vantagem competitiva, ou pelo menos temos um quadro mais positivo. Apesar disto, temos depois uma dificuldade que tem que se ultrapassar e que liga muito com aquilo que é a descomplificação ou a desburocratização do processo de licenciamento, que muitas vezes é um entrave e uma grande dificuldade na atração de investimento como é público. Por outro lado, e dizendo que a política industrial foi o grande tema em debate em toda a reunião, e de facto nós nesta questão não estamos isolados de maneira nenhuma, e portanto não posso estar mais de acordo desde logo com a visão do Secretário de Estado da Presidência, onde a política industrial portuguesa tem que estar, obviamente, alinhada e dentro daquilo que é um quadro de política industrial europeia, naquilo que será e aquilo que o relatório Draghi parece apontar, que é quase um programa de governo para a próxima Comissão, adotado, ou pelo menos já parcialmente adotado, com ligeiras afinações, mas onde vamos estar novamente a competir nos diferentes quadros com os restantes Estados-membros. Por outro lado, hoje um dos temas também, enfim, que está sempre na ordem do dia e que tem sido altamente discutido, tem a ver com as práticas de comércio, as práticas e as questões de importação, quer de matérias-primas, quer de produtos, quer no comércio eletrónico, quer enfim, na importação e exportação de bens, que é de facto um fator que impacta brutalmente na competitividade e naquilo que são futuras políticas industriais, aliás, bem visível naquilo que são alguns dos nossos setores principais, que se vêem, obviamente, em condições de concorrência muito adversas quando confrontadas com este tema, e, portanto, as práticas leais de comércio e toda a relação que temos hoje nesta relação global, na internacionalização, vai ser um tema e será um tema fundamental para qual é que é o potencial e a escala da nossa política industrial. Um tema também que estará certamente sempre nestas discussões tem muito a ver com o financiamento. Há uma grande expectativa na União relativamente à união dos mercados de capitais, portanto vai ser um tema quente e relevante, e vai ser obviamente motivo de debate no próximo quadro financeiro plurianual, e também uma questão de fundo que é transversal também a todos, a política industrial europeia e em particular a nacional, tem que ser uma política assente na inovação, assente na tecnologia, assente sobretudo naquilo que disse o Rui Freitas, em tudo que são estratégias de valor. E para Portugal, em particular, sendo uma economia com a dimensão que tem e sendo aberta, qualquer estratégia que passe pela industrialização do país tem que apostar em setores e em lógicas de grande valor acrescentado, porque só assim conseguimos ser competitivos e conseguir aumentar o valor do que exportamos e o valor do que produzimos e do valor do que internacionalizamos, para poder atrair mais talento, remunerar melhor, aumentar de facto aquilo que é a nossa produtividade, e o conceito de produtividade deve ser algo sempre também presente nestas discussões e, no fundo, conduzir-nos àquilo que é e aumentar a competitividade do país. Relativamente à parte dos fundos estruturais, são também temas que estão completamente na ordem do dia, e a grande decisão, tal como dizia o Pedro Reis, vai ser em que modelo é que vamos estar no futuro. Se numa lógica de fundos europeus e de financiamento baseado no alcançar de metas e reformas, se mantemos o modelo que temos hoje, não no PRR, mas no PT 2030, na execução de despesa. É um tema que também está a ser amplamente discutido e que Portugal certamente tem que estar bastante atento. Por último, um fator que pode ser diferenciador para Portugal, onde já nos posicionamos bem e poderá ser um fator diferenciador também da nossa política industrial, que tem a ver com uma reindustrialização orientada a uma lógica, não queria utilizar a palavra verde no sentido genérico ou no chavão, mas uma economia e uma indústria orientada a produtos que tenham grandes índices de sustentabilidade, que estejam assentes em lógicas de economia circular, que nos possam distinguir nessa matéria de outros, e isto pode ser também um fator diferenciador. Vamos ter temas que são fundamentais de discussão para alguns dos nossos setores, com tradição, mais do que tradicionais, com tradição, mas que também fizeram uma grande transformação, sobretudo em tudo que é o passaporte digital de produto, em tudo que são a apresentação das suas credenciais ambientais e em tudo que é conseguirmos fazer que essa informação chegue ao consumidor numa lógica que não seja um fardo regulatório, mas sobretudo numa estratégia de trazer mais valor.
Muito obrigado.
Já era isso.
It was completely on time, because just now the Minister of Presidency is just coming. So unfortunately, we are not going to have time to discuss with the Secretary of State. And being on time, I don't know if Thank you a lot. Thanks for but just 1 minute, I think so. But the minister is just coming, so thank you. We are just leaving. Nevertheless, just my final words to thank all the organization in the name of Pedro from the organization, all the staff, all the members, and for our side from GPEARI, GE, IAPME, and PlanAPP. We wish to thank you all for this fruitful day. I think it was very, very good. And nevertheless, tomorrow we will continue to our narrow team to start again. I think Joanne is saying they just continue to speak. I will not continue to talk about my diet, but I will not. but it was a private joke because Elder was my former boss and an old friend. Nevertheless, just to say that all the things that we talked, it was very, very important, and I think what we say now, that it's time not just to talk, but to take action. And to be that, we want to take on board, of course, IMF, OECD, and other institutions as a European Commission, and of course the political side. I think the minister is coming. Yes. Yes, indeed. So, thank you.
Para encerrar este evento, convidamos o Sr. Ministro da Presidência, António Leitão Amaro, a proferir as suas notas finais. Sr. Ministro, por favor.
Muito boa tarde. Nem me deu tempo de sentar, ainda vinha à espera. Isto é pontualidade e diligência. Já trataram de tudo. Muito bem. Como vocês estão aqui há muito tempo, eu não me vou perder muito com muitos cumprimentos institucionais, além dos senhores secretários de Estado, os diretores dos vários centros e gabinetes de planeamento e avaliações de políticas públicas no Estado. É um dia importante duplamente, não apenas porque estamos a fazer esta conferência, é um momento em que nos juntamos todos para refletir sobre um dos maiores desafios, eu já lá vou, da política económica nacional, mas também porque acabámos no Conselho de Ministros há pouco de aprovar a nova lei orgânica da PlanAPP e com isso concretizar mais um passo da reforma da administração pública e sobretudo do seu coração e da criação de um centro de governo forte, que envolve naturalmente a fusão de secretarias-gerais numa secretaria-geral do governo, a criação de um centro jurídico de excelência. Existe o PlanAPP, mas tem 20 pessoas, isto vai aumentar muito, mas também este fortalecimento da função de planeamento, de avaliação de políticas públicas é fundamental. E, portanto, nós temos, este é um momento também, uma casualidade, mas uma boa coincidência, e é uma boa ocasião para eu, pela primeira vez em público, cumprimentar o senhor diretor do PlanAPP, em quem depositamos muita confiança, tal como depositamos muita confiança, naturalmente, nos diretores dos vários gabinetes de estudo que aqui estão. Eu ver se não me ignoro, quando se começa a citar de cabeça, corre-se um risco de fazer alguma falha diplomática, mas o GPEARI, o GE, depois o IAPME também está envolvido. Estão ali todos. Está tudo, não está? Então a cabeça não estava enganada. Mas estão mais no Estado. E temos que trabalhar cada vez mais em conjunto e depois procurar aproximar a função e o trabalho de algumas outras instituições. Tem que trabalhar mais em conjunto, por exemplo, o INE e o INA, que têm que trabalhar, e eu sendo entidades tuteladas por mim, já transmiti, com a devida independência, sobretudo relativamente ao INE, a importância de trabalharmos em conjunto. Cumprimentar também os nossos convidados internacionais, que são também nossos colaboradores do Estado português, num estudo que estão a realizar, internacionais e também há nacionais, porque há académicos portugueses envolvidos no estudo. Hoje tiveram já muitos discursos, eu queria apenas fazer estas 2 ou 3 reflexões. A primeira é uma constatação que parece óbvia, provavelmente já toda a gente disse isto nesta sala hoje. Estamos num tempo em que a política industrial está de volta. Qualquer governo, qualquer que seja a orientação política, que hoje queira governar, ignorando esse regresso da política industrial, está distraído, ou então está a querer parar o vento com as mãos. Este não está, não apenas porque é uma evidência global, quer no plano europeu, onde estamos, como sempre, nas políticas económicas, talvez um bocadinho atrasados, quer, obviamente, então nas lideranças americana e chinesa ainda mais claro, mas depois há outros países com práticas ainda mais ininterruptas de uma contínua intervenção de política industrial. Primeira constatação, isso, e o governo português está muito ciente disso e quer ser parte dessa onda. Nós não somos uns negacionistas da política industrial. Ponto. Segundo ponto, não contraditório, mas o que é, ou o que é que pode ser a política industrial? Eu sei que hoje discutiram isso, desde o primeiro painel ao segundo ao terceiro, e eu acho que há várias amplitudes. Na nossa ótica, há a política industrial, quer no sentido horizontal, quer no sentido vertical, onde normalmente nós estamos a falar de políticas para setores, não implica aceitar a existência de uma política industrial, cair necessariamente em abordagens intervencionistas, de condicionamento industrial, de planificação. É uma modalidade de abordagem à política industrial que não é a nossa. Mas está o ministro a replicar o mantra neoliberal de que o Estado não tem que fazer nada e não tem que perceber que há setores onde há vantagens competitivas do país que podem ser aproveitadas e onde o Estado tem alguns papéis de criação de condições de coordenação e etc. para agir, está a aderir a esse mantra neoliberal, tirar o Estado fora da economia. Não é nada disso que eu estou a dizer. Estou a dizer que há uma diferença grande entre ser, na versão muito à esquerda ou muito à direita, de condicionamento, intervencionismo, planificação, há uma diferença entre rejeitar isso e achar que não há um trabalho a fazer. E há um papel a adotar. E vemo-lo de 2 maneiras. Uma linguagem, provavelmente já foi utilizada aqui muitas vezes, perdoem-me se não corresponde à taxonomia dominante, mas para nós é mais fácil diferenciar entre uma abordagem de instrumentos horizontais, de política económica e que tem também vocação de política industrial, ou atuarmos sobre alguns dos instrumentos e fatores de decisão e desenvolvimento num plano mais horizontal, isto é, que seja apto a vários setores e a acelerar as condições ou reduzir os custos de contexto de vários setores, beneficia todos, incluindo aqueles onde Portugal tem vantagens comparativas e essas vantagens comparativas, por causa dessas intervenções, dessa remoção de custos de contexto, aceleram. E o que eu vi dos estudos, há várias referências a esse tipo, aliás, a maior parte das recomendações de policy até são referentes a esse tipo de intervenção, mais horizontal, enfim, não preciso vos aborrecer outra vez com muitas dessas referências, vocês as discutiram seguramente durante o dia. Regime de tributação, desde a simplificação às taxas marginais, aos custos de cumprimento das obrigações tributárias, à previsibilidade no longo prazo, enfim, carga nos vários sentidos, seja de níveis de tributação, seja dos encargos que geram sobre os operadores em cada ano e da estabilidade de longo prazo aos custos da volatilidade e da imprevisibilidade. Fiscalidade, evidentemente. Outra ferramenta do Estado, onde o Estado atua tantas vezes em nome de outras preocupações, saúde pública, ambiente, natureza, proteção de certos meios naturais, populacionais, espaços, relações de vizinhança e etc., onde outras intervenções do Estado, por mais benignas que sejam, impõem custos de contextos que são fortes e que são escolhidos não a pensar em nenhum setor, mas que acabam por criar barreiras a todos os setores e, evidentemente, àqueles onde temos vantagens comparativas. O tema dos licenciamentos, estou aqui a generalizar outra vez, ou da burocracia, dos procedimentos, o tempo que se espera por decisão, as limitações que em alguns casos são excessivas ao desenvolvimento de certas atividades. É outra fonte evidente, identificada em todas as análises, e os estudos aqui apresentados hoje são mais uns, onde o Estado, e o nosso Estado português, tem muito a fazer, removendo ou reequilibrando barreiras ou reequilibrando as barreiras que impõe hoje. Basta observar o último ano, a propósito de uma área que foi identificada como uma área onde nós teríamos potencialmente ou vantagens comparativas, ou se esse exercício não estava tão avançado na identificação, mas onde havia pelo menos um movimento muito significativo, e se vêem algumas características como a área de conjugação entre o hidrogénio verde, os equipamentos de centros de dados, ou as instalações de centro de dados, a sua localização perto de um porto marítimo de águas profundas. Portugal parecia ter vantagens comparativas aí, e eu, sem querer fazer nenhum comentário sobre a substância dos litígios, das histórias e dos casos, vejam como toda a discussão, os problemas e as dúvidas sobre os procedimentos fizeram, outra vez, a observação factual, vários dos operadores terem expresso reticências sobre o avanço desses projetos. E, portanto, o caso de um setor que claramente está marcado por uma restrição horizontal. Depois, outra área importante, ainda de intervenção do Estado, estamos sempre a falar coisas onde o Estado quis tomar decisões de fiscalidade, decisões de burocracia, portanto, regras, limites, planos de gestão territorial, de que seja, regras de procedimento, participação de interessados, etc., que acabam por criar barreiras, e temos que reafinar as barreiras que o próprio Estado cria às atividades que quer. E depois temos, noutro plano, outra vez com razões benevolentes, como o fortalecimento e fazer crescer as nossas PMEs. Desde os instrumentos de financiamento europeus e nacionais, às regras societárias, regras fiscais, uma série de desvantagens induzidas pela intervenção pública ao crescimento e ao ganho de escala. Se formos para as regras da insolvência e os regimes de insolvência e a capacidade da reafetação rápida de ativos que ficam desaproveitados ou subaproveitados por força de situações de problemas em empresas, vemos outra área onde a manta de regras do processo de insolvência, mais do aparelho institucional, extrajudicial e judicial, cria mais uma barreira que também se reflete de uma forma transversal, mas naqueles setores que teriam o potencial de ir mais longe e serem mais fortes e Portugal ter empresas maiores. Não é? À medida que se começa a pensar, vale a pena ficar maior, mas se eu ficar maior, vou perder apoios. Há quem diga assim, então eu vou-me desmultiplicar em coisas pequeninas para contornar ou viver com as regras que existem, ou então não vou crescer e vou para outro país onde possa crescer dessa maneira. Portanto, nem precisamos de ir mais longe do que o aparelho fiscal, o aparelho de licenciamento burocrático, planeamento e decisão administrativa, o aparelho das regras bem intencionadas da valorização do setor de PMEs, mas que criam inibições ao ganho de escala, ou, se quisermos, o aparelho judicial, quando há conflitos e o investidor tem que descontar a possibilidade de recuperar investimentos e dimensões de investimento, porque se tem que meter nos tribunais portugueses. Os tribunais portugueses demoram demasiado tempo para que os seus investimentos sejam recuperados e a sua posição seja ressarcida. Temos aqui, podíamos ir daqui para o nosso sistema de formação, quer o terciário ou o sistema de formação profissional. Eu diria que o sistema de formação profissional será provavelmente aquele onde nós temos mais a ganhar no quadro da capacitação de capital humano. Há, como sabem, uma quebra brutal na qualificação da população portuguesa ali à volta dos 50 anos. E nós ainda não encontramos, depois de 4 décadas de fundos europeus, não se CRENs, PTTs 2030 e etc., ainda não encontramos a resposta para resolver este problema de desfazamento brutal do nosso quadro de qualificações. E, outra vez, se nós conseguirmos, para os vários níveis de qualificação, de tipo de funções, que o sistema de formação, incluindo de formação profissional, mas também de formação superior, quer universidades, quer politécnicos, quer ensino vocacional, são políticas transversais, mas que aceleram muito mais aqueles onde temos vantagens competitivas. Aliás, em alguns dos casos, a própria escolha destes sistemas horizontais e da nossa capacitação de termos muitos bons formados em universidades e politécnicos em áreas tecnológicas, informáticas e de engenharias, dá-nos uma vantagem competitiva para uma série de setores, quer industriais, quer de serviços, mas que podem ser centros importantes de suporte a grandes grupos e atividades globais. Pronto. E, portanto, sei que o Ministro da Economia já falou de várias destas coisas hoje. Nós temos muito presente a importância de trabalhar nestas dimensões horizontais. E fãs dos instrumentos e das ferramentas horizontais, nos confessamos. Acreditamos que esta é a grande prioridade na política económica, é corrigir estas entropias, estas barreiras, estes custos de contexto introduzidos muitas vezes pelo próprio Estado e pelas políticas tais como as temos ou como elas são implementadas pela máquina administrativa judicial que temos. Dito isto, não se deve olhar para os setores, deve, como disse, política industrial, também na versão vertical e da identificação de vantagens comparativas, faz parte dos tempos que vivemos. Isso não é argumento suficiente para nós nos agarrarmos a isso, ainda assim, mas, enfim, olhando até para o muito recente relatório Draghi, vemos essa metodologia e essa abordagem. E, portanto, nós também achamos que é preciso fazer isso. E há sempre, quando entramos nesta conversa, um saudosismo sobre a década de 90 e o relatório Porter, e precisamos do relatório Porter 2. Eu não sei se precisamos, não vale a pena estarmos a catalogar ou pôr etiquetas nos exercícios que precisamos. Acho que precisamos, sim, de, em 3 condições, olharmos para esta abordagem vertical. Uma, que eu acho que temos quase todo o trabalho para fazer, que é uma identificação sólida das vantagens comparativas do país. 2, fazer esse exercício alinhado com as estratégias europeias. Nós acharmos que podemos ser uma ilha, nós somos um bocadinho de uma península, mas desligada dos instrumentos e da estratégia europeia é um disparate, porque boa parte do financiamento canalizado pelos meios públicos, as exceções a regras de auxílios de Estado, exceções ou regimes mais favoráveis, administrativos, ambientais e etc., são hoje decididos no plano europeu. E se são, nós estarmos a querer ignorar onde é que no plano europeu e na estratégia europeia as nossas vantagens comparativas caem dentro desse exercício mais amplo europeu de identificação das vantagens comparativas e, por isso, das decisões europeias de onde é que os tais custos de contexto, as tais ferramentas, que também podem ser verticais, existem, seria uma coisa um bocadinho atávica e provavelmente brutalmente ineficiente. E, portanto, ponto 1, um exercício robusto de identificação de vantagens comparativas. Vários de nós, então aqueles que fazem discursos públicos e políticos, têm imensas intuições, algumas delas baseadas em alguma evidência, desde casos pontuais de sucesso, quer alguns papéis, relatórios, estudos, mas eu acho que precisamos, e nós achamos que precisamos, de um exercício mais robusto de identificação das vantagens comparativas de Portugal, setores onde temos essas vantagens comparativas, ou seja, onde fazemos bem, onde fazemos melhor que os outros, ou onde fazemos, não espetacularmente, mas melhor que os outros que fazem pior, dada a base que temos. E, portanto, identificação das vantagens comparativas, segundo alinhamento com as prioridades definidas no plano europeu, e, em terceiro lugar, disponibilidade para alinhar instrumentos de financiamento, de formação de capital humano, de aceleração infraestrutural, onde o Estado pode ter um bom papel de acelerador da atividade, porque há decisões de infraestruturas, seja de transportes, de comunicações, de ligações energéticas, que alimentem estes setores e, portanto, políticas baseadas nestes dois exercícios primeiros, políticas mais verticais, com instrumentos mais orientados para estes setores e, com, se quisermos, uma prioridade, em alguns casos, de mexida nos regimes fiscais, nas opções de formação, nas regras de licenciamento aceleradas, para estes setores com vantagens comparativas, onde aquilo que puxa para baixo, onde nós temos capacidade para ser melhor, possa não deixar de puxar para baixo a intervenção pública de instrução e, em alguns casos, de aceleração e de infraestruturação e até alguma contribuição para a melhor coordenação entre os agentes das várias. O exemplo verde, da economia verde, é um exemplo interessante. Falar do lítio sozinho, separado do sol e do vento, separado da nossa capacidade formativa de engenheiros em áreas de energia, de projetos industriais mais intensivos em energia, que pode aproveitar fontes renováveis, desligado de um setor automóvel que em 20 anos vai precisar de componentes brutalmente diferentes. Carros que hoje precisam mil e tal componentes passam a precisar de 100 e tal, e nós temos um PIB, numa larga medida, proveniente de um setor automóvel que não é apenas a produção do carro, e não é sobretudo a produção do carro, é muito dos componentes desses que num futuro, a médio prazo, não existem. Portanto, a tal papel de coordenação também pode ajudar a que cada uma destas áreas não tenha que andar a ser pensada, trabalhada e articulada, ou coordenada, usando uma linguagem mais rigorosa, por si própria ou sem coordenação. E, portanto, para concluir, há uma contribuição aqui, Há outras contribuições académicas ou de instituições nacionais e internacionais sobre a economia portuguesa, mas há um trabalho no domínio da política industrial e, em particular, que aquilo que eu acho que nos falta e que estes trabalhos sobre política industrial nos têm que dar mais, é esta avaliação e este caminho sobre a dimensão vertical, identificação de vantagens competitivas alinhadas com as prioridades e os instrumentos europeus, e depois como é que isso se declina nos instrumentos que temos nas nossas mãos. Ou seja, há muito trabalho pela frente. Quanto a todos os gabinetes de estudo aqui reunidos, se mais não houvesse para justificar a vossa existência, e há tanto, nós precisamos da vossa contribuição todos os dias, se mais não houvesse, já isto era um trabalho monumental, e por isso ficamos à espera das cenas dos próximos capítulos em muito intensa interação e colaboração, porque nós queremos também fazer as coisas andar neste domínio. Muito obrigado a todos.
A nossa conferência chegou ao fim. Em nome das entidades organizadoras, o PlanAPP, o GEE, o GPEARI e o APMEI, agradecemos a presença e participação de todos.